2, 1, live.
Thank you, Kate. Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the July 19th, 2024 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Roy, Stebbins, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be done by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. It will start with opening comments from commissioners. Following commissioners' comments, there are 2 items in the commission discussion and vote section today: draft regulations and regulatory timeline. I'll ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of today's meeting, please raise their hand to be recognized. And with those initial comments, I will turn things over to my fellow commissioners for any comments and or updates. Commissioners will go in alphabetical order and I will give my comments last. We'll begin with Commissioner Camargo.
Can I pass because I'm still writing some notes and I don't want to just keep going? Is it okay? I'll come back. Okay.
I don't really have many comments. Just looking forward to today, going over delivery and telehealth and micro businesses, and this is a collaborative effort, and this is a long time in the making. I know there are folks in the room that have patiently been waiting, and they're here today with us. Yeah, and we're excited to have you here. And this just moves the ball forward, right, to get to where we need to be, removing some unnecessary barriers that don't need to be there. So having said that, I just looking forward to going through them line by line. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins.
Just a quick shout out and thanks to the legal and the enforcement team for all their time going over the packet. I know with all commissioners and answering questions and fine tuning some of the language. So appreciate all of their help.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo.
Wow, that was fast. Okay. You all know I could talk, so I needed to write notes so I could stick to, a schedule. Okay, so thank you. Good morning. It's good to be here. Ditto what my fellow commissioners said. I think I said this last week, but it's another historical day, I think, at the commission. And I think for us commissioners, right? So this is the second set of regs that we work on, right? I'm correct on that. So, I think it's exciting. And I said this before, policy takes time, especially if you want to do it right. And I think all of us have been so mindful about every single word, which I think it was evident when we did chapter 180, and I think it will be today as well. So a few comments that I wanted to share. I want to just say Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Roy, kudos to you all for serving in the secretary role before. I had a great meeting with the legal team yesterday. Shout out to Brendan, Ivania, and Mike Baker, who were just, I'm always at awe with the expertise on our team. So thank you so much for indulging me, the patience. I always have a lot of questions and want to sort of understand the legalities, the statute, and our authorities. So I just want to say thank you. A couple of reminders to the commissioners. So one is we will be continuing the policy that we had before with the minutes. So we're hoping to get you all minutes about a week before the board package gets out so that we can review the minutes. And if you have any comments or edits, you can send back to the legal team so that they can sort of, try to rush that. There's tons of other minutes that they are currently reviewing, editing, and working on in order to get back to myself and then to us at the commission. The other piece or the other topic, I guess I wanted to discuss too, is that I'm hoping, and I know Acting Executive Director Debbie and I just had a quick conversation this morning, that we are hoping that we can have a refresher course on the open meeting law. I think it's good to have it. I think we've been doing well with it, but I think it's time that we have a refresher. And I know that Acting Chair Concepcion, you and I talked for a few minutes, and that you had also mentioned having one. And I think the legal team will also appreciate that. So I'm hoping that the Attorney General's office can collaborate with us so that we can have one for the commission and even for staff members that want to join. So we're hoping to do that in the next few months. The other reminder too is I would remind us as commissioners, use the Ethics Commission. If there is a question, there's an attorney of the day. Call the commission. Anything that you may want to ask them, I know it's confidential. I've used them before. It's better to be safe than sorry on anything. So please, please use them. So that's that for sort of the secretary kind of quick update since I had a current meeting recently. The other thing I want to just say is to the delivery operators, couriers, folks that have been advocating for delivery, no dig to no one prior to us, but, we've had very straight conversation with operators the last, the last 10, 12 months, and even before, because I feel like delivery operators came to us in the beginning and, I wasn't here when this license was created. None of us were. So I think it took us a little while to really think about the growth of this license, the impact of this license. And I've said this before, these policies, once we vote on them, they're in the books. And it takes a while to sort of revisit them, understand, have public hearing, have comment, bring in the experts. You guys saw last week we brought in the lottery. We had so many questions, right? This stuff is not just, a check in the box, right? And especially for a license type like delivery, it is one of our equity licenses. I know there's folks in the audience and I'm getting the good look and the I'm a bite you look, but I'm gonna bite you back. It takes time. It takes time. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for coming to the table and collaborating. And I have to say to the operators, Commissioner and Acting Chair Concepcion and I have had numerous conversations with you all since last year. You all pushed back on us. You all educated us. You brought in your expertise. And, at times it was a difficult conversation, but I appreciate you all for being so honest and so transparent with us about your business decisions, about the license, about the social equity program, and all that good stuff. So I want to just say thank you because you all are the experts. And I'm looking at you here because you are the business owners, not us. None of us own businesses here that I know of in the industry. You all are the owners. And you're there every day. Devin, you're in the audience. I asked you today if you were not just the owner, but also a driver, right? And, Maya, you're here today from We Deliver as well. And, Devin Alexander said to me, I'm the driver, the janitor, right? The person who answers the calls if need be. So I know that small businesses like you all are really looking for this policy change. So thank you for being at the table and also being here today. The last thing I just want to say is I'm really proud of us as commissioners. I said it this morning, it is a privilege and an honor to serve in this role. And the work that we have done is just, I don't even know how to explain it. Commissioner Stebbins and I met on Monday on social consumption, and you'll hear more of that next month. And, being able to speak to people throughout the country and understand these issues and know what's failing in other places and knowing what's happening. Commissioner Roy and I had a conversation, this week around reciprocity, right? And what does that look like for Massachusetts? And when is that going to come? And, how do we make that happen in Massachusetts? So I'm just excited. So thank you for indulging me in the time. The last thing I would say, I think I said that before, is that because this was recorded, I just want to say, shout out to my mom. I want to say hi to her in South Florida. It's been a heavy few months of a lot of stuff going on. Pero mami, te quiero mucho y muchas gracias por criarme. Mom, thank you. I love you. And thank you for raising me and allowing me to be the leader that I am today. So I'm going to go back and translate that to her. So thank you so much. Yeah.
How do you follow up on that? That was worth the wait. Thank you for those comments. And I feel like I'm having that ditto moment to a lot of what you said. Today, I'm known for kind of driving in and thinking through comments as I'm driving in. And I'm just happy that we're at this space now, going through regulations, which is the core of our function as regulators. If anyone's visited my office here, I have this quote on my walls from Ursula Burns, and it says, focus on what's important and everything else will fall into place. And I use that as the guide to the way that I function here and the way that I focus on the work and making sure that we're being very deliberate and thoughtful in our approach. And I'm very proud of us as a collective. I'm very proud of the team I'm looking at Tim because Tim, you've done a lot and you and the team have done a lot. But there's so many members of the team here and to my fellow commissioners for spending hours and hours and hours to get us to the place that we are today. This is the second round of regulations that this iteration of the commission is going through. I believe we'll also have another round in the very near future as well. But it's significant because we're talking about delivery, micro businesses and telehealth. But when we talk about the delivery license type, we're talking about the singular, equity license type that we have in existence today. So I'm happy we're having this conversation. We're moving forward. We're kicking this off. And I just really want to thank everyone for working together and for being very collaborative. And that includes the licensees and prospective licensees for having those really blunt, honest conversations with us throughout this entire process to make sure that we have a good understanding about what's going on. Although there's only 2 items on the agenda today's going to be lengthy. We're going through regs. We're going line by line. I hope everyone is very comfortable because we'll be here for a while, but it is worth it. I also wanted to make a note of something that is in the works. We all know we had the hearing in Martha's Vineyard, and it was really, really informative and helpful to be in the space where people who are directly impacted by an issue had the opportunity to speak to the commissioners. During our public meeting, it's really us here speaking to members of the public, but hearings give us the opportunity to do the reverse. So Commissioner Camargo and we actually had the time a few weeks ago to meet with the Sun-Grown Cannabis Alliance to talk to outdoor cultivators and to talk through some of the issues that they're battling and some of the regulatory provisions that we have in place that they believe are having a detrimental impact on their businesses. So what I've asked our team to do is to organize another hearing, but this one being geared towards those outdoor cultivators. And what's happening now, so we have a tentative date and a tentative location. It will be August 22nd in Great Barrington. And that's for us as a collective. I believe all the commissioners have heard from the outdoor cultivators that it gives us the opportunity as a collective to all hear the same information, gather information, and then, figure out the best way to move forward in order to address those concerns. So I wanted to say that today. I'm looking really forward to it. And I really want to thank the Sun-Grown Cannabis Alliance for taking the time to talk to us and making sure that we had a good understanding of their issues and concerns. With that being said, I also want to give our acting executive director and chief people officer the opportunity to have any opening comments or updates that she wants to share at this time. So Madam Acting Executive Director, do you have any comments or questions or updates?
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. So I just want to put on my CPO hat for a little bit and just to talk about what is happening with our staff here at the Cannabis Control Commission. I can no longer remain silent about the unconscionable treatment of our staff at the Commission. And the latest egregious allegation that employees are stealing is equally unconscionable. It's unacceptable. The Commission continually performs its due diligence to review and ensure any entities that are proceeding in the state's licensing process or are currently operating in the industry are current on all required payments. Furthermore, in all matters of non-compliance with its regulations, the Commission continues to take the necessary steps to bring licensees back into compliance, including but not limited to notices to the licensees or applicants. This unrelenting effort to negate or minimize the accomplishments of this agency is not. Let me reiterate what I have said, and I have said this before, and will say it again here. Our employees are the backbone of this operation. I am typically a very quiet and soft-spoken individual. However, please understand that our leaders and our employees are human. They work extremely hard for the people of the Commonwealth, and they deserve to be treated with respect. Let's afford our employees the professional courtesy to focus on the work that is so crucial to the continuing development and evolution of the cannabis industry. That is what we do best. We are leaders in this space, and to our employees, I salute you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam
Deputy Chief. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to the next item, and the chunk of today's work is the draft regulations. They will be presented today by Associate General Counsel Michael Baker. Michael, I see your initials there, but I want to make sure you're with us. Awesome, perfect. Okay, so I think the best way to do this is give you the ability to sort of read through, first do like any sort of intro, but then reading through, and then I can take note when there's a question or comment coming from the commission. Like, does that make sense?
Sure. So I'll turn our attention to page 4, where our first amendment is under clinical visit definition. And so you just want me to read the amendment? Is that correct, Madam Chair?
Yeah, it might help if you like read the line that contains, so the sentence in its entirety of the amendment.
Sure. A clinical visit for an initial certificate of registration shall be performed in person or upon written request of the patient via a telehealth visit that includes a synchronous face-to-face encounter between the certifying healthcare provider and patient.
See no questions. Oh, okay, Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Attorney Baker. I know last night, all of us might have received a letter from the MPAA, the Mass Patients Alliance, Advocacy Alliance, raising the concern about the language around a written request from a patient. Gave it some thought, looked at some of the changes we're suggesting. Obviously, we want to give the patient the option, right, of either doing the in-person visit or a telehealth visit. Somehow that request needs to be initiated by the patient somehow, that is what they prefer. But I think the MPAA, at least as I read their letter, raised some concern about the written portion of it. So my suggestion, or at least entertain some discussion around, is leaving that request, right? Having that request being driven by the patient, but maybe taking out the written piece and leaving the request up to the patient. Make a phone call, send a letter, send an email, but taking the written component out of that request, still leaving it, I think, within the, leaving that with the, power of the or authority of the patient, but not being as prescriptive as to how the request gets made for that type of appointment. Then
Right,
To Commissioner Roy.
but thank you. If I understand, so just strike the word written and leave the rest as is.
I mean, I think that the consultancy with the doctor needs to happen somehow. And I think Attorney Gooden, you pointed this out, we're trying to give some of that control to the patient themselves, which is, again, reading what I saw from the MPAA was concern about a written request. We know that might take time, but giving the patient the authority to either write the request, call the certifying physician's office, leaving it with them, but not being as prescriptive by just saying it needs to be written.
It could be a purple.
Yeah.
Are there any comments? Okay.
I agree.
Commissioner Camargo? Okay.
I agree. Thank you.
So now Commissioner Stebbins would read upon request of the patient via telehealth visit that includes a synchronous face-to-face encounter between certifying healthcare provider and patient. Okay.
Be my suggestion.
Michael, are you or is there another member of the team making note of the edits that are agreed to?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair. Myself and Ivania are going to make the live edits.
Okay. All right, I want to make sure that you got that. So
I captured it. Yeah,
Mm.
excuse me.
Go ahead. So I just want to make sure you have that. We're striking written, just the term written, and then proceeding with the rest of the language.
Yep, so I have that now. I can read it back after your amendments before we move on from each topic, if that makes sense.
That makes
So
sense.
now it reads, a clinical visit for an initial certificate of registration shall be performed in person or upon request of the patient via a telehealth visit that includes a synchronous face-to-face encounter between the certifying healthcare provider and patient.
Thank you, Michael. All right, we can continue.
Okay, and the next one is on page 11. It's the marijuana delivery operator definition. So it reads, marijuana delivery operator or delivery operator means an entity licensed to purchase at wholesale or warehouse furnished marijuana products acquired from a marijuana cultivator, marijuana product manufacturer, microbusiness, or craft marijuana cooperative, and white label, repackage, sell, and deliver finished marijuana products, marijuana accessories, and marijuana branded goods directly to consumers. A delivery operator is an additional license type under Mass General Law, Chapter 94G, Section 4B1, that allows for the limited delivery of marijuana or marijuana products to consumers and shall not be considered to be a marijuana retailer under 935 CMR 500-002 or 500-050 and shall be subject to 935 CMR 500.050 1B.
Are there Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Just a question, and it might be for you, Chair, or you, Commissioner Camargo.
Yep.
You know, the language is, we're saying previously struck the previously prohibited delivery operators from repackaging. Now we are saying they can repackage, and just wondering kind of the evolution of that discussion or how that change got made or considered.
Commissioner Camargo, did you want to respond?
Clarify that again. I don't understand.
I think you might be, so we had the conversation publicly during
Yeah.
our public meetings, but it was the question or Commissioner Stebbins, you might.
Ask it
Sure.
again.
Sure. No. Obviously, what's up for consideration is allowing a marijuana operator to repackage.
Yes,
Previously, they were not allowed to repackage products.
yes.
And again, thinking back to the last conversation where we took a vote, right, which was around changing the 2-driver requirement. I'm just wondering
This was,
where the evolution of the change for repackaging came from.
So this was a part of the conversation too.
Okay,
We did vote on this as well. So it was around repackaging, lifting the cap limit for delivery license types.
okay,
And then for decreasing the requirement from 2 to 1 driver.
okay,
The repackaging conversation was because we were talking about retailers are currently able to repackage.
right,
And delivery operators in a sense have a similar situation in the way that they function. So it was giving that ability to delivery operators as well.
okay.
But we did vote and have the conversation when we rolled out the just the overall conversation on delivery.
it's okay. It's been a while.
Well, no, I went back to the meeting minutes, and the vote we took, or at least recorded in our minutes, only addressed the 2-driver requirement.
No, you voted yes, but you voted no on the 2 drivers.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I looked at the wrong part of the minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Commissioner,
It's as form, well, sometimes the meeting minutes are very high level.
Mm-hmm.
So the YouTube, if you can see, the YouTube would show a little more granular.
Mm-hmm.
That we did vote on repackaging, lifting the caps in the 2 to 1. So
Okay,
If I may.
Commissioner.
Yeah, the repackaging, Commissioner Roy, and this is how I tie it together all the time. You had asked to make sure that during the repackaging, that the operators at their locations comply with any sanitary or any other stuff that needs to happen. So that was one of the conversations we had. So making sure, and you'll see 2 amendments to the delivery regs when we're going through the process. Those were from the sponsoring commissioners, and we can discuss those later, but this one was part of it.
Okay, all right. I didn't look at all of us, and I guess.
Thank you,
the
Commissioner.
Motion from December. Okay.
Michael, we can continue.
Is there any other amendments to this section, or is this okay as is?
There are no amendments to this.
All right, the next amendment is on page 13, the micro business definition. And it reads, micro business means an entity that can be either a tier 1 marijuana cultivator or marijuana product manufacturer or both, in compliance with the operating procedures for each license type as applicable, and if in receipt of a delivery endorsement issued by the commission, may deliver marijuana or marijuana products produced at the licensed location directly to consumers in compliance with established regulatory requirements for retail sale as it relates to delivery.
Are there any questions or comments? Commissioner Roy?
The social consumption component for micro businesses, isn't there a social consumption component to micro businesses?
Are you saying in this?
That's not,
Are you-
it's silent here.
you mind expanding?
Hold on, just, can I put a pin in it and we go back to it? We can keep moving forward.
Can I have the clarification?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Roy, are you, I think it's silent here, but I think in another place, it tells you that micro business is part of the social consumption, under the social consumption.
Yeah, I just don't,
regs.
right.
Under the social consumption regs, you will see that micro business is included.
Yeah, but it talks to them be able to get a delivery endorsement, but I don't know why it's silent here in this part of the definition.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, I think the language that they incorporate operating procedures for each license type as applicable, I think is meant to be all consuming. They could apply for social consumption, they could apply for retail, they could apply for, instead of spelling it all out, again, look to the legal team, but I think type as applicable was meant to capture all of the available licenses that they could pursue.
Legal 100 Pine.
I know, Tim, please.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. And
Council, good.
thank you. Commissioner Roy, just wanted to point out that up here, this is just a definition. So this is explaining what that license type and that defined term is throughout the regulations. But excuse me, I forget who specifically said this, but down later on in the regulations, there was an explicit prohibition against ownership of certain other license types. And once we get down into that area, that will be removed. So just in this section of the regulations, it might not speak to that explicitly. And we have, there is a strike through in this definition that removes some other regulatory requirements or restrictions from this definition section down into the actual, I'll say, regulations proper, where that has kind of the prohibitions and restrictions on that.
I have, so let's put a pin in this and
Okay.
let's see if later on.
It satisfies it.
And then
Alright.
if so, we'll,
Literally put a.
yeah,
Thing number 1.
yeah.
Pin.
Okay, Michael, we can continue.
Okay, the next amendment is under 500,005 for fees. It's on page 21. So it simply reads applicants for micro business.
Are there any questions or comments? Okay, Michael, we can continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next one is on the following page, page 22. So there's a new language. It's subsection 4. To the extent a microbusiness licensee is engaged in cultivation or product manufacturing activities, the annual license fee shall be 50% of all applicable annual licensing fees.
You, Attorney Baker, are there any questions or comments? Okay, Attorney Baker, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this one is just adding microbusiness licenses under subsection 5B.
So far, no questions, Attorney Baker.
All right. The next amendments are under 500.050 on page 30.
Okay, hold on, Michael, I think there's a question on 22.
Yes.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. Again, should we put a pin in that? It's silent on social consumption.
I guess,
Wouldn't it be applicable? The social consumption fee would be 50%.
So the subsection, okay, to the extent of microbusiness licenses engaged in cultivation or product manufacturing activities, the annual license fee shall be 50% of all applicable annual license fees. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I think I know where you're going and what you're thinking. I think you'll see it towards the end, but also the micro business is the license, right? It's the umbrella. And then since they're allowed to be part of social consumption, it's sort of, it's not that it's assumed, and I know what you're saying in terms of it's silent, but I think it doesn't go in these sections, but we could put a pin on it. I don't know.
And I think the thing that I'm looking for is any reference to social consumption in this section for any of the license types.
It
So I
doesn't.
don't see that.
It doesn't.
Yeah. Commissioner, okay, I get what you're saying, Commissioner Camargo, I understand that. Okay, Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, I was just saying, it's talking about the activity. So not every micro business cultivates, not every micro business product manufactures. So but not every micro business will have a social consumption.
That's right.
So at some point, we are going to have to fix this. Do we fix it now?
Attorney Gooden, Attorney Baker. Is there any perspective that you guys have, as a legal perspective? Attorney Gooden.
Sure. And thank you, Madam Acting Chair. And just wanted to clarify, I apologize. Are we speaking about the new or revised, I guess, shifted subsection 4, or are we talking about under 5, the seed to sale SOR monthly program fees are waived for
So
business licenses?
we're on
Number 4?
number 3.
Oh, 4, you're right.
Page 22.
Yes.
Yeah.
4.
Page 22 right there. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was speaking to the correct one. So this language is actually essentially a lift and shift from the micro business section that occurs later on in the regulations. So this was an effort to essentially put like regulations with like regulations. So this deals with fees. And the rationale here is really just to try to simplify the language that was in the regulations originally and just state that. So a micro business licensee is allowed to do 2 activities, or I should say up to 2 activities. They can cultivate and they can be a tier 1 cultivator. They can be a product manufacturer. So if they are engaged in cultivation, they would, and only cultivation, they would only pay 50% of that applicable annual license fee. So that would be 50% of a tier 1 annual license fee. If they were engaged in product manufacturing only, they would only pay 50% of that product manufacturing fee. And then if they're engaged in both of those activities, they pay 50% of each applicable annual license fee. Commissioner Roy is speaking to social consumption. Microbusiness licensees are able to, under these revised regulations, as they're contemplated right now, they would be able to apply for social consumption licenses, but this provision, that 50% reduction in annual license fees, would not apply to that license. It would only apply to the micro business license. Now, you are correct that right now, social consumption establishments are, they are in the exclusivity period, so only social equity businesses would be able to apply for those. And those application fees are waived under 500,005-1B, as well as under annual license fees. So that speaks to 1B1, talks about application fees are waived for certain groups, and under clause B of that, that talks about businesses controlled with and by majority ownership of social equity program participants and/or economic empowerment priority applicants. And then if we look at 500,005-1B2, that talks about the annual license fee reduction for both social equity program participants and economic empowerment priority applicants, as well as certified DBEs from the SDO. So that is where those annual fee reduction would be contained. So they would not be in that micro business one. That's only speaking to the micro business license annual fee reductions.
Commissioner Roy?
Okay, so I read it in 556 B. Social consumption establishment licensees shall be limited on an exclusive basis. That's what you alluded to, Tim, exclusive basis. Controlled by and with majority ownership comprised of economic empowerment, priority applicants, or social equity participants, semicolon micro businesses in craft marijuana cooperatives. So you're saying that the micro businesses and the craft marijuana cooperatives have to be owned by SEP or EEA, but that's not how it reads.
No, that, oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry for jumping in there.
Bad, no.
And apologies for jumping in like that. So on, if we're talking about 500,050.6.
Yes.
Social consumption establishments, and if we're talking about 6B right
Yes.
there, that is talking about which groups are able to apply for social consumption establishments under the current regulations. So those groups are EEA and SEP, as well as micro businesses and craft marijuana cooperatives. So craft marijuana cooperatives and micro businesses have their own requirements for applications, such as residency requirements and stuff like that, or other. So those are, that is, it's almost as if we're reading it in the reverse there to say that social consumption must be one of these three. Those are the three categories that are able to apply for social consumption. So right now, under the current regulations, and I know we'll be getting to social consumption later on in the year, so this is those are subject to change, but that would be kind of the restrictions in there, not necessarily related to the fee aspect, if that's helpful.
Commissioner Roy?
So the social consumption fee waiver will only apply to
The social equity program participants. So that would be kind of a subcategory. So if you are a social equity program participant and you are a social equity license holder, you would then get that 50% reduction. If you are a micro business or a craft marijuana cooperative, unless you qualify for one of the other fee reduction. So if you are a certified disadvantaged business, then you can also take advantage of that annual license fee reduction.
Okay. I understood it, but it's just my brain then. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think when we look at the bottom of page 22, when we talk about license types, and over on the page 24, we spell out every type of license type except social consumption establishment. And I think perhaps when we get to thinking about reg changes for social consumption establishment, we should build that fee information in at that.
There is a line there currently for social consumption establishment.
Oh, shoot.
But of course, it should still be a part of your.
Yeah, I was looking alphabetically and
But so
it got tucked up in the middle.
Commissioner Roy.
thank you, Acting Chair. To that point, it doesn't suss out just as social consumption and 50% of all applicable fees. It doesn't suss it out there. You're saying, Tim, only EEA, SCP will get the fee waiver, not the micro businesses and the craft cooperative, which I thought all of them that qualify for that social consumption, that exclusive it would be applicable to everyone that's able to get that exclusive license type. And it's not sussed out in this chart, but you're saying only EEA, SCP will be able to get that 50%, not micro business and craft cooperative.
Attorney Gooden.
Apologize. Let me just pull that up so I have that. I have the printed revisions on me and I am just going to look at this.
We're on page 24, the fee.
Yes, Commissioner Camargo.
I just want to talk to Bruce. Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah.
While he's looking for that, I think that these are good notes for us to obviously, write down so that when we go back, because I feel like while we're working on the social consumption regs, we're going to have to go through all the regs and see what needs to be edited. And I think some of this stuff needs to be relooked at for social consumption. So I'm hesitant to add anything social consumption on here today. That's just me, because I think we have to do a full review once we finish. But I'm just sort of,
Yeah, but I think I'm sorry. I think it's appropriate. I mean,
absolutely, yeah.
point of
Yeah.
business today is to make sure micro businesses are not constrained by the license requirement.
That's right.
So we do want to see the expansion of that
Yes.
and maybe, getting back into the meat and potatoes of waivers for social consumption fees and things like that.
Yeah.
But we want to make sure the language is clear today that micro businesses are not limited to the one license
Correct.
so that they can expand and not forfeit their license when they want to grow. But
Correct.
I hear you, Commissioner Roy, in terms of making sure that should we do some things to spell out more of the social consumption parameters to that, maybe it should wait until our social consumption.
Attorney Gooden.
Yes, and I apologize. Commissioner Roy, would you be able to restate your question for me? I'm in the
Copy, page 24, the top chart.
Yep.
And we're talking about, my understanding of your answer to my question was, although micro businesses are eligible for that exclusive license type, they are not eligible for the fee waiver. And I would have guessed that would apply to craft cooperatives as well. So my understanding from my question, your answer is that even though I'm reading it differently in 556B, that only EEA and SCP would be eligible for that fee waiver. And I guess why I'm bringing this up is because I want to cover everything that impacts micro businesses. And social consumption does. Now I understand we're not there yet, but if we're not unable to do it today, then I just ask we be mindful that we have to keep in mind social consumption, how it impacts micro businesses when we do the full review. But so this doesn't suss out in this chart who's eligible for the fee reduction here of social consumption.
Attorney Gooden, before you opine, the other thing so this chart also spells out fees related to delivery license types as well. I'm assuming that's because, after the exclusivity period wraps, it's open to the larger universe of potential licensees, and this is the general fees and fines that would be applied. I guess I I want to hear what your response is, but I guess I'm also mindful of the fact that this is laid out in a way that goes beyond SEP and EEA, because we understand that at some point that exclusivity period does. And are training good, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, Madam Acting Chair and Commissioner Roy, I think, Madam Acting Chair, what you said is correct there. This chart is really just speaking about the overall or general application fees and annual license fees. I think one thing in here, though, if marijuana micro businesses is distinct from any of the other ones, and where it says 50% of all applicable license fees, my understanding of that intent is not to say any license that they hold or anything along those lines is subject to that 50% reduction. I do know that saying all applicable license fees, that perhaps could be where some of that confusion is coming from here too. And I could see a kind of any reader of this kind of looking at that and seeing, okay, any license that you hold, there's a 50% reduction there based on what that says in the chart. As I stated at the outset on this one, my interpretation of the applicable license fees, and I think this has been the interpretation of the commission thus far too, in line with that new paragraph 4, it's really related to the 2 licensed activities that micro businesses are allowed to engage in. And so this was an effort to say, all right, if you're engaged in cultivation, it's a 50% of that license fee. That is the applicable license fee here. Because this is more versatile and allows for cultivation as well as product manufacturing, a combination of the 2, choosing one versus the other. I think it's my understanding of that language that it's supposed to say, or it is intending to convey rather, if you are only engaged in cultivation, that is the applicable license fee. But that would not be kind of based on the revisions that are being discussed today, that now allows a micro business more flexibility in terms of what other licenses and license types they can apply for. That would not continue to say, you would get 50% off your marijuana retail license, say, if a micro business applied for a marijuana retail. Similarly, that would also not go towards social consumption establishment annual license fees and the like. If there's a desire, I mean, as the commission, as the board, you can choose to amend that language if you want to clarify it. Another option could be to clarify what this means in a guidance document, to say that, look, there's really a limited amount of kind of configurations a micro business can take. It's either just cultivation, just product manufacturing, or both. So we could spell out that this would be, if you are only engaged in cultivation, this would be your annual license fee, similar with product manufacturing as well as the combination. And we could also use that to spell out that that fee reduction, that 50% of all applicable license fees, does not continue to additional licenses that the micro business may obtain subsequent to promulgation of these regulations.
Thank you. And thank you too. I wonder if we should tighten up then for a little bit, because it is a little, like, it does leave a little room for interpretation. So instead of that, to the extent a micro business licensee is engaged in cultivation or product manufacturing activities, those annual license fees shall be 50%. I don't know. Is there a way to tighten that language up? Because I think if I'm a micro business, I think I'm eligible for a social consumption license, then am I getting the 50% off of it?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Commissioner Roy, what I might suggest here is we can take some time and I can work with our licensing team and our legal team and anybody else, that any other internal stakeholders that might be able to kind of help to opine on this. And we could potentially draft some language for consideration by the commission as well. I don't necessarily want to do it like live time right now. I think it would be a better product if we maybe had a break later on, we're able to engage, and then we could bring that back for consideration. I think one option we could explore is essentially just spelling it out a little bit more. I think if in the way that it is right now, if the micro business license changed, this would still be able to kind of be flexible enough, but we could also look into kind of spelling out if you are a cultivator, this is what it will be. If you're a product manufacturer, this will be. If you're engaged in both, it will be 50% of both. I just don't want to try to say it right now. I'd rather take a little bit of time to try to write it.
Yeah.
Commissioner Camargo?
No,
Yeah, thank you. No, I was gonna say the same thing. I'm Commissioner Roy, I think what you're saying is, I understand what you're saying in terms of like spelling it out and making it more clear. I was also just thinking, and I guess we'll hear back from him, but we're also putting this out for public comment, hopefully today, right? So we still have an opportunity when it comes back from public comment, as long as we have the discussion today. But Commissioner Stebbins, I mentioned something earlier, and I know you two are the sponsoring commissioners on this license. Now it's all of ours on this policy, right? This is all ours, but I don't know if you had any thoughts, Commissioner Stebbins.
No, I appreciate the suggestion. Obviously, it'd be great to kind of clean things up all at once, but at the same time, giving legal staff a chance to kind of finesse what that change is, right? Finesse how we can be much clearer, because we don't want to keep coming back and revisiting pieces of the regulations. But I'm certainly open to legal staff coming.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so we'll put a pin in that. That's the second pin. And Attorney Baker, I believe that brings us back to, we're going forward. Where were we with the next page? Your pins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're on page 30 in section 500.050.
What page did you say?
30, 500,
1B. And I just wanted to clarify that there's a couple instances here where language is strucken out of this draft and underlined. And so I just want to point out in those instances that those are not actual amendments that should be reflected, that were reflected in prior drafts. So we'll have to remove those and clean it up. So basically what I'm trying to say for this one is that there was no amendment here, but I wanted to point it out because it does come up in a couple of instances. So legal going forward, before we finalize these drafts, we'll remove these. But I wanted to point it out because it is the next area in which it shows amendment.
Okay, let me make sure I'm understanding you correctly. So there are no changes here. It just looks
There
like
are
there's
no-
a change to this.
Exactly. And that is part of what legal would be doing, is cleaning up the instances in which this occurs. So I will make sure that this is not reflected. And ultimately, when we submit it to the Secretary of State's office, we need to make sure that all amendments are reflected through Redline. And so in this instance, again, I'm going to remove this after the fact, but unfortunately, I didn't have an opportunity to do that before this was submitted. So just pointing that out, there's, I think, maybe 2 more instances where it arises. So again, there's no amendment here, but please let me know if you have questions.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so that means that the next amendment would be B5.
Yep, on page 31.
Okay, all right.
And I will read that. Licensees and persons or entities having direct or indirect control holding licenses that allow them to cultivate marijuana are limited to a maximum canopy of 1,000 square feet distributed across all applicable licenses, inclusive of MTC licenses.
100,000. So I'll reread that just because that was a little error. Licensees and persons or entities having direct or indirect control holding licenses that allow them to cultivate marijuana are limited to a maximum canopy of 100,000 square feet distributed across all applicable licenses, inclusive of MTC licenses. Are there any questions or comments from my fellow commissioners? Okay. Attorney Baker, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about that. The next one is also on page 31. Below, this is.
Hold on, Attorney Baker. Do you have a question from Commissioner Roy? Commissioner Roy?
Attorney Baker, the language with the strike through on number 5, so that is a legitimate strike through?
So if it does
Any-
not have a strike through and an underline, the strike through and an underline is proposed language that was not accepted into this draft. And so the strike through is legitimate strike through. It's from prior regulations.
Okay, so I think for the purposes of transparency, because this was an existing regulation, I think we should read the strike through and annotate it as such, so folks know what we're eliminating.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Roy, are you saying because you were not clear about what was being eliminated?
So I think because this is an existing it's existing language
Right.
in our regulations.
Mhm.
And in the spirit of transparency, I think we should read it as such, and that it is being removed, is being stricken from the regular. So folks who are listening, we see it, but folks who are listening will know that this will no longer, we're proposing this be removed. So I'm just wondering if Attorney Baker could say, and this will be stricken from the regulation, and read the language.
That's not a bad suggestion. Are you asking him to read?
Yeah, and
Attorney Baker, can you select, maybe we start with the original language and then state what the revision would read?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll just I'm gonna go back to our I have to go back to our regulations before, so just give me 1 second.
Okay.
he might have
a
copy. I know. He doesn't have his.
let's see if I can pull it up. Maybe we can do a tag team on this one. Yes,
I put the language in the meeting chat.
oh, you did, okay, you put the original language.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Tim. All right, I'll read this, and Mike, I think you are able to see this as well. So the original language read, any person or entity having direct or indirect control or licensee shall be limited to a total of 100,000 square feet of canopy distributed across no more than 3 cultivation licenses under 935 CMR 500 and 3 MTC licenses. A craft marijuana cooperative licensee shall be limited to 1 license and a total of 100,000 square feet of canopy. That was the original language. The amended language, as was stated earlier, states licensees and persons or entities having direct or indirect control holding licenses that allow them to cultivate marijuana are limited to a maximum of canopy of 100,000 square feet distributed across all applicable licenses, inclusive of MTC licenses. I'll ask again if there are any amendments or comments on the language. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And just, I can provide some insight into this edit as well. This edit I would characterize as more of a technical change. This is for a couple of different reasons. One, because the regulations being contemplated today allow micro businesses to hold additional licenses as well. That means that they could be a micro business, so they have a tier 1 cultivating license, and then they can obtain 2 additional cultivating licenses. So the language here that says licenses that allow them to cultivate marijuana, that is marijuana cultivating licenses, marijuana microbusiness licenses. And so this is here expanding the language to just say any cultivating licenses. And then it is also just retaining the same requirement. So it is not a substantive change to that total canopy cap of 100,000. But it is clarifying that if you have a cultivating license, you are allowed to have 3 cultivating licenses, and this cap applies to all of those applicable cultivating licenses. That could be a medical marijuana treatment center license, which allows for cultivation. It could be cultivator licenses. It could be a micro business. So for example, you could see one instance where there is a micro business that has a tier 1 cultivator license, a medical marijuana treatment center that has its own cultivation operation, and then a cultivating license. The cap over, if a licensee held each of those license types, their total canopy cap would be 100,000 square feet distributed. And then just that last sentence where it says a craft marijuana cooperative license shall be limited to 1 license and a total of 100,000 square feet of canopy. That has been moved down to the new subsection or paragraph 8, which is limitations on the number and control of craft marijuana cooperatives. And I know Attorney Baker is going to get into that momentarily, but this is just an effort to make sure that the paragraph is only doing one thing and not doing containing multiple requirements in that same paragraph.
Thank you, Tim. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. Thank you, Tim, for that explanation. I had put in my notes previously, and so you use tier 1 and micro business interchangeably, but we refer to them separately. So I'm wondering if we should put inclusive of micro businesses and MTC there, because technically they're not, even though they grow in the tier 1, they're technically not a tier 1.
Commissioner, yeah, thank you, Madam Acting Chair. Commissioner, so micro businesses are defined as an entity that can be either a tier 1 marijuana cultivator or marijuana product manufacturer or both. So that's why I'm using the term tier 1 on there. It's really just essentially saying you can be a cultivator, but you're limited to a tier 1
Limited to
canopy size. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't feel we need to include micro business there?
Based on the language right now, I think this language is sufficient, but
Okay.
if the board wants to clarify that we could do that as well.
Thank you, Tim. Commissioner Roy, did you have a response?
Yeah, just because it's named differently. It is called a micro business. It comes through differently on our executive summaries, labeled as micro business. It's got its own, so I didn't know if we should.
I think so where's the reference to tier 1 in the language?
Him and his explanation was saying, just talking about it.
In terms of the regs.
Tim.
Yeah, of course. So in the marijuana and the micro business definition, that calls it a tier 1. Where are?
I meant where we are right now. So the question is around including or specifying that we're not only talking in terms of tier 1. I'm saying in this section, where's the reference to tier 1?
So this section does not reference tier 1. And what I would say too is one thing the board might consider here as well is rather than adding more. So this is saying licenses that allow them to cultivate marijuana. So that would be.
I was also.
Okay.
I didn't see that here. So I was just wondering if there was a need to.
Of course.
Differentiate when it wasn't referenced. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay. Attorney Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next amendment is on the same page in subsection 1B6C. And in this, again, we're changing, I'll just read it, excuse me. No person or entity having direct or indirect control shall be granted or hold more than a combined total of 3 delivery operator or marijuana courier licenses at any time.
Thank you, Attorney Baker. So this is the increase in the cap for delivery license types from 2 to 3. Are there any questions, Commissioner Roy?
I think we need to strike the word combined. Combined means different things. So as it reads, it's saying you can only have, and we talked about this at our public meeting, that they can own 3 delivery operators and 3 courier, but the way it reads, it's a combined.
Attorney Gooden, Attorney Baker, is there any you expand on the way this is drafted from the legal perspective?
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. Excuse me, I'm just reading it one more time as well. I believe Commissioner Roy, my interpretation is the same as yours. But this, I would have to go back to the motion language specifically to know what the commissioner's intent was at that time. But right here, you are correct. So no person or entity having direct or indirect control shall be granted or hold more than a combined total of 3 delivery operator or marijuana courier licenses at any time. So that would be, you could have 2 delivery operator, 1 marijuana courier, but you could not continue to get these delivery licenses. So if you wanted to strike that, that would have the effect of saying you could have 3 delivery operator licenses or 3 marijuana courier licenses.
And for added edification, the way that our current cap limits operate, you can have 3 of each license type under the existing caps.
I believe under the current caps, you are allowed to have a total of 2 delivery licenses, and delivery licenses are defined as delivery operator or marijuana courier.
Sam, that wasn't my question. I understand what you're saying. I know that with delivery, I'm saying for the other universe of license types, the cap is 3 of each other license type.
Yes, and that cap is also statutory as well, so just want to add that.
Thank you. So I do agree, and we did have this conversation.
We did.
Talked about
We did.
this
I brought it up
reflecting.
then.
You did.
Yeah, I did. I brought it up.
And we had a legal conversation too.
Yeah.
We took a break and had a conversation.
So I'm in agreement in changing that language so that it's aligned with how the other regulations are as well. So 3 delivery operator license types and 3 marijuana courier licenses at a time. Maybe we put a pin on that just so that the team has a chance to draft it in a way that incorporates our intentions. So what does that make? Pen number 3? Or do we get the pens?
Yes.
Pen 3. All right, so we'll put a pin on that. Attorney Gooden and Attorney Baker, I just need to make sure that you heard sort of the direction that we're going in here and that there's a chance to work on that language and then return. Commissioner Roy?
I just want to add, by striking that word, it has a profound difference. This is saying someone can only have 3 total of those 2 or 6.
That's right.
So this is a profound difference by striking one word.
Okay, Attorney, well, first I'll pause there to see if there are any additional comments, questions. Okay, Attorney Baker, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're putting a pin in that last one and we will revisit it.
Actually,
So the next,
Attorney Baker, hold on, I feel like we can kind of,
Yeah.
we can wordsmith this really quickly, actually. This might be a little different. So maybe no person or entity having direct or indirect control shall be granted or hold more than
In total.
a total of 3 delivery operator, and 3 marijuana courier licenses at any time.
Yep.
I think that does it.
Done.
Let's say it one more time just to make sure.
I don't need to.
Yep. Yep. Okay, so no person or entity having direct or indirect control shall be granted or hold more than a total of 3 delivery operator and 3 marijuana courier licenses at any time. Are we in agreement? All right, I see the head nods. Attorney Baker, are you and the team were you able to capture that edit?
I was, Madam Chair, thank you.
All right, okay, so now we can continue.
All right, and we're gonna go down to the next subsection 7. It reads, limitations on number and control of microbusiness licenses. Cultivating microbusiness licensees shall have the microbusiness license count towards the total limit on marijuana cultivation licenses granted or held for any person or entity having direct or indirect control. So that's A. B is manufacturing microbusiness licensees shall have the microbusiness license count towards the total limit on marijuana product manufacturing licenses granted or held for any person or entity having direct or indirect control.
Okay, let's pause there. Are there any questions or comments from the commission?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Roy?
I don't really understand that because, so you're saying someone cannot own 3 micro businesses, but then they cannot own 3 outdoor cultivate or 3 cultivation licenses. That's what I'm understanding. It's counting towards that limit, which is different than the canopy. I understand how micro business would count towards the canopy of 100,000 square feet, but I don't understand why someone couldn't have 3 micro businesses count towards the limit of cultivation. Say I'm only product manufacturing. How is that? Why does that impact me to own 3 separate cultivation licenses?
I see Attorney Gooden is
Okay.
ready with the response.
Okay.
Attorney Gooden, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner Roy, you're correct. We wouldn't want to do that. That is what the language here is trying to do. So here, what this is, and just also in reference to the conversation we were just having here as well, I went back and looked at the statutory limitation on the number of licenses. So just for kind of some background context in here as well, because I think this is helpful. What General Laws Chapter 94G Section 16 says is that no licensee shall be granted more than 3 marijuana retail licenses, 3 marijuana medical marijuana treatment center licenses, 3 product manufacturer licenses, or 3 marijuana cultivator licenses. So here, what this is saying, this is really, I believe, an intent to stick with the spirit of that limitation. So what this is saying is, if you are a cultivating micro business, then that micro business license is going to be count towards your total of 3 cultivating licenses. So you could, if you are a micro business that only engages in cultivation, you cannot seek 3 marijuana cultivator licenses. You would be limited to 2. But this is broken up into a subsection A and a subsection B to get at the point that you're speaking about exactly. So if you are a micro business that only engages in product manufacturing, that license is not going to count towards your limit on being a cultivator. So you could get 3 cultivating licenses, provided you are not cultivating as a micro business. And then similarly with product manufacturing, if you are a micro business that only engages or uses that for cultivating, that will not count towards your total limit on product manufacturing.
Thank you.
Of course.
Are there any additional questions before we go on to the next section? Attorney Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next one is a new section as well. It reads Section 8, limitations on number and control of craft marijuana cooperatives. A craft marijuana cooperative licensee shall be limited to 1 license and a total of 100,000 square feet of canopy.
Thank you, Attorney Baker. Are there any questions? Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure, just a point of clarification. I had this conversation with Attorney Gooden. Obviously, we know craft marijuana cooperatives can pursue other license types, pursue a social consumption license type. And it's reflected elsewhere. I guess my only question, we have language for it, is to balance the language out, saying that the craft marijuana cooperative license may apply for additional licenses in accordance with 935 CMR 500.0503I, which is on page 34. Just to make it clear that if I was interested in the craft marijuana cooperative license and I only read up to this point, I would think that would be the only license I could have. So it's trying to clarify that limited to that 1 license for up to 100,000 square feet of canopy, but I think we just want to add language that also says, look at 0503I and so you know the other licenses you can apply for outside of cultivation. Because if you just read that, it's like, I get 1 license, because this does come under, kind of general requirements.
So something along the lines of like unless, and you reference.
Yeah, I can drop it into the chat, or maybe Tim, you still have the language.
Very good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will take a look and grab that language.
As you're doing that, let me just make sure, well, you know what, we'll get the language first. We'll look through the proposed language to see if there's consensus around it. But I think I'm understanding you correctly, is just having a reference to that next section and saying, you know, unless that section applies.
Right.
Okay. All right, we'll put a pin on that. That's page. That is, yeah, page 31. It is it's 500.0501B8. Okay, Attorney Baker, we can move on to the next section.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the next section is one that we will have to amend again later. So I'm going to put the original language in the chat that I'll read from first for transparency, again, as Commissioner Roy indicated. And here it is. So subsection A, 5A, is substantially the same, and new amended subsection B is actually the last sentence in subsection old A. So I will read it. The old version, again, it's 5 marijuana microbusinesses. A microbusiness is an entity that can either be a tier 1 marijuana cultivator or a marijuana product manufacturer or both. And if in a receipt of delivery endorsement issued by the commission, may deliver marijuana products produced at the licensed location directly to consumers in compliance with established regulatory requirements for retail sale as it relates to delivery. And then again, this comes down to the next section after, but a micro business that is a marijuana product manufacturer may purchase no more than 2,000 pounds of marijuana or its dry weight equivalent in raw concentrate per year from other marijuana establishments, but not any other marijuana products. So the new language for B, I'll skip down because again, A doesn't change, reads a micro business engaged in product manufacturing operations may purchase a maximum of 2,000 pounds of marijuana or its dry weight equivalent in raw concentrate per year from other marijuana establishments or MTCs.
I think that's just getting moved down from the definition. Is that correct?
That's how I'm reading that. Mike, I'm not sure if you can hear Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner, do you mind repeating that again?
Yeah. Thanks, Attorney Baker. And that's essentially the same language that you moved down from the definition because you didn't think it was appropriate being in the definition purposes.
That is correct.
Very good.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I do just want to point out one substantive difference. This also allows for micro businesses engaged in product manufacturing to purchase from medical marijuana treatment centers as well as marijuana establishments. And that is just for consistency with other aspects of our regulations that don't prohibit that transfer.
Thank you, Attorney Gooden. Commissioner Roy?
Well, again, we're going to stay silent just for the record on social consumption here on A, 5A. And maybe we need to add it back once we do the social consumption.
Section. Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Margot, if you are in agreement, or have any comment on that, just making sure you take a note of it for the social consumption. Right, okay. All right, Attorney Baker, please continue.
All right, so the next subsection that is amended, some language is stricken from D, and it had read before, a micro business licensee may not be a person or entity having direct or indirect control for any other marijuana establishment except an independent testing laboratory. So actually, let me.
Social consumption establishment.
I think we've moved that language.
So D currently reads, a majority of the micro businesses, executives, or members shall have been residents of Massachusetts for no less than 12 months prior to application.
Okay, I just, I'm looking at the original language and it looks like there's a little bit of a shift here.
Yeah.
From C. So the original C read, a micro business licensee may not be a person or entity having direct or indirect control for any other marijuana establishment except a social consumption establishment. A majority of the micro businesses, executives or members shall have been residents of Massachusetts for no less than 12 months prior to application. It's in the chat.
Oh,
Yeah. So now the change is. The change would strike all the initial language. And would only read a majority of the micro businesses, executives and members shall have been residents of Massachusetts for no less than 12 months prior to application.
Chair, I think we took, the stricken language shows up someplace else, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so you attorney good and attorney good first.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Acting Chair. So this language explicitly doesn't, so the first sentence, essentially what this revision is a strike of the first sentence of the existing 500, yeah, exactly, the existing subsection C. The underlined language for independent testing laboratory, I think some commissioners caught this, but that is a track change that was struck. So I think the intent of including that there was to specify that they cannot be an ITL. We have removed that in this draft for your consideration right now because the restriction on ownership with ITLs versus other licensees, that is a statutory requirement that's contained elsewhere in the regulations. So in an effort to not be duplicative, we just took that out here. And by striking the sentence in its entirety, that allows microbusiness licensees to apply for other types of marijuana establishment licenses. So this goes towards that effort as well.
Got it. So it's an elimination of the restriction.
Correct. Exactly.
Okay. All right, are we good to go to the next section? Are there any other questions on this component, Commissioner Roy?
yeah, I just have a question the way it printed out. Maybe it's just the hard copy because Commissioner Camargo and I were, so on the hard copy, on 34, it ends at the 12, the number 12. And then you go to 35, oh, never mind. Okay, I got it. Never mind, my bad. Okay, we're flipping them. All right, I got it.
Attorney Gooden.
Yeah, Madam Acting Chair, I can speak to kind of some of the formatting quirks in this, if that would be helpful, because I know that would be.
No, I'm good. We're
Okay.
on the wrong page.
Yeah, I think it's just the track changes and.
Commissioner Roy was on the wrong page.
Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Okay, Attorney Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next amendment is on page 39. It's under marijuana courier.
39.
Oh, wait, what about 36?
36.
We went D.
36, it looks like that original subsection D was stricken.
On page 36, Madam Chair.
Yes, on page 36, at the very top. Well, I don't know if you have a hard copy in front of you, but it is, under 5 micro businesses, subsection D. It's stricken.
Okay.
So I don't know if you're able to find it. The application fees and license fees for micro business licenses shall be set at 50% of the combined sum of the application fees and license fees for all the cultivation or manufacturing activities in which the licensee engages. Now that I've read that out loud, I think we've already referenced this earlier on in the regs, so this is already accounted for. But Attorney Baker, I want to just make sure you know where I'm referencing.
Right before social consumption establishments.
Oh, okay.
Do you see it?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so before we go on, are there any questions or comments on this?
I'm just gonna say, we just need to be mindful if we do allow cultivation or product manufacturing at social consumption sites, this throws all this kind of on its head. Like if we decide down the road just be mindful when we move forward.
I feel like that should be tracked somewhere, so much track of that. Well, I'm assuming that Commissioner Camargo and Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, I know.
As long as the YouTube recording is on, we're gonna be fine.
All right, Attorney Baker, we can continue.
And may I?
Yes, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, Commissioner Roy, I appreciate you saying that because I think that the social consumption regs is intertwined with so much stuff that it's helpful for us to go through some of these things now because we're gonna have to go back into so much stuff. Not just the bigger picture of the licenses, but yeah, so thank you.
Attorney Baker.
So the next amendment is on page 39. And this is 05010B4D. It reads, no person or entity with direct or indirect control shall possess or be granted more than 3 marijuana courier licenses.
I don't have any changes to that, but I think it's interesting because Commissioner Roy raised the point earlier.
That would have been contradictory to that. I know. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, Attorney Baker, please proceed.
Sure. So now we're going under marijuana delivery operator on the same page, number 11A. A delivery operator may wholesale and warehouse finished marijuana and finished marijuana products acquired from purchase of a marijuana establishment and deliver, sell, repackage, or otherwise transfer marijuana or marijuana products to consumers.
Thank you, Michael. And it looks like it was just the inclusion of the term repackage here. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Roy.
I think in our meeting, Attorney Gooden, I had mentioned, to be consistent, I think we need to add white labeling in there.
Commissioner Roy, do you mind
Sure.
including it and just reading how that would read?
A delivery operator may wholesale and warehouse finished marijuana and finished marijuana products acquired from purchase of a marijuana establishment and deliver, sell, white label, repackage, or otherwise transfer marijuana or marijuana products to consumers.
And you're saying this language is
To be consistent.
Okay. I heard it from our council, so I'm assuming that is an agreement. Okay, good.
Yes, Madam Acting Chair, and I just referred back up to the marijuana delivery operator definition, and white label is included in there, so we could, for consistency, include it down here as well.
Good, thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, Commissioner.
Okay, and Attorney Baker, were you able to capture that? Okay, any other comments or questions on this amendment? Attorney Baker, please.
Thank you. The next amendment is a new language in some section 3. C. Delivery operator license does not authorize the licensee to operate a retail storefront.
Yeah, Commissioner Roy.
Attorney Baker, could you please read the strike through above that so folks know?
Where's the strike through?
The one above,
Sure.
we approved the amendment, but we didn't read the strike through.
Attorney Baker, please.
Sure. Thank you. So the strike through reads, wholesale and warehouse finished marijuana products acquired from a marijuana cultivator, marijuana product manufacturer, micro business, or craft marijuana cooperative, and sell and deliver directly to consumers.
All right. Attorney Baker, we can proceed.
So yes, we're back down to so B is now a delivery operator licensee shall operate a warehouse for the purposes of storing finished marijuana products. That language hasn't changed, but it was moved. So now a C reads, a delivery operator license does not authorize the licensee to operate a retail storefront.
Okay, I don't see any questions or comments. Please proceed.
So the new subsection E here reads, a delivery operator shall comply with the labeling and packaging requirements contained in 935 CMR 500 105.5 and 935 CMR 500 105.6 and requirements for handling marijuana pursuant to 935 CMR 500 105.3A and B.
Are there any questions or comments? Okay, Attorney Baker, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next amendment is on page 41, still in 050 11. All right, and this one, amended language reads, no person or entity having direct or indirect control in a delivery operator license shall obtain or be granted more than a combined total of 3 delivery operator licenses.
You need to
Yeah,
now
I
combine.
think so. I don't think that there's utility in the phrase combined. So more than a total of 3, so striking combined.
Be the same as the other.
We have made that amendment here.
Okay, perfect. Michael, can you just read that with the amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair. No person or entity having direct or indirect control in a delivery operator license shall obtain or be granted more than a total of 3 delivery operator licenses.
All right, consensus. You have a question? Oh, okay, Attorney Baker, we're going to, it's 5 minutes. We're gonna have a 5-minute break. So we will break for 5 minutes. My math is off right now. So what is it, 11:53? We'll be back.
We're good with that amendment though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go. All right, Attorney Baker, are you with us and ready to proceed?
I'm ready, Madam Chair.
All right. So tell us where we're looking now, what page and what section?
It's page 62, section 104, 1B3C2 little I. It's a mouthful, but it's a very easy amendment for this one. There's a couple of instances throughout the regulations that the team is trying to clean up, and this is one of them. So the sentence reads, are met, whereas it should just be met. So the full sentence is, if the qualifications are no longer met subsequent to the approved change. Again, this is just a typo we're trying to clean up.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments from the commission? All right, we can continue on.
Thank you. The next similar amendment is a typo on page 67. It's in section 105 1Q4.
Okay.
And this was just a spacing issue. So there was no space in between efficiency programs. Again, there was an issue with including the T as a proposed amendment, but that is actually not required here. It's efficiency programs.
Okay. I don't see any questions or comments. We can continue on.
All right, the next one is on page 86.
So we're all there. All right, so please continue, Attorney Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So then the next three amendments are similar in nature. They add count, or recount, or counting. And I can read them in their entirety. So 7 reads, prior to leaving a marijuana establishment for the purposes of transporting marijuana products, the originating marijuana establishment shall weigh or count, inventory, and account for on video all marijuana products to be transported.
Attorney Baker, do you mind just explaining the effect?
I can defer to Enforcement Counsel, who I think has a good explanation for them.
Attorney Good.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. Thank you, Attorney Baker. And I also want to make sure that I'm giving Acting Director of Investigations, Catherine Binkowski, the opportunity to weigh in here, or our Chief of Investigations, Numkulisi Kamalo, as well. But this revision here, each one that is allowing for a count, an inventory count as well. So just to explain some of the this is more of a technical amendment, I would say, as well. It is substantive, but I think it really is an effort to assist our compliance program and also speak to kind of a concern that we've heard from licensees. So under the current regulations, marijuana establishments are required to weigh products both prior to transporting and upon receipt at the receiving location. For some products, that makes sense. If we're talking about flour, sure. But the regulations, these regulations were written at a time when we didn't have other product types like seltzers. So we have infused seltzers now, and really it doesn't oftentimes make sense to weigh the seltzers beforehand and weigh them after. A count of the number of products typically makes more sense. This also goes for pre-rolls as well. If you have a box of 100 pre-rolls, you can count the 100 pre-rolls as opposed to weighing them, which also weighs the packaging materials, etc. I use seltzers too as the first example because those are typically very heavy, and some licensees may have difficulties trying to comply with that requirement too. So from a compliance standpoint, we feel that this is going to be both more effective and also easier to comply with. But I do see Chief Kamalo has also joined us on screen as well, so I'll defer to her if she wants to add.
Tim. Good afternoon, Chief Kamalo. Do you have any additional comments?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yes, so what EC Gooden explained, it's accurate. When we're going through these regulations, we also had to put into consideration some of the things that we've had from our licenses and some of the things that we've seen during inspections. So really, this is to make it more efficient and also a way to let our licenses know that we did hear them, and we want to ensure that while we're going through these changes, these regulatory changes, we incorporate some of their, concerns and some of the things that they brought up related to this. And as a matter of fact, we've also done it as well in instances where we have had to help wind down a business for whatever reasons. We've seen the amount of time it takes, the effort it takes, and as Tim explained, in some instances, if you have to really be counting pre-rolls and all this other stuff, it's boxes and boxes, a number of, of inventory that people have to go through. So this will make it more efficient, and also it's a way to just say, we had you as far as this is concerned.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Are there any questions or comments from the commission? Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah. Thank you, Attorney Gooden. Thank you, Chief. Kamala, as I'm reading, first of all, I think we ought to stop and take a minute to appreciate the fact that this isn't a policy change necessarily coming from the commission. This is good staff work being driven by your ongoing review, you hearing from the industry. We've talked about this before. Reg changes shouldn't only happen when there's a policy issue. Reg changes should happen when staff confront stuff, because you live and breathe, you and the rest of the team live and breathe these things every day. I'm looking at page 86, though, number 9. Number 9, for instance, it talks about when videotaping the weighing, counting, and inventorying and accounting of marijuana products before transportation or after receipt, the video shall show each product being weighed, the weight, and the manifest. Do we need to update this, say, the weighing, the counting, the inventorying? It just talks about the video just showing weighting requirements.
Attorney Gooden, or I don't know if you want me to defer to Chief Kamala. Chief Kamala, do you have a response to that? So I don't know if you have the regs in front of you, but
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have the regs in front of me. Commissioner Stebbins, so that I understand, you're basically saying that we should update it to be consistent with, the previous revisions that we just talked about. That is a good catch. So definitely we can do that, because that will be consistent or aligned with what we just changed. But it always, so the key thing is, the point is that the weighing and counting, basically what needs to happen is it always needs to be under camera review or camera view. So what we'll do is that I'll have Attorney Gooden look into sort of adding that language as well alongside with Michael Becker. So that is a good catch.
Okay, so
And I think,
go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins.
yeah, I think it's something we could probably, during a lunch break, just make a quick update. I don't think it's that complicated, but we want it to be consistent.
That makes sense. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. So just so I understand, and I agree with you. So you just want it to say not only before transportation, but upon receipt. Is that what you're saying? Then all these things need to occur under video.
Yeah, I mean that, it's videotaping the weighing, counting. You're right, before transportation and after receipt. It's the language after receipt that doesn't seem to jive with the change that we made.
Okay.
It's like, it might be as simple as we want the videotape to show any of the above mentioned processes, whatever.
Okay.
All right, so we'll put a pin on that for the legal team and for the enforcement council team. Come back. Attorney Baker, we can proceed to the next amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next one is below on B1. And again, it's a similar amendment in nature by adding the word count. And it reads, Marijuana establishment agents shall document and report any unusual discrepancy in weight, count, or inventory to the commission and law enforcement authorities not more than 24 hours of the discovery of such discrepancy.
Are there any comments, questions, or suggested edits? Commissioner Roy?
So we have the word accounting on 9. Weighing, counting, inventory, and accounting. So now we have weighing, counting, inventory, but not. Why is accounting up there, but not down here?
So below is the reporting requirements. It says marijuana establishments agents shall document or report any unusual discrepancy in weight, count, or inventory. Where would accounting?
So on 9 above, when
Right.
videotaping or weighing, counting, inventory, and accounting of marijuana products. Why is the word, I guess this is a question for legal, why is the word accounting referred to in 9, but not in reporting requirements? What does the definition of accounting mean there?
But if we're reporting discrepancies in the amount or the weight or inventory, I guess I'll pause and I'll let Attorney Gooden respond if you have say.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. This is, thank you, Commissioner Roy, for pointing this out. I think this is a good catch here. This may be something as simple as just a missing word for consistency. I would like to ask, I'd like to check in, if possible, with our acting director of investigations or chief of investigations enforcement on whether or not there's a substantive effect to add the word accounting into this location, just because it's talking about reporting requirements. Catherine Steen or Acting Director Binkowski and her team would deal with it directly.
I'm gonna jump in here. I don't think there's any missing information there, just because we're spelling it out. This is essentially the accounting. We're saying the count, the weight, the discrepancy. I don't know if I follow what you're saying. The miss.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just recognizing that up at 9, it does say weighing, counting, inventorying, and accounting. I just don't know if that has a substantive or practical impact on what is happening. I see that I see that Chief Kamala is shaking her head and Director Binkowski is at this as well.
Director Binkowski, did you want?
The sound cut out a little bit, Madam Acting Chair. Would you mind?
I just
repeating
wanted
that,
to know
please?
if you had a response to Commissioner Roy's question around not including the term accounting under B1.
Sure. We can take a look at that to see if it's required. Essentially, right now, the regulation without the proposals in it is just inventorying and accounting, which are pretty much duplicative. We don't need it. We were just adding in the making sure that it's saying counting dependent upon whether the licensee chooses to weigh or individually count. It's like Chief Kamala mentioned, the real important thing here is that just that accounting, that inventorying, which are really synonyms, so we can potentially strike one of them, is done under CAM review, and we can see that that inventorying being done by the agents under CAM review.
Thank you, Director Binkowski. Commissioner Roy?
So if I understand, so it's a duplicative word, so it might get stricken from 9.
I'll certainly defer to Attorney Baker and Gooden, but yes, it seems the way it was read, it seems a little jumbled. So we can take a look at that just to make sure that.
Thank you.
Attorney Gooden?
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. The one other thing, just to Catherine's point too, I know that the regulations manual that the Secretary of the Commonwealth's office publishes does advise to not use essentially synonyms or words that would mean the same thing. The example they use is null and void, just use void. So here where it is talking about inventory and accounting, I am also recognizing that in up above in A7, A8, those also say inventory and account for. I tend to agree with Director Binkowski that those seem to be duplicative on their face right now, but to her point, before making any changes at this stage, I think it would behoove us to really kind of go back and see if there's a practical effect to it. But right now, if I'm understanding Director Binkowski correctly, under the reporting requirements, they are required to report and document discrepancies in weight, count, or inventory. I think that would be inclusive of the requirements up above. But we can definitely look into that for if that requires a technical edit or change subsequent to this promulgation, or perhaps in between today and when the commission considers the final, we can provide an answer for you.
Thank you.
Of course.
Are we putting a pin on it?
I think that's the suggestion, but this just went a little bit further because Commissioner Roy's original question was to include Lafayette's accounting under the reporting requirements. And now we're looking into if it's duplicative in the above section. I just feel like the above section is a little bit more encompassing of what we're talking about under 9 for reporting requirements. Like I just, it's going, my own understanding now, it's like it's going a little bit further. I believe it, there's a purpose for that, but you know, if you all believe you should take some time to look into it. Go ahead.
For actually as well to Chief Pamela.
Okay.
To see it.
Chief Pamela?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So looking at this, when we're looking at the reporting requirements, I agree with you, you know, adding the word accounting, it's not really gonna, it's not a substantive change. You know, it's neither here nor there. In other words, like when we're looking at that section related to reporting requirements, because basically what we're telling them is that if you do realize during your way, you know, your count, when you're looking into inventory, we need you to follow your inventory SOPs and ensure that if there's any inventory discrepancies, you are letting the commission know or let law enforcement know. That's really the intent of that, you know, reporting requirement of that regulation. So adding the word accounting is really, I don't see the utility or the need. And I do understand what Commissioner Roy is talking about in terms of like consistency, but then again, we're running into, you know, being duplicative, because the other thing that we went through when we're going through these regulatory changes, we want to ensure that our licenses and whoever has to read our regulations, this is sort of a manual, right? So you're going through a manual to understand what you're required to do, and also to make it digestible. So going back to Catherine's point, I do not see the utility of adding the word accounting. And then you are right, if now we're getting into changing that section 9 and striking the word accounting, I don't think we're at a point where we need to be doing that, because again, it goes back to when looking at their SOPs, they need to be able to account for their inventory at all times. So I think the key thing is to answer Commissioner Roy's question, there's no need to actually to add the word accounting in the reporting requirements, because that's not the intent. The intent is just to basically say inventory discrepancies or anything related to inventory needs to be reported to the commission.
Thank you, Chief Pamela. But I don't believe there are recommended edits for either, you know, the above section, the subject section A, or 9, 8, or under B. I'll pause there just to make sure there is consensus there, though. Okay.
Just clarifying, a change on 9 to strip out.
The change on 9, that's right, thank you. So there is a pin there to that Commissioner Stebbins raised for that latter piece around the video shall show each product being weighed, the weight and the manifest to also account now for the counting. So count and counting. So that pin still exists, and that is something we'll go back to after. Okay. Attorney Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next amendment that I have is on page 87 in 105.13D3. And again, this amendment is one that is not actually an amendment, so I'm going to clean this up after our meeting. This This is a suggested edit that was not incorporated.
Okay.
And subsequently, the next one that I have is further down the page. If there's no other questions on this one,
You can continue.
thank you. For manifests, under F, the new language reads, a marijuana establishment shall complete a manifest prior to transporting marijuana or marijuana products between marijuana establishments or an MTC. A marijuana establishment may utilize a physical or electronic manifest during the transportation of marijuana or marijuana product.
And Attorney Baker, was there anything here originally? Is this all entirely new, the version you just read?
New.
That's new. Let me obtain the original language and I can read that if you would like.
Yes, please.
The original language reads, okay, so it's that stricken language in the paragraph below. A manifest shall be filled out in triplicate with the original manifest remaining with the originating marijuana establishment. A second copy provided to the destination marijuana establishment on arrival, and a copy to be kept with the licensed marijuana establishment agent during transportation and returned to the marijuana establishment or marijuana transporter on completion of a transportation.
Thank you, Attorney Baker. Okay, so are there any questions around this, Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Attorney Baker. So in the stricken language, the word triplicate, and then on page 186 in the regs, we use duplicate for manifest. So we're landing on duplicate. I just want to parse out triplicate versus duplicate for conversation here.
Commissioner Roy, you're speaking about the now stricken language?
Yes, but then but on page, and I jumped ahead a little bit. I looked ahead on manifest, right? And you see the word a manifest shall be completed in duplicate. And the stricken language was triplicate. So I just want to be clear for my own edification that everything will be in duplicate and nothing will be in triplicate.
Nothing will be in duplicate.
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Roy, I don't think anything will be in duplicate because this is a striked language.
Triplicate here.
Right, but it's stricken.
It's stricken. So there's no triplicate anywhere else is what I guess what I'm asking. It's like,
Commissioner Roy, are you asking for the entire regulations? Are you saying?
yes, yes, yes.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please, Council Baker.
Why was triplet? Yeah.
Triplicate is only reflected in the amendment, or I'm sorry, is only reflected here under F1 from the original language. It's not reflected elsewhere in the regulations.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
There, Attorney Gooden.
I'm sorry, Madam Acting Chair, could I just ask a question?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that I'm seeing this correctly. Commissioner Roy, where in the regulations were you referring to the additional or the duplicate language that you were
Sure.
wondering?
The copy I'm looking at is under, on my copy electronically, it's page 186, but in the regulations, it's 500, 145, 7 under the definition of under manifest should be completed in duplicate.
86
So on page,
on your hard copy.
I'm making
Yes, not on the hard
electronically.
copy.
I'm on, so 500, 145, section 500.145.
Commissioner Stebbins, you said 126?
I think so.
Turning, good under, bottom of the page under manifest.
Yes, I see this now. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. This is, so I believe the difference here and I can speak to the rationale for the manifest language that's being changed up in 500-105. But just speaking to the difference here, why one is duplicate versus one is triplicate. And thank you to Acting Director Finkowski as well, because she was clarifying for me too. This one that we're speaking about, manifest for home deliveries. This is a delivery to a consumer. And the triplicate version was for B2B transfers. Exactly. And so this, if I may just provide some kind of context for this amendment in 500-105 regarding manifests as well. So this change is really effectively allowing transfers between marijuana establishments to either use, we're allowing the flexibility here for either using a physical or electronic manifest. Previously, it was filled out in triplicate. Manifests were filled out in triplicate because there would be a copy for the originating marijuana establishment, a copy for the destination marijuana establishment, and a copy for the agent that is transferring the marijuana. So in the event that they were pulled over or something, they can show, we have this manifest, I'm completing this as part of my job. Right now, we have struck certain language speaking about paper manifests because we believe that this language up here is allowing that flexibility. And there's additional requirements that speak to the ability for the marijuana establishment agent, regardless of it's a physical copy, an electronic copy, when they're transferring that product, they should have immediate access to that manifest for the purpose of showing that they're able to transfer it. And then also, I see Catherine is on screen as well if Director Pekoski wants to speak to this, but I know that she's pointed out previously that right now with our seed to sale tracking system with Metric, licensees are filling these manifests out electronically already. So what the regulation required at this point was for them to essentially print it out in physical copy. If they want to keep it as an electronic copy, they have the flexibility to do it under these draft regulations.
Director Binkowski, did you have anything to add?
Nope, Tim covered it. This is really just to clarify for our licensees that if they're able to electronically carry it with them to maintain that chain of custody, no requirements are really changing here. It's more so they don't need to take that additional step to print it out. If they're able to pull that up on a tablet or other type of technology that they carry with them, transportation, that's fine. Through our seed to sale, all the manifests are sent electronically. So this just removes that extra step of printing out a copy if the licensee chooses to do so.
Thank you, Catherine. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. So I have full understanding. So B2C, business to consumer, is duplicate, but you must produce it upon request if it's law enforcement.
Mhm.
So, but we're keeping the burden on B2B for triplicate. Am I understanding that right? Or no, it's just going to be duplicate universally throughout.
Yes, and what we're saying, we are requiring, so say they're using a physical copy, they would need to have that physical copy for themselves. They would need to give it to the receiving entity, and the agent would still need it as well. So I guess in that sense, if you're using the paper copy, you would need to fill it out in triplicate or have 3 copies of it for those 3 parties. If it's electronic, it could be the same one. It just needs to be accessible to all 3 parties.
So for B2B and B2C, you would have to have 3 copies?
No, for
B2B.
B2B, I'm only focusing on this one section of the regulations here. The duplicate manifest language, I don't believe it's changed in this draft, but once we get down to that section, I know there are some other edits in there as well. Maybe we could consider that may have just been an area where we missed a section that needed an amendment, but that would be more of a policy determination, I believe, too, in terms of whether we want to allow electronic manifests in those instances.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
Of course.
Are there any additional comments or questions? Okay, Attorney Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next amendment that I have is on page 89. And it's 105.13F3I. And it reads, the inventory weight or count before departure and on receipt.
Attorney Baker, I don't see any hands. You can continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next one is also on page 89, and just below it on subsection 4, it reads, "The manifest shall be maintained with the vehicle during the entire transportation process until the delivery is completed." And then it goes, "If utilizing a physical copy of the manifest, the licensed marijuana establishment must be able to access the physical copy at any time during transportation." And B is, "If utilizing an electronic manifest, the licensed marijuana establishment agent must be able to access the electronic manifest at any time during transportation."
And then Attorney Baker, can you read the original language?
Sure. The original language was, "The manifest shall be maintained within the vehicle during the entire transportation process until the delivery is completed."
Are there any comments or questions? All right, Attorney Baker, please continue.
Page 98.
I believe the next one is on page 97.
7.
Oh, just formatting.
Yes. And same with the next one as well. So these should be quick.
Okay. So 97 is just the formatting, and then that leads us to 98.
Yeah, so the formatting is just for subsections 2 and 5 there. Again, it's just they were spaced too far over. Again, just trying to clean up some of the document. And then, so I hope that there's no further amendment to that. But page 101 would be the next one, and that one also just didn't have a period after. So again, just trying to clean up some of the areas.
Attorney Baker, I'm sorry, hold on. On page 98, there looks to be an edit under section C and D.
So B is a period.
C and D. C and D. So at the bottom of page 98.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The one agent.
Passing over the meat of the conversation.
All right, so C reads, "A delivery licensee or marijuana establishment with a delivery endorsements transporting marijuana and marijuana products for consumer delivery shall ensure that all vehicles used for deliveries are staffed with a minimum of one marijuana establishment agent. The agents or agents shall remain inside the vehicle at all times that the vehicle contains marijuana or marijuana products unless completing a consumer delivery." D, marijuana establishment agents shall take all necessary steps to secure the vehicle at all times when the marijuana or marijuana products are in the vehicle.
Commissioner Wright.
So our definition for delivery licensee isn't consistent with this. It doesn't talk about endorsement.
Oh, you're saying that the definition doesn't include the endorsement?
In our definition on page 6 of the hard copy under delivery. Oh, but there's a separate delivery endorsement definition. But we're just using the word delivery licensee.
This reads both delivery licensee or marijuana establishment with a delivery endorsement.
Okay. Thank you.
Any additional comments or questions? All right, Attorney Baker, we can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just noticing that some of the subsections are just renumerated on page 100, but there's no substantive changes there. And that would bring me to the next amendment, which would be on page 101. And again, that's just including a period, which wasn't there prior.
The little things, huh? Nice catch. Great job.
And if there's no further amendment to that, the next one that I have is on page 108. And similarly, and there was no spacing that was required, so.
Okay. So this is just adding the space.
Yes.
All right, I don't think there's any comments on that.
No.
Okay, keep going.
You never know.
The next one that I have is on page 122.
Okay.
Scrolling down. All right. So this one is 145 1M. And this reads, all deliveries shall be completed between 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. local time. A host community may set alternative delivery hours by municipal ordinance or bylaw, provided, however, that a municipality shall not set an earlier time to begin deliveries, nor set a later time to complete deliveries.
And Attorney Baker, can you read the original language?
Sure, just give me 1 second to move to it.
It might be helpful. I can read it.
Yeah, I could just read it through the strike through.
Yeah.
Limitations on the time for delivery shall comply with all municipal bylaws and ordinances, provided, however, that all deliveries shall be completed before 9 p.m. local time or the time determined by municipal bylaw or ordinance, whichever occurs first, and deliveries may not occur between the hours of 9 p.m. and 8 a.m. unless otherwise explicitly authorized by municipal bylaw or ordinance.
Thank you, Attorney Baker. Okay, let's pause there.
Yeah.
Are there questions, comments? Commissioner Roy?
I just want to read this last strike through again, whichever occurs first, and deliveries may not occur between the hours of 9 p.m. and 8 a.m. unless otherwise specifically authorized by municipal law, bylaw or ordinance. So now we're saying they can't even do that. So in other words, we are saying that a municipality shall not set an earlier time to begin deliveries or a later time. So we're taking away their ability that they had to be able to, by bylaw or ordinance, set. If a municipality says like a delivery can deliver 24/7, we're telling them they can't, which they had that ability through bylaw or municipal bylaw or ordinance, and now we're saying we're dictating that they can't. Am I understanding that right?
I think it might be helpful. I think Chief Kamalo, if you're still with us, because there was a compliance perspective here.
Oh,
that was
okay.
important. But Chief Kamalo, I know, you and the team have been really a part of these conversations. Can you talk us through this from the compliance lens and the information you offered when this was being drafted?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So Commissioner Roy, we have it here where it says may not occur between the hours of 9 p.m. and 8 a.m. If you notice now, the time has changed to 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. to sort of give them more time to be able to make deliveries. One of the things that we discussed, that we talked about, was that most of our retailers, they close at 10 o'clock anyways. That means our delivery licenses, whether it's a delivery operator or delivery carrier, they need to be able to be given enough time to be able to, especially for a delivery carrier, to bring back the product if they have to. So in this instance, this gives them, if, for example, it's a situation where a person is a early morning person, they'll be able to make, their orders early in the morning, and they can be delivered early in the morning as well. But there's a public safety element to it. We had to put that into consideration. We don't want it to be a situation whereby we have our delivery operators or delivery carriers out there, at early hours of the morning, like maybe midnight and things of that nature. So that really was part of the discussion as we were going through this in terms of delivery hours, but the point is we do know that delivery operators can always bring it back to their location, but we're thinking about delivery carriers. That's who we're really thinking about here, because they still need to be able to bring back the product to the retailers. That's what we were thinking about as we change this language at that particular time.
Commissioner Roy?
And thank you, Chief Kamal, and I appreciate that. Believe me, from a public safety perspective, I do appreciate that. My only question is, can this be challenged? Like, do we have the jurisdiction, the authority to dictate to a municipality that if they authorize it through municipal bylaw ordinance, do we have the legal footing to say, no, you can't? And that's my question.
I think. Go ahead, sorry, Chief Kamala.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll also have EC Gooden, step in as well, because we also did look at the language in 94G. So this is covered here in terms of when we're looking at section 1, a host community may set alternative delivery hours by municipal ordinance or by bylaw, provided, however, that a municipality shall not set earlier time to begin deliveries, nor set a later time to complete deliveries. The commission, based on the language, and then I'll have Tim Gooden, Attorney Gooden step in. I have to get used to calling him Attorney Gooden because I'm used to calling him Tim. I'll have him step in to sort of further explain that part as well, because I believe that the commission, we have the ability to be able to, just like we had done before, to say they may not okay between the hours of 9 p.m. and 8 a.m. We have the ability to be able to do that. But let me have Attorney Gooden step in to sort of explain further how we landed here or how we got here based on the regulatory or statutory language.
Thank you, Chief. Attorney Gooden.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair, and thank you, Chief Kamalo. So that's correct. Looking at Chapter 94G, and I definitely would also defer to my friends over in the legal department too, if they want to step in. But reading this, so it's Chapter 94G, Section 3 is the one that I'm looking at right now, which is referring to local control. And so under subsection A, it has a city or town may adopt ordinances and bylaws that impose reasonable safeguards on the operation of marijuana establishments, provided they are not unreasonably impracticable and are not in conflict with this chapter or regulations made pursuant to this chapter. And it goes into kind of additional detail and specifics on that. But some language that I just want to highlight is that municipalities do have leeway to adopt ordinances or bylaws that have restrictions or restrict the operation of marijuana establishments. They cannot be in conflict with the Chapter 94G and Section 3 as well, and our regulations that we're promulgating too. I think you are identifying in, so this area is another area that we're trying to simplify and clarify the language here. The existing language did seem to kind of double back on itself in a couple areas where it's saying all deliveries shall be completed before 9 p.m. or the time determined by the municipal bylaw or ordinance, whichever occurs first. So that seems to be saying municipalities can set an earlier time. And then later on, it says municipalities, all deliveries may not occur between the hours of 9 p.m. and 8 a.m. unless otherwise explicitly authorized by the municipal bylaw or ordinance. So you're correct, perhaps that was expanding out there. But I think to Chief Kamalo's point, there are potentially some public health and safety issues and compliance issues that we would want to look into and consider. So that is why this is, we tried to break this up into a paragraph into subparagraph to just kind of outline this is the time period. So lay out the time period or the restriction clearly, and then also say host communities, you can set alternative hours, and really kind of speaking towards that piece in the prior regulation that allowed municipalities to adopt bylaws or ordinances setting an earlier time period for that. If the board wanted to consider the alternative, there could be an edit made, but those are kind of the considerations from the investigations and enforcement side of things.
Thank you, Attorney Gooden.
Yeah, thank you.
Margo.
Yeah, thank you. Just to kind of also put some things in perspective too, because It is very tough to go against the compliance and legal team. This was a deliberation back and forth, and I really appreciate, yes, big deliberation. And we had legal, we had compliance, and I think public safety was first. I think that the cities and towns will appreciate sort of the time frame. I hear what you're saying in terms of can any host community agreement come back and say, well, we want to let them deliver till 2 a.m.
That's
Right.
one. Yes.
Right,
Uh,
right. But also just to let folks know too, we thought about accessibility, right? This is not a commercial for anybody, but I had to do the research. Garden Remedies in Newburyport is open until midnight, from 8 a.m. to midnight, right? There's another one, I think it's INSA in Salem. They're also open till midnight. I think they open at 7. Yeah, they're open 7 to 11. I'm sorry, in Salem. So some of these cities and towns are allowing folks to, open at 7, close at 11. I was pushing for midnight. I'll be very honest and transparent. Just because, some folks get off at 10. And by the time that, a delivery operator is trying to, put in the, the order, package it, send out an agent, it's pretty, but I lost the battle for midnight. And we came to the conclusion of 11. So this was very thought out in terms of the hours, and also thinking about this license and making it, just more equitable and providing more access for folks that, may start early in the morning in terms of their commute or their day, especially, older folks and things like that. So just to give you a little bit of background in the conversation that we had. So.
Commissioner Ray?
That's very helpful because I wasn't privy to those conversations.
Yes. I was waiting to.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that so much. So like, do we know if Salem, like these communities are allowing deliveries till midnight right now? Is that a current practice? So no one is allowing it right now?
Correct. Well, from what I know, and I know there's some folks in the audience, I don't know if you guys know, but I believe right now, the latest that there's a delivery, I believe, is till 9 p.m. Oh, there you go. The latest is till 9 p.m. One of the
Okay.
sites. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. And there's a dovetail with all this, right? I think as Chief Kamala talked about, courier goes out, they need to make sure that their timing is somewhat aligned with the retail dispensary. If they have to bring something back, delivery operator can bring it back to their warehouse. So we safeguard that later with regs that say if a delivery, if the retail establishment is still open, somebody still needs to be there to receive that product. So doing something too late kind of bumps up against retail hours, and having somebody who would still be at the retail establishment I don't think you'd want that person sitting there for 3 or 4 hours after the retail establishment closes, sitting there waiting in case the courier has to bring something back. So more closely aligning potential operating hours and delivery hours, I think makes sense.
Chairman.
Yes, please,
Yeah.
Executive Director.
And I agree with that that was one of the big things, 2 things, safety and aligning the operating hours with the delivery period. And I think that with the delivery, if you're going to be open till 10 and you're closed at 10 and you have a delivery out there that's not going to wrap up till 10:30, it also provides an appearance of non-compliance, in terms of operating hours. So,
Yeah.
there were a lot of.
That was a good discussion.
Commissioner Ray?
Yeah, no, and I appreciate it. And believe me, I'm first advocate, always for public safety, public health, public welfare. So I just wasn't privy to how we landed on this. And I didn't know if this, just make sure we're not overly prescriptive and we're doing anything that would subject us to a legal challenge. So that was the impetus of my question. But absolutely, we need to prioritize that as we always do. And it's helpful for me to see how we landed on that. So I appreciate that.
And and I'll say too, what I skipped during my opening remarks? This part. So, these are 2 amendments. So the manifest, and this was an amendment as the sponsoring commissioner. We went back, looked at it, had a conversation, and I did pull a meeting together with our compliance team and legal in terms of this. And and Debbie, thank you so much for being in that conversation. It was very helpful. And we went back and forth, and thought about public safety, but also about the license and how to be accessible. So, I didn't get into it. I figured that we would have the conversation, but it's a good reminder. It's a good reminder that we're following the open meeting law, right? And not having conversations. So no, it's okay. And this is all part of it. I would also say that, Chief Kamalo reminded me, warned me, right, that when we do the social consumption regulations, to make sure that we are all in the room when it comes to compliance, legal, and our legal team and our compliance team, so that we're all on the same page, because there's so much overlapping and all this stuff. So I just want to say, kudos to the team, especially for this one, because we really thought about it. And I was pushing till midnight. Obviously, there's some cities and towns like Newburyport who allow retailers to open till midnight. So, I mean, again, it is a policy discussion for us. However, I also, respect the process with compliance and want to make sure that we're, in the right space. So we came to the agreement of 7 to 11.
No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Are there any additional comments, Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, if I might, it's not related to this, and I appreciate all of the background and making sure we had the conversations with both enforcement and I&E, to think just about walk through the operability pieces to this, and whether something's realistic. But if you'll permit me, while we're on this page 122, going up to letter H, it's not highlighted, it's not edited for change. But if you recall, when we had the meeting in December, in thinking through security issues, or my concerns around security, if we ended up dropping the requirement of 2 agents down to 1 agent, could we consider dropping the amount of product being transported from $10,000 down to $5,000, based on a number of factors, whether it's messaging around, if you're thinking about, robbing, I guess, a delivery vehicle, that understand you're only going to find this amount of product, a lower amount of product than the regs allow. Also taking into consideration that, as I understand it, most of the vehicles can't carry $10,000 worth of product anyways. I don't know if you had any conversations about that. I would introduce the possibility of, since these regs are obviously going out for public comment, could we redline 10,000 to 5,000 and see what the entire industry would be able to provide us in feedback?
Commissioner Camargo?
I think it's a conversation for all of us, right? These regs now belong to everyone, even though we were I was the sponsoring commissioner with Acting Chair Concepcion, but this belongs to all of us. I think Commissioner Stebbins, yes, we did have that conversation. I think that you will hear, and I don't want to speak for the industry, but I think that you will hear that, at times they won't be able to carry $10,000 in one car unless it's a bigger car, right? I'm seeing heads shaking and things like that here in the audience, but also having the ability to be at that 10K. We also talked about the security cameras on, there's cameras all over the car. There's body cams. There's so much that we've learned thus far in terms of delivery. And we went through all the incidents that have happened and the ones that didn't happen, and all that information that we had discussed back in December. I'm okay with leaving it at 10, Commissioner Stebbins. However, I do hear you. And again, I don't own these regs, we all own them together. And, put it out for public comment as well, and see what we get back. But, I think the industry, from what I heard, it was, it's a decision that we can make if we needed to. But there is a lot of safeguards in place with this license. And I think Commissioner Roy gave a great speech last time to the operators that were in the room back in December, right? And we talked about SOPs, and we talked about training, and we talked about making sure that they're in compliance. We talked about the social equity curriculum and the stuff that has been added, the advanced core curriculum for business owners within the delivery field. But my partner.
Commissioner, Roy.
Thank you. If I could make a request to our government affairs and policy team, if they could just pull up Connecticut's regs around that. I believe, to Commissioner Stebbins' point, it's one agent required, but when it hits a certain threshold in product dollar amount, then that's required by law, their regs to go to two. But if they can pull it up, and if they have time to throw it in the chat, if it's not too much of a heavy lift, I'd appreciate just to see the Connecticut regulations.
I don't see, I'm looking through who's present right now, so I don't see our government affairs team here now.
Okay. Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
can I also ask, I know that we're putting this out for public comment within the scope of it, as long as we keep it within the scope, we can put it out for public comment and have a conversation, right? Okay.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, like I said, again, I'd be remiss if I didn't bring it back up again and see if the conversation continued. I'd be happy to entertain putting the number out there as 5,000, and again, giving all of our delivery licensees, delivery couriers, interested stakeholders the opportunity to comment one way or the other. And if they come back and say, no, we prefer the $10,000 limit just to accommodate their business needs, I get that, that's fine, but I only offered it as a suggestion, and I hate to make the analogy around pizza drivers, but we know pizza drivers, there's stipulations, and it's pretty well known how much a pizza delivery person is going to have on them, albeit cash, not necessarily pizzas. But
Yeah.
again, thinking if we're, and appreciate all the conversation around the body cam footage inside the car, cameras inside the car. First of all, the incredible cost that makes. But with the move from two agents to one agent, just wondering what safety message we can send by saying they're not carrying as much product as you might think, and this is what we're going to allow them to carry. I don't know what the 10,000 was based on when the original regs were set.
I want to jump in just because Commissioner Roy, you brought up, I think it was a potential alternative. So Matt, our Director of Government Affairs, did respond. He'll pull that report shortly. But the idea of 5,000 if there's one driver, 10,000 that requires two drivers, that might be a good alternative where you're kind of compromising the two. Here we go. He says in Connecticut, 2 agents are required if the vehicle contains more than 2 pounds of cannabis plant material. But what about folding that in and releasing that for public comment, where 5,000 is the cap for one, 10,000 is a cap that requires 2 agents, but also welcoming comment and putting that out there for people to provide feedback. And I guess I'm asking this to you, Commissioner Stebbins, and to you, Commissioner Camargo, just for your thoughts on it. And Commissioner Roy, thank you for even bringing that. So
Thank you.
that was really a good.
Yeah, I'm okay with that for public comment because I think it still stays within the scope and we can come back and talk about it. I'm also thinking, yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that because I think I want to ask a legal question later, but I'm okay
We
with.
could put a pin. This could be another pin too.
You know what? Can we put a pin on it so that I can just ask when we're at lunchtime? I can talk to legal just about one question I want to ask before. But I'm in that same. I'm okay with that, but I would say let's put a pin on it. Commissioner, can I ask Commissioner Stebbins something?
Yes.
Commissioner Stebbins, I know that, I went back and looked at the recording and I remember this conversation we were having. When we vote on these regs, acting chair, I guess this is a comment for Bruce, but also asking the chair, when we vote on the regs at the end, we're gonna vote as a package, right?
Yes.
Not section per section. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. And Commissioner Stebbins, I hate that I can't see you guys sometimes. I have to be like this. I hate that we sit like this. But I really do. I feel like we should be sitting looking at each other, but tell me, I just want to hear a little bit more because I know where you were at last time, but in terms of this possibility, the 5,000, 1 driver, 10,000, 2 drivers, Does that change your perspective on the 2 agents in a car situation?
Commissioner Stebbins.
Listen, I consider our meeting that we had in December, the policy discussion, right? And I made my points and, obviously the vote was to move to 1 driver. And that's fine, right? That's why the 4 of us have the conversation. Again, knowing, I had, and I still have, but there are lots of data points out there and regs out there that guide security in a different way. My only suggestion being if, and again, this speaks to the feasibility of our couriers to carry $10,000 worth of product. Lowering it to $5,000 worth of product might be an effective messaging to say to anybody who would seek to harm an agent making a delivery that what you're going to find in the car if you can get into it, and 2, if you can bust open the cases,
Right.
you're not going to find anything more than $5,000 worth of product. Is it really worth that much to you? But suggesting here that, if it is 1 delivery and, I'd be anxious to see what feedback is.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Setting a different bar, but at least, redlining it, putting 5,000 in and giving the industry an opportunity to give us feedback, like they're going to give us feedback and everything else we've redlined.
Oh, if I may. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Commissioner Stebbins, and I'm only asking because I want to understand what you're thinking. I know, so especially for someone who voted no on the 2 agents, I want to understand your perspective on this balance. So I appreciate it. And we can't talk all the time about this.
Yeah.
So thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Commissioner Roy.
Did Matt put that in the chat room?
Thanks. And he sent over, I think he sent everyone the actual report.
Oh, he did?
It's in
But I'm in
email.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I'm in agreement, I think, Chair, in terms of putting it in the,
Thank you, Matt.
in the public comment.
Okay, so to clarify, Commissioner Camargo, you're in agreement to put what? Like to put the 2 different standards?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Commissioner Stebbins, does that sound like something?
I was okay with just crossing out 10,000, putting 5,000. So
I see that's a different impact. That's a different effect. So that completely reduces the amount of product versus given delivery licensees the ability to have up to 10,000, depending on how many agents.
It's a choice.
Yeah, so I think I'm.
Yeah.
We have operators in the room.
Sorry, Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, I think we're aligned here. So you're saying no matter what, it's 5, like that's the max. I think what we're proposing is you can do over that. And if you choose to, you have to put another agent in. If you go over the amount. So I think your solution is more prescriptive than what we're trying to do, but still have public safety in mind.
Yeah, I guess thank you, Commissioner Roy. It's like I'm hearing you just want an overall reduction versus a reduction based on the number of agents in the vehicle.
I'm looking at it as a suggestion, drop it down to 5 to match a 1 driver requirement. As we're talking about, though, if you're saying you're going to deliver, if you're going to have $10,000 worth of product in your car, then you would need to have 2 agents. I think that kind of brings us right back to square one.
Well, not necessarily. It still gives the licensees the opportunity to, if they want 1 agent in the car, if that's the choice that they choose, then they have to have no more than 5,000. If they want beyond that, up to 10,000, then they need to have a 2nd agent in the vehicle. So it still allows for the 1 delivery driver. It just would also say, all right, this is for 5. And if you want beyond that, you have to abide by that 2 agent requirement. So it still expands this. It still it allows for the reduction of agents in the vehicle, that requirement. it still allows the delivery licensees to maintain that $10,000 cap. But if you're going to have, for that $10,000 cap, you just have to abide by that 2 agent rule.
I'm comfortable with putting either remedy out there. Obviously, I think since our discussion in December, we learned about what Connecticut's qualifications were. But like I said, putting something out there that our licensees, potential licensees, stakeholders can have something to react to, that's fine. End of the day, we may come back and leave it just the way it is, but to give them a chance to comment, I think is fine.
Commissioner Camargo, I can hear you, so I want to know if you have.
Sorry, I'm a little bit of
No,
a peanut gallery here. I'm like, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, I think so, because, we had, I think Chair Concepcion, you and I, and some of the operators had this conversation last year, probably during this time. But I think, I don't want to speak for the industry right now. I don't own a delivery company. I don't know if folks do $10,000 deliveries. But it would be good to put it out to public comment and let's come back to it, and let's see, because my concern is whatever we put in these regs and whatever we vote at the end is going to sit there for a while, and it takes a while to open these regs, rewrite them, do all this process. So I just want to make sure that we're also being mindful for all these regs. And then the delivery license, we have the exclusivity period coming up, next year. And just thinking about, again, business can boom a little better, and it may be where they may have a little bit more, maybe not, but I would love to get the public comment on it, to your point, Commissioner Stebbins, on both. Fair with that.
So let's figure out what we're putting out for public comment. Commissioner Roy?
Commissioner Stebbins, can you cite and read the exact reg that we're talking?
Yeah, this is,
500.
so the hard copy, it's page 122, 500, 145, 1 looks like H.
Okay.
And it just speaks to the maximum retail value of marijuana or products allowed in a delivery or licensee or a marijuana establishment with a delivery's endorsement at any one time shall be $10,000.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Okay. Just to move us, so there's 2 options on the table, and this is for purposes of putting out for public comment. One option is to remove the $10,000 figure and insert $5,000. The other is to include essentially a scale, one saying a $5,000 cap in the case of 1 agent, and up to 10,000 if you're going beyond 5,000, having 2 agents being required.
Yeah.
I just want to figure out where the consensus is and how do we move forward. So maybe if I just kind of go down the line and figure out what's the preference, so we can figure out what the consensus is. Commissioner Stebbins, what is your preference?
I'm open to putting out the expanded language. Again, this is, Chair, you just said, this is for public comment. We'll get feedback directly from the industry and other stakeholders as to whether that works, whether that's something they've considered, whether that's, more importantly, that's something practical for them. So I'd be in agreement to put that option out there and see what the reaction.
Commissioner Roy, what is your preference?
Commissioner Stebbins, when you say expanded language, can you
Mhm.
say what you mean by expanded language?
The expanded language being, instead of just making an edit of 10 down to 5, we'd probably need some legal help to say up to 5 has 1 agent, up to 10 has 2 agents. So when I say expanded language, it's
Option.
causing consternation for legal and enforcement, but it's just going beyond a simple edit of 10 to 5.
Expanded language.
Commissioner Camargo, what is your preference?
Yeah, I agree. The expanded language in terms of giving them the option as, business owners, I think to the one driver, 5,000, right? Two drivers, 10,000. And God, I hope that there's $10,000 delivery.
With clarity,
Yeah.
it goes be, so the language should read, if the amount exceeds
Yes,
5,000.
correct.
And there's still the 10,000 limit.
Correct.
I'll ask our chief, our head enforcement counsel and Attorney Baker. I see our chief of staff pop in for a second, but I just want to make sure you guys got the gist and the intent so that you have what you need to kind of work through that language. All right, so we have a pin here. Okay, and then I believe we had no adjustments to M. Let's go back to that just in case. So we're still on 122. All deliveries shall be completed between 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. local time. In the rest of that language. Were there any additional comments or questions for that? Attorney Carter, do you have a comment?
Yes, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the legal department is capturing the edit that the commissioners are suggesting. So it sounds to me like the intent here is 5,000 for one agent, and then between 501 and $10,000 is two agents. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and you would like us to insert language to that effect in this section?
In H, so not in M, where I was just referencing, in H in the above section, where it talks about the allotted maximum resale value in a vehicle.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure that I was capturing the edit, so thank you so much.
Commissioner.
It's not 01, it's 0.01.
Oh. Yeah.
I know, I'm just saying. They got 99 cents in there on account,
Did you get that, Attorney Carter? Okay.
God, I have some
I did,
fun.
thank you.
Not to be too big.
All right, so now back to M. Yes, Attorney Carter.
Sorry, it was me, Madam Chair.
Yes, Attorney Baker.
What I offered some potential language that might capture your intent, just for ease before we move on to M.
Okay.
It's in the chat.
Do you mind reading it out loud?
Sure. The maximum retail value of marijuana or marijuana products allowed in delivery licensee in a delivery licensee or marijuana establishment with a delivery endorsement vehicle at one time shall be 5,000, provided, however, that a vehicle with two agents shall be allowed to have the maximum retail value of 10,000. Each marijuana product shall be associated with a specific individual order. For purposes of this provision, maximum retail value shall mean the aggregate value of marijuana and marijuana products as priced on the day of the order for delivery.
Thank you, Attorney Baker. That was very quick.
I have a question though.
Commissioner Evans.
Attorney Baker, so we went past the language on page 98, which talks about the shift in staffing from a minimum of one agent. Do we need to make any change on page 98? Again, just to invite public comment, but we don't want those two sections to be in conflict with each other.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please, Attorney Baker.
Thank you. I believe that the language was written in a way that we are providing the floor. So you have to have one agent in the vehicle making the delivery at all times, but not necessarily the ceiling. So I don't think that there's further amendment that is required there, but I can take a look at break as well.
So I'll jump in here because this was something that we did contemplate. We did discuss a few times throughout the drafting. But the idea is the minimum. So that's what it's referenced here, is that the minimum requirement is for one marijuana establishment agent. And to Attorney Baker's point, it's deliberate, not saying that that is the cap.
Okay.
You can have more than one.
Okay.
Yes, Attorney Good.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I just wanted to offer a comment that could potentially further allay some concerns here, Commissioner Stebbins. I was thinking the same thing there. This revision may beget some additional revisions throughout, just to make sure that we're being consistent with the language. I think, Madam Acting Chair, your point is a good one. We're setting the floor there at one agent, but just in the event, I believe I checked in with Acting General Counsel Carter as well. He said that the ultimate motion language here will allow for ministerial edits. So on the staff level, we could go back and just ensure that there were no further edits that would need to be made to potentially clarify language, like one agent, provided that it's subject to the restrictions in the new paragraph H or something to that effect. But I think the motion language will allow for us to capture any potential edits that would need to be made.
Thank you, Attorney Gooden. And one other comment that I'll note, because this is something that we haven't talked about it as an entire commission, so you might not have known these comments and discussion that was happening during the conceptualization and the drafting of the regs, but it was also understanding that there may be delivery licensees that still want to maintain two agents. So,
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
although we've heard an abundance of people wanting
Yeah.
to reduce it, there is still, you know, it's very likely that there are still people who have a license that want to maintain the two agents. So we wanted to be mindful of that and make sure we're not restricting that. Commissioner Roy?
Now I have something that's an aside, but I just need to say it publicly that I've heard, and we're not discussing it today, and it might be out of scope, but maybe we need to put it in scope for public comment, is that so we're allowing delivery operators, licensees, endorsements to go to 2 to 1, but we're an independent testing labs who transport a minuscule amount, comparably so. We're still putting the burden of 2 on them. So can we put that in the scope? Because that's an undue burden on an independent testing lab. And I've heard from many of them, and they're carrying much, much smaller amounts, and we're gonna keep them at 2, and everyone else is gonna be able to have the option to go to 1. So I just wanna pin it, flag it, see if we can throw it in the scope while we're doing this.
Commissioner Camargo, did you have a comment? I hear you.
Yes, I've heard from them as well. I think it's definitely something we should look at, maybe put a pin on it. But then I'm gonna add another one, which is the third-party transporters. And, you know, they too, I think in the beginning, were okay with sticking to the 2 drivers, but I think after, you know, the evolution of the license and all the data and all the information, and I think the last time that they wrote to us, they were in support of the 1 driver rule as well. But now the amount may change for third-party transporters, and because they carry a lot more than I think delivery operators. But I just wanted to flag that as well, because, you know, but I know that we're focused on this specific license, but I hear you. And we do have the labs and also the third-party transporters in terms of the drivers. So I don't know if that's something that, I know we're going to talk about the timeline for regs later today, but I'm wondering if those 2 things are maybe something that we can look at for the next round, because I don't even know if we'll have enough time to put it out for public comment for this one. So I'm just putting that out there, talking out loud, but yes, and third-party transporters.
I think we need more information. The same way that we, you know, had those conversations and sort of got into the weeds about the logistics that the delivery license, you know, it entails. I'm just mindful of trying to do all of that. We're putting this out, right? The goal today is to put this out for public comment. But I know we've had to pull in the team as well to make sure we're covering all of our bases. And that takes a considerable amount of time. I just don't want to do something without having the background and being really thoughtful in our approach. Commissioner Roy?
No, thank you. And, you know, perhaps at some point, Chief Kamalo, I'd love to hear her opinion about that with the independent testing labs and third-party transporters. I know a little bit out of the original scope is that we're fixing the nurse practitioner. We haven't gotten that yet, but that was based on staff and I support, I'm 100% supportive of that. So that is a little bit out of the scope is the nurse practitioners. But based on feedback, so I'm just saying the labs, I think we just need to give it some thought, and I'd love to hear from Chief Kamalo, or anybody, on the I&E team, their thoughts about that for the independent testing lab.
The other thing I'll throw out there is we anticipate another round. Social consumption will bring forth another round, and there's a way to fold in, some of those things to make sure that that package is also comprehensive as well. Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, I just want, Commissioner Stebbins, I know that you and I have been talking to third-party transporters for a very long time now, and I know we have a lot of work on our plate, but do you want to kind of go back with me to have a check-in conversation with them as well in terms of what Acting Chair Concepcion is saying, and just checking with them, because we are going to do another batch of regs, hopefully before the year's over. And I think, I don't know, I'm not designating work here, but maybe just sort of work, checking in on the lab delivery, maybe. I mean, we can't all work on everything, but because if we can do third-party transporter conversation around the driver and limits, and we can do it. I'm looking at the letter that they sent us from the independent labs on October 17th of 2023, in terms of, the information here, and I'm not going to read it out loud, but I think it would be good to convene quickly in a meeting before the next batch to really understand it. And I think what was really helpful for me, and I think for Acting Chair Concepcion, was having both legal and compliance legal and the compliance team in the room, and having that conversation. So I know the third-party transporter policy, because Commissioner Stebbins and I have been, talking to them and reading it, and they've sent us all stuff, but we have not, I'll be honest, I have not checked in with them in months because we've been working on other stuff, but I'm willing to take that on, Commissioner Stebbins, if you want. I know we have a lot on our plate, but we can convene them from now until the end of the year before we finish the other regs.
Yeah, I mean, happy to do that. And, I think also to Commissioner Roy's point about the independent testing labs, there's a lot of issues that the independent testing labs have raised with us.
Yeah.
I would be interested to seeing,
Yeah.
the delivery component is a big piece of it, right? Two people hopping in a car to drive one pre-rolls, right?
Or less.
But there might be an opportunity. And again, this harkens back to what you started off the meeting with Chair talking about, the outdoor growers, getting them in a room and getting them in a conversation.
Sure.
We might be able to do that with the labs and the third-party transporters. So it might be two commissioners working on, but we're all hearing the same issues.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's a great idea. Yeah. Chief Kamalo. I see you. So I'll let Chief Kamalo go first, because I think Commissioner Roy did pose a question to you, Chief, and then Andrew.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, Commissioner Roy, we can look into this, but I think from a cursory review, especially for the ITLs, they do carry significantly less. So, we're not opposed from a compliance perspective to sort of just have one for ITLs in terms of deliveries. But for third-party transporter, I think the key thing, and I do recall from the last discussion, the meeting back in December, the issue with third-party transporters, they do carry a lot more. There's a lot more product at a higher value and all that stuff. So I think what we'll need to do is to really do some look into it more to see if it makes sense. And then we also have to recognize, though, that this is something that we, sort of brought up from a compliance perspective as well, that, for example, with waste, we do require two agents, for them to observe waste and all that. So there are other parts of our regulations where we do require 2 agents for different other reasons besides delivery. So we would have to really look into it to see how this would have, what impact would it have, and who else would it impact outside of delivery and all that. So that really requires a broader discussion, and also we have to look in, there's some complexities there that we need to sort of look into. But just from, for ITLs, very possible, but for third-party transporters, we would have to look into it more.
Thank you, Chief Malo. Attorney Carter.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I very much appreciate the discussion and the issues that have been identified. If I could make a suggestion, perhaps the commission may want to contemplate business-to-business transportation more holistically. There was an idea that was brought today in the delivery to consumer context, right, which is a floor, $5,000. Maybe we have one standard. If it's above a certain amount, we have another standard. I think that's sort of an interesting idea that we could flesh out as well in order to make sure that we are balancing business needs with also public health, safety, and welfare. So I think it could be an interesting conversation for us to contemplate in a sort of holistic manner when it comes to business transportation.
All right, so I know I'm recognizing the time. It's 1:23. We'll break for lunch and plan to break at 1:30. Let's see how much we can capture in about 7 minutes. So I want to go back to this, my original question. Were there any comments or suggested edits? Are we clear to move on to the next component? Good. All right. Okay. Attorney Baker, I believe that brings us to 1:25.
Yes.
Yes, that will be the next one. In subsection 145.6, at the bottom of page 125, there are a few different edits to insert consumer instead of home, or I should say strike home and add consumer. I can read it if you like, or.
No, I think it's pretty straightforward. I just wanted to ask either you or enforcement counsel for the rationale, so the reasoning behind the change.
Thank you.
Sure, Madam Acting Chair, I can speak to that as well, and I'd definitely invite Chief Kamalo and Acting Director Binkowski if they have anything to add on this as well. But I think part of the rationale for this is that home delivery is not a defined term. The home is not a defined term in this as well. Consumer is a defined term in our regulations. So what this change would be is really just clarifying that these are deliveries to consumers, which are defined as persons over the age of 21. And not, I think there were also some other considerations as to, all right, to use Commissioner Stebbins' example of a pizza delivery earlier, kind of piggybacking off of that, say there was a consumer at a friend or family member's house, whether or not a delivery would be allowed under those circumstances. By saying consumer, that is clarified in that instance. But I understand that there have been some other considerations that were raised as well.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Enforcement Counsel. And again, I think what struck me looking through, and I appreciate that, what I'd call the legal technical correction for making sure the product is delivered to the consumer. But to be clear, this isn't about wherever the consumer is outside of a residence, because there are other sections that speak to pre-verification of ID and residence and non-delivery to non-residential properties. So just so the broader public understands, inserting consumer does not mean I can order it from, well, I'm watching my kids' football match at the high school or anything like that. The resident requirement still is maintained, even though we have this kind of legal definition correction that we're trying to make.
I'll add to this, so I just want to, my own edification too, because it's delivered to a resident, but not necessarily the consumer's residence. So if I were to be at a family member's home, I can still have the delivery to that home, although that is not my home. And Attorney Gooden, I think this is directed towards you. So Commissioner Stebbins was just wanting clarity for everyone's sake in terms of, we're not saying this opens up where deliveries can occur. We're just, so it's still a requirement that it's a residence. It's still those requirements are still intact with this change.
Yes, thank you, Madam Acting Chair. That is my understanding that.
Yeah, no, that's the point. I just want to make sure anybody watching is like, oh, if I call it in from the corner of wherever, I can get it delivered. It's still a residence-based delivery. But it's just kind of settling the no definition to it. It's where the consumer is, but obviously we have other parts of our regs, again, pre-verification of the ID and things like that, that require the residential address component to the delivery.
Yes, and thank you. That is my understanding. The resident requirement is maintained here. We can also kind of go back and look at it as well once we have that, and when there is when these are finalized, if there are any kind of considerations or edits that we're not thinking of right now, we can definitely raise those as well. Speaking to this question and concern here.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, did I see your hand?
No,
Okay.
but I did have a comment or question.
Okay.
I know lunch is here, but I just kind of went, I guess my question was, are we gonna make it to the end? I think we almost, because it's very simple what's left.
Are you recommending that we try to just continue through?
Yeah.
How does everyone else feel about that? Commissioner Stebbins?
I'm okay with it.
I just have a question, and maybe I didn't see it and I thought I did. Was there a hyperlink embedded about the definition?
Hold on, Commissioner, I just didn't.
Oh, the lunch question?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I could,
Okay.
we can plow through.
All right, sorry, now go ahead.
I'm sorry. Maybe the legal team or, was there a hyperlink on 500? Because I thought I put in my comments on 501 that if we're going to have a hyperlink, it needs to be in both 500 and 501. Was there a hyperlink about a dwelling or residence? Did I see that?
That to Attorney Baker, I guess it's the.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Anyone who has a response to that.
Can't find it.
Attorney Gooden?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Acting Chair. And Commissioner Roy, so the definitions of residence does include that resources.hud.gov link in there as well. And I'm on the adult use ones, so that is included.
So, and I know we haven't gone to medical yet, but that, I think it's helpful, right, to have that. And I just, for consistency, while we're kind of on this area, that it should also be in the medical one.
Yeah, I'll double check the medical
Yeah.
regulations to see if it is in there. It might be, you know how sometimes it's a blue hyperlink, and
Yeah, I know I saw
I
it.
think that and I'm sorry, I think the difference is in the medical regulations, it is blue. It looks like a hyperlink in that sense. In the adult use regulations, the URL is still there. However, it is not blue. So it's not underlined like that, but I'm looking at the definition of residence in the existing medical regulations and the corresponding definition in the adult use regulations, and it appears to be identical to me. And the link is in both. It's just the formatting is.
They're both hyperlinks?
They-
They're both not hyperlinks?
They are both links. I am allowed to, I can click on the link.
Yeah, yeah.
So it looks like there's a hyperlink in the medical 16,
Yep.
and then there's a hyperlink.
So you click on both and they'll take you to that site on on both regs.
Yes,
Okay.
I will admit I'm unfamiliar with this site, so it does, but it does open up to the HUD resource locator.
And it's the same.
Okay.
The same link.
Attorney Baker, did you have any additional comment?
I was just going to point out that it's the same between
Okay.
medical
Okay.
and adult use. So
Perfect. Thank you.
Alright, I just lost my page.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Attorney Baker, do you mind just toning or refreshing our memory? What page are we on now in the draft?
Sure.
Right?
If there are no further amendments or considerations to the 125, the amendments on 125 regarding consumer, we're on page 126 at the very top under
Okay,
subsection
okay.
E.
Okay, and I don't believe there were any amendments or edits for 125. So, okay, we're on 126. Please continue for any further.
Thank you. I'll read it as follows. A delivery licensee or a marijuana establishment with a delivery endorsements transporting marijuana and marijuana products for consumer delivery shall ensure that all vehicles used for deliveries are staffed with a minimum of one marijuana establishment agent.
I have one, sorry.
Sorry, the remainder of that subsection is the agent or agents shall remain inside the vehicle at all times that the vehicle contains marijuana or marijuana products unless completing a consumer delivery.
I apologize for jumping in. There was just one tweak. A delivery licensee or marijuana establishment with a delivery endorsement, removing that S from endorsement, which is a grammatical change. I will pause there. Any members of the commission have any comments, questions, or suggested edits? Okay, Attorney Baker, please continue.
The next subsection that is amended is F here, and it reads, marijuana establishment agents shall take all necessary steps to secure the vehicle at all times when marijuana or marijuana products are in the vehicle.
Any comments?
I have an odd question.
Commissioner Roy?
Back up on E. The agent or agents shall remain inside the vehicle at all times that the vehicle contains marijuana products unless completing consumer delivery. So that situation that we had talked about where they have to return it to, right? The delivery can't be made and they have to go back to the ME. What if so they have to remove everything? How do they do it if they have to make multiple trips to their car, if they have to remain in the vehicle? Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Just since you guys, like, we brought up that scenario. I have a trunk full of two orders, two large orders, and I can't, I'm the delivery operator, I'm delivery courier, and for whatever reason, the folks aren't home, I have to return it back. Okay, so I go back to Kim Roy's Cannabis to return it, but I can't scoop it all in one. I can't carry it all in one, and I have to make multiple trips to my car. Like, what happens? I know it's weird.
That's a good practical question. I think I need to be able to confer with licensees to get a better understanding of that. I know we can't do that right now.
Yeah, you know.
Is that a situation? Could that be a situation?
I mean, we have purchasing limits, right? We only have orders like that because the purchasing limits are already in place. You know, there hasn't been a case where we had to stop and then bring it back and go do multiple trips from the car to a consumer's household.
So you're saying that
That's not what
doesn't,
I'm saying.
Because of the state purchasing limits, people can only buy up to 1 ounce of cannabis per day. You know, because of the purchasing limits.
so you're saying that you would never have more product in the vehicle than an agent will be able to remove
At one.
at one time?
Yeah, and you can, I feel like Gabe from Zip Run, he can test that as well.
I mean, yeah, you're talking about from after you complete the consumer delivery, you get back to your warehouse, right? And then from that point, when a car parks and they go inside the warehouse to put back the product that wasn't actually sold, we have bins in our car.
Okay,
So a driver
So
can
it's
take
good
the
doing
whole
one?
bin and walk inside.
Perfect. Okay.
that's so
I'm
helpful.
glad you guys are in
Thank
the room.
you.
And-
Yes,
All right.
that's so helpful. Thank you.
Great.
Answers, question
You-
and answer.
Delivery operators bring their car back to a secure
Yeah.
area. So it's not like a courier bringing something back to a retailer.
As long as they have a bin, which most people have, like bringing all your orders into the dispensary or a warehouse, it should be fine.
Commissioner Roy, does that answer your
Yeah, that's super helpful that they were here to provide context. So thank you.
Attorney Gooden?
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. And I think this feedback is actually very helpful in lifetime as well. And just one additional point on the regulatory changes here. Our thought process here was more so for the delivery at the consumer's house. There were no external, well, generally not, but we do live in 2020, it's 2024, there are Ring cameras, stuff like that. But in general, there isn't like camera coverage, but like the gentleman here said as well, when they get back to their warehouse, there's camera coverage, there's surveillance when they're at their physical location. So they also have body cameras too when they are completing home deliveries on the adult use side of things. So there is adequate camera coverage. This was more so like, okay, the car is parked out on the street, they're completing a home delivery. And then that the new subsection F, that's really speaking to make sure you're taking all necessary steps to secure the vehicle while you're not there and not kind of able to supervise it. And that's speaking more so to the fact that we had a 2-agent requirement. One person was staying with the car, so they were able to kind of keep an eye on the vehicle and the product at that point in time. Here, if it's only 1 agent, just recognizing the fact that nobody's there, make sure we're securing the vehicle, taking all necessary steps for accomplishing that.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Any additional questions or comments from the commission? All right, and Michael, so we read through F. I think that brings us to K, but I'll let you kind of direct us. Where are we now?
That is where we are, Madam Chair. And same amendments as above for K and L below.
Looks like K, L, also O, P, and 7A. Are there, I'm sort of expediting this right now. Are there any questions from the commission for the changes from K through P and then for 7A?
Do we need to capitalize consumer on 7A?
I'll let either attorney jump in about the capitalization. Attorney Baker, do we need to capitalize the term consumer under 7A?
I believe we do because it's a defined term in our regulations.
All right, so that's one change there. It's just adding that capitalization. Commissioner Simmons. I'm assuming we're all in consensus that you guys make sure. Okay. All right. Attorney Baker, I think that brings us to B7.
Yep, so I'm on page 127 now. And under section 500.146, 1B, it reads, warehouses shall comply with all applicable requirements of 935 CMR 500.105, including but not limited to subsections 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Hold on, Attorney Baker, we skipped one edit that was underneath 500.145 on 127, the term or count.
Yes, sorry about that. Eager to finish.
But
if you would like, I can read it. So B5 reads, a description of marijuana or marijuana products being transported, including the weight or count and form or type of product.
okay. Let me look around, see if there's any comments. I don't see any. Okay, to be continued.
So again, back down below under warehousing. 1B reads, warehouses shall comply with all applicable requirements of 935 CMR 500.105, including but not limited to subsections 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Okay, and this is all formatting?
Yes, so we had initially spelled it out further for the subsections. As you can see, it's the thing that was struck was 500.105 in each, and you know, it's just a different style of how to capture those subsections.
Okay. Are there any questions, comments? All right, please continue if any big.
So I believe that those are the amendments under adult use. Perhaps it's a good place to pause for the medical. We would switch over to medical now under 501.
Sorry.
141, just 141.
141, and hold on, I see Attorney Gooden's hand. Attorney Gooden?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Acting Chair. And these are actually a couple of typos that the Investigations and Enforcement Department pointed out. So that's apologies, Attorney Baker. These are kind of our edits, so that's why you might not have seen them. I'm happy to.
You're referencing 141.
141, 171, and 173, and I'm happy to explain why those recommended revisions.
Attorney Gooden, you said 141.
Yep.
What were the other pages?
141, page 171, and 173. So,
Oh, I see. And this is just a continuation because I
yeah,
use untruthful information on the other charts, other components.
right.
Okay. Are there any questions, Commissioner Roy?
Yes.
So just, Attorney Gooden, could you just speak to the insertion of the word untruthful?
Yeah, of course. And just to back up slightly, if I can, so on 141, this is a revision in 500, 180, which is our host community agreement section that was just added. In the middle of page 141, and I apologize, I don't have the specific citation to this section handy right now, but essentially that was just an incorrect cross-reference. So we're just correcting the cross-reference here. So previously it said that a marijuana establishment shall ensure that the request for equitable relief includes a host community's notice under 935 CMR 500 183C4D. In actuality, it should be 500 183C5. And that contains that notice requirement, the host community notice requirement to marijuana establishments. For the two changes in the suitability tables contained on 171 and 173, those are just typographical errors. So on page 171, it previously read that one of the precipitating issues for suitability is if a cultivation establishment agent submits information to the commission. Obviously, we encourage and would like and require agents to submit information to the commission upon request. So we are making this consistent with the other ones so that it says the submission of untruthful information. I think that was adequately captured in the language underneath this heading, but just wanted to make sure that the heading is clear. And then on 173, Madam Acting Chair, you're exactly right. This is just a consistency revision. So rather than saying submission of false or misleading information, we're just saying submission of untruthful information, which is replicated in the other suitability tables. So happy to answer any questions if there are questions regarding any of those revisions.
See any questions? Before we go to medical, I just wanted to go through pins just to make sure we have the right. I know there were some things that was for the attorneys to go back, but I think there might have been one that wasn't, that might have been for us to deliberate. Attorney Baker, do you mind refreshing our memory? So where do we put pins?
Okay.
Sure. So our first pin would be on page 22.
Okay, and this was around the fee. Oh, okay. Okay, and this is for legal. This is for you all to, okay, so what's the next pen, Michael?
Is that 22? Did we just talk about?
Yeah, we just talked about 22.
So the next one that I have is on page 31.
And then was this a directive again for legal? Was this for contemplation for the commission? Do you? It was for 8, right? Limitations on the number and control of craft marijuana cooperatives.
That is correct.
All this came from Commissioner Stebbins, is to include a citation for the exception to that rule.
Yeah, and I think Attorney Gooden dropped it into the chat a while back.
Okay, so let's make sure we have that. Okay, awesome. Okay, perfect. So Attorney Gooden provided a craft marijuana cooperative licensee shall be limited to one license at a total of 100,000 square feet of canopy. Provided, however, that a craft marijuana cooperative licensee may apply for additional licenses in accordance with 935 CMR 500.0503I. I'm going to just copy and paste this again and re-enter it into the chat, just so Adriana and Attorney Baker, you guys are both able to capture it on your end so that it can be incorporated.
And Madam Chair, if I may, this would be going under 8.
Yes, this will go under 8. And you know what, before you do that, let me ask the commission if we're all okay with that language. Okay, all right, so we can remove that then. And Attorney Baker, do you have all the information you need for that?
Yep, if you just give me 1 second, I want to capture it before we move on.
Okay.
All right, I'm all set.
All right. Okay, and then where is the next pen?
I have page 86, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I did too.
87, yeah. 86.
86, pen for legal.
I do have 86 as well as the next.
Okay, yes,
13A7 for the counts.
that's right. Okay, and that was for 9. It was 9. Okay, so that's also for legal
Analysis.
Okay, so, all right. Are there any additional pens?
Yeah. Sticky.
On 122, the 5K, the language, the extended.
Yes. Oh, that's right. The 5 being for one agent over.
And that's for legal, right?
But I know, I think there was language provided. Attorney Baker did provide language for that. So Attorney Baker, you said it's at 1:09 PM. The maximum retail value of marijuana or marijuana products allowed in a delivery licensee or a marijuana establishment with a delivery endorsements vehicle at any one time shall be $5,000. Provided, however, that a vehicle with 2 agents shall be allowed to have the maximum retail value of $10,000. Each marijuana product shall be associated with a specific individual order. For purposes of this provision, maximum retail value shall mean the aggregate value of marijuana and marijuana products as priced on the day of the order per delivery. I'll stop there first because I remember Attorney Baker, you did that really quickly. You have consensus on that language. And let me know if it's helpful to re-drop it.
Could you read it? Yeah, I just want to look at it for a minute.
Let's go. So.
Shouldn't the apostrophe S necessary? I mean, that's grammatical.
That's the thing between endorsements, vehicle, and licensee.
Because it would be apostrophe S to marijuana establishments. They have ownership, not the. Or do you even need it?
Go back.
Well, that's a grammatical.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So it's also one of those questions that we can kind of rectify too. I'll say, well, Commissioner Roy, do you want to say the question you have in mind?
It's just, it is grammatical. If we need the, since we are fixing periods and other things, do we need that apostrophe S when we do, look at it again? But it doesn't change the substance of the
Commissioner Camargo?
Just a recommendation, because I know that there's hungry folks. So I don't know if we could maybe put a pause in it and.
Well, we might be able to rectify the pen. So what I'm
okay.
trying to do is just wrap this entire
Got it.
adult use section
Got it.
with only the pens that require the legal
Yeah.
component,
I get it.
and then we can
I
break.
get it. I get it.
Commissioner,
Sure.
Evans, sorry.
No, I appreciate that. The only question I would have is the wording, the two agents shall be allowed to have the maximum retail value of, we want to say 5,001 up to 10,000, but we just say retail value of 10,000. I don't know if that was the point you were trying to make.
So
We're saying up to 5,000 is one driver.
There'll be a maximum.
Beyond 5,000, up to 10,000.
Mhm.
This just says, the way I would read it is you have two agents shall be allowed to have the maximum retail value of hard and fast $10,000.
So what if we replicated the same phrase as used for the 5,000? So instead, provided however, that a vehicle with two agents shall be allowed. Okay, however, that a maximum retail value, no, I can't do this smart.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, maybe we keep the pen there. But so your, Commissioner Stebbins, can you elaborate on the concern there around including being more specific?
Sure. I think our intent in offering this amendment, again, to put out for public comment, was up to 5,000 is one agent. Essentially 5,001 up to 10 is two agents. And the way it reads now is you'd have to have two agents if the value was right on the dot at $10,000.
Oh, I see. I see
So
what
not
you're saying.
covering what happens between 5,000 and 10,000. Just to offer some clarity.
Commissioner Roy?
And can we replace B with not exceed? So the first sentence, the maximum retail value of marijuana products allowed in a delivery licensee or ME with a DE vehicle at any one time shall not exceed $5,000. Provided, however, that a vehicle with two agents shall be allowed to have a maximum up to a maximum retail value of 10,000. Would that cover it?
Commissioner Stebbins?
I think so. Yeah.
Commissioner Roy, can you repeat that?
Yep. The maximum retail value of marijuana or marijuana products allowed in a delivery licensee or an ME with a DE vehicle at any one time shall not exceed $5,000, provided, however, that a vehicle with two agents shall be allowed to have the maximum retail value up to $10,000. Retail value up to $10,000.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Does that work?
I think it does, but Commissioner Stebbins,
Yeah.
Commissioner Camargo, you in agreement?
I'm with you all. Because I need a break.
You said, let's keep on going.
You said
So we
plow
should-
through. Well,
Messages
if-
from teams
if-
that
if-
from staff that are starving.
if I can also place a pause, because there's a pin I need to connect with legal about to
Okay.
address the micro business license type. So
Okay, for this, though, Attorney Baker, were you able to capture that? You and the team able to capture that change to?
I can repeat it back if you would like.
Yeah, why, yes, please.
Sure. The maximum retail value of marijuana or marijuana products allowed in a delivery licensee or marijuana establishment with a delivery endorsements vehicle at any one time shall not exceed 5,000, provided, however, that a vehicle with two agents shall be allowed to have the maximum retail value of up to 10,000.
Is that covered? Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Attorney Baker. Okay, so are there any other pens? Yeah, I don't think I have any other pens, but I just want to make sure. Were there any other pens in the adult use section of the regs?
I don't believe so.
All right.
there
Commissioner
Oh,
Stebbins.
he has-
I'm going to kill your plans. There is an item that I need to confer with legal on while we take a lunch break as it relates to micro business. And I think to a concern you raised last time we talked about micro business, of making sure that people don't backdoor access to the micro business for all the issues that come with it. So I will be able to address that after lunch.
I'm just writing a note, Stebbins for business.
And may,
Ruin our.
may I ask, could you share that
Yeah.
with us, your
Yeah.
question and the answer? Thank you.
All right, all right. I think that leaves us with the pens, and then we get into the medical component of the regs. We can take a lunch. 30 minutes sufficient?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do 33 minutes. We'll come back at 2:30.
Madam Chair, thank you so much for all your work thus far. I apologize. I apologize for my hangriness right now.
It's okay, I'm always starving, so I'm like, I can keep on going because there's no difference.
There you go.
Okay. All right, we are back. I just want to make sure Attorney Baker, you are with us and you are ready. I see you. Okay. All right, so I think what makes the most sense is to go back to the 3 pens. Let's revisit those first before we go into the medical section.
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure I'm on the same page.
Okay.
So I have, I'll reiterate the pins that I have to revisit. So I think page 22 was my first, I had a note revisit for new language. Is there anything remaining on page 22 that is required to be amended?
No.
Okay. The next, if I may,
Yes, please.
the next one that I have, I think is Commissioner Stebbins' request on page 34. Subsection D.
Oh, is this Commissioner Stebbins? Is that your?
Yep.
So that's his pen. Okay, yes.
Want
And the
to
last-
address that? Oh,
No.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Attorney Baker.
And I believe the last one is on page 86, the count language.
Yes. Those are the 3.
Okay, excellent.
Okay, and so now let's go from the beginning, but I'm sorry, Attorney Gooden, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Madam Acting Chair. I just wanted to ask, with regard to page 86, I think that was the discussion regarding adding accounting or potentially removing above.
No.
I was under the.
No, that's not it.
Okay,
So we're referring to 9 here. And this is something that Commissioner Stebbins.
oh,
identified.
yes, never mind. I know what we're talking about now. Thank you.
All right, so let's take it from the top. Attorney Baker, 22.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure exactly what was required to be revisited here. I just, again, have it in my notes that there was a pin cited for this specific page.
Okay, Attorney Gooden.
Yes, thank you, Madam Acting Chair. And I have, I ran some draft language by a group in here that I can share as well with the commissioners, if it would be helpful here.
Yes, please.
It is more lengthy than the language that is in there right now, but I think it speaks to Commissioner Roy, your comments about clarifying the fee language right here. So I know that Chief Kamalo seemed to have agreed with this language, but also for Acting General Counsel Carter, for Attorney Baker, for anybody else that might want to opine as well, in addition to the commissioners.
And Attorney Gooden, can you read it?
Yeah, of course. So the language would substitute the paragraph 4 in there, and the proposed language is: a marijuana micro business shall be responsible for the following annual license fees. Romanet 1, a marijuana micro business engaged in cultivation activities shall pay an annual license fee equal to 50% of the annual license fee for a Tier 1 marijuana cultivator. Romanet 2, a marijuana micro business engaged in product manufacturing activities shall pay an annual license fee equal to 50% of the annual license fee for a marijuana product manufacturer. Or Romanet 3, a marijuana micro business engaged in cultivation and product manufacturing activities shall pay an annual license fee equal to 50% of the annual license fee for a Tier 1 marijuana cultivator and marijuana product manufacturer.
Thank you, Tim. Commissioner Roy, I know this is something that you identified. What are your thoughts on the language?
I think this is better. It goes more granular and I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Are you okay with it as it states? Okay. Are there any other questions, Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Camargo? Okay, are we in consensus to include this language? Okay, I think there was just one, I just caught like it was just a minor grammatical change. I'll just read it out loud so I can try to identify it again. A marijuana microbusiness shall be responsible for the following annual license fees. Ruminant 1, a marijuana microbusiness engaged in cultivation activities shall pay an annual license fee equal to 50% of the annual license fee for a Tier 1 marijuana cultivator. Ruminant 2, a marijuana microbusiness engaged in product manufacturing activities shall pay an annual license fee equal to. So it's just, there needs to be just the word to. Equal to 50% of the annual license fee for a marijuana product manufacturer. Other than that, I have no objection to it, and I think we have consensus there. Attorney Baker, do you and the legal team, do you have all this information?
I have it all. Just a friendly amendment that the Roman numerals I think should be A, B, and C because of the subdivision. So that would be my only amendment there. But I have accurately captured with your amendment.
Okay, and I agree with you. All right, so that brings us to the next pen. Michael, can you tell us the page again?
I believe it's the bottom of 34. This is again Stebbins requests.
Okay, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll drop the first part of D is in our hard copy has some red line language that was taken out in leaving D to say a majority of the microbusiness executives or members shall have been residents of Massachusetts for no less than 12 months prior to the application. The language I would like to suggest to drop in at the beginning of D, I've dropped into the chat, which is a person or entity having direct control or a person or entity having indirect control in an existing marijuana establishment license shall not be eligible to apply for a marijuana microbusiness license. Suggesting this language, and again, I think it's a point you raised when we talked about this, was what's to prevent anybody from kind of backdooring into a microbusiness license to gain all the benefits and advantages of the microbusiness license type. I think our inaugural set of commissioners worried about domination of the marketplace created this kind of entrepreneurial opportunity for Massachusetts resident to get in on the ground floor with a very small operation. And as now we think about changing the license type to help accommodate their success, I think you raised a great point, which is we don't want anybody out there to kind of backdoor it who already has a license. Now, I think this does still keep open the opportunity for, and I think Attorney Gooden raised this with me yesterday, of I'm a partner at another licensee. I've decided I want to strike out on my own. Again, hopefully feeding that entrepreneurial spirit. If I've been a Massachusetts resident, I can now find my entry point back into the industry through the microbusiness license type. But it's kind of shutting the door on anybody trying to, again, backdoor their way into the microbusiness license type for the benefits.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. So if someone owns an EEA owns a delivery operator or delivery courier or an operator, and they want to open a micro business, they can't. Is that right, under this language?
Commissioner Stebbins?
It's a good question.
Yes, Commissioner Camargo.
Just chatting out loud, but Commissioner Stebbins, I remember when we were having this conversation around micro business, and I remember Acting Chair Concepcion asking the impact, and we talked about the back door and all that stuff. And Commissioner Roy, I'm reading the same thing you're reading in terms of what does this mean for our other equity licenses, kind of. And we didn't, obviously, this is not in here. This wasn't in here. So I'm just curious. I don't know if what the intent was when they first created it, but obviously, you know, we're here to, you know, edit and move forward with things. So I'm just a little not confused, just kind of trying to figure out what does this mean? What's the bigger impact?
Commissioner Camargo, are you, when you said why is this in here, are you referencing the original language or the,
I'm sorry, the edit in the chat, I'm sorry. Because this is new, it's almost new language.
It is.
Mhm.
And if I understand Commissioner Stebbins correctly, it is to avoid that scenario that I did bring. Thank you so much,
Yes.
Commissioner Stebbins. It's
Yeah.
to avoid someone,
Right, yeah, and I get that. I guess I'm also just looking at the Commissioner Roy's question. I was thinking the same thing.
I guess I'd start with, what's the benefit for an SEP participant or economic empowerment participant to pursue a cultivation license or a product manufacturing license? They actually, if I'm not mistaken, probably have reduced application fees and renewal fees.
I wonder if it's worth spelling that out, like the types of licensing we're talking about by saying an existing cultivation or product manufacturing license. But I guess I'm thinking this through too. Well, Commissioner Camargo.
Just again, thinking out loud, but do you all know if we have any micro businesses right now that are either EEA or SEP?
Yes, because we have a delivery with a micro
that's right.
business, the delivery endorsement.
Well,
Freshly baked.
well, no, I think they dropped the delivery endorsement, no? Oh, no, they dropped the delivery operator.
They had a delivery endorsement, I think.
They dropped it,
and they
right?
stopped
Yeah.
using it or delivering.
That's right, but they are a micro business and, okay. But how this reads, they wouldn't,
Well, they're already in it.
yeah, they're already in, they're grandfathered in, but somebody else wouldn't be.
As a retailer, so if they wanted to get into this line.
I guess,
Yeah,
yeah,
Commissioner Roy.
my point is that we had multiple operators here today in the delivery space. And then with this language, those people sitting in front of us today could not open a micro business.
Yeah. Commissioner Camargo.
Commissioner Stebbins, can you just kind of bring us back again, kind of reintroduce it?
Yeah. Again, I think, you know, not to go way back, but I think the intention of the creation of this license type, right, was to, one, not have the market dominated when it first opened up to large operators, and the license cap limit kind of did that. I think it was also intended to the micro business license type, as well as the cooperative growers, and we don't have any cooperative growers, at least not yet, was intended to, you're a Massachusetts resident, right? You want to get in on what is a lower cost to get into the market, right? 5,000 square feet is compared to 10 or 15 or 20,000 square foot cultivation facility. So I think the intention was there, plus the residency requirement, right? Massachusetts resident for the previous 12 months. I think our intention here, and I appreciate Commissioner Roy's point of, people who are here who might be SEP, but may not have another existing license, or folks who are EE participants maybe don't even have a license yet or are thinking and choosing between which license, but trying to create language again that didn't allow somebody already in this space to kind of backdoor their way into the benefit. Like, I already have cultivation in 2 retail establishments. Now I'm going to apply for a microbiz because now I can grow my own, I can get the discount, everything else. I think, at least I envision the micro business license was that entrepreneurial access point. But I think, Commissioner Roy speaks to the fact that somebody who might be in SCP has a delivery courier license or a delivery operator license and thinks this is the best next opportunity. I'm not sure the language speaks to, I don't necessarily think as a policy we want to decide, do we want to allow them into this space? And then if we do, we got to amend this language.
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah. No, thank you. So, okay, what I'm hearing you say, Commissioner Stebbins, is that we're looking for some kind of protective layer or something within this license, right? Like, that's the big picture. Did you speak to compliance and legal on this one? Like, I know you might have taken a break, but like, did you kind of flush it out? I think that could be helpful.
No, I spent time with Attorney Baker on the line, and I've spent time with Attorney Gooden, but I think Commissioner Roy raises a great question of what if you're an SEP in the micro business is the way you want to go.
I'm just thinking, I guess we didn't think that, right? When you were kind of, I'm just thinking what kind of protective layer. I know what you're trying to do. I just think that this, I know what you're trying to do, I guess, but this may not be the way to go.
Well, let's ask ourselves the first question. That's a policy question.
Yeah.
Do we want, and I think we all would want, a SEP licensee or an EE licensee to have the opportunity to apply for the micro business license? If we're in agreement in that, then I think we could reword it to say a non-SEP or EE person or entity having direct or indirect control of an existing marijuana establishment license shall not be eligible to apply for a marijuana microbusiness license. I'd look to the attorneys in the room.
I see Chief Kamalo. She's raising her hand. So Chief Kamalo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think what we can do based on, also looking at compliance as well, based on the proposed language. So I'll also have Attorney Baker and Attorney Gooden chime in to see what their thoughts are related to this. We can sort of carve out, SCPs and deliver licenses and all that stuff in there, so that at least it's very prescriptive and detailed in terms of how that would work, because that would make it much more clearer. Because when we were going through the language, that was also a concern as well, in terms of people having to utilize micro businesses as a way to get into the industry. And we don't want that to be sort of the case, especially people that already have direct or indirect control. So I think there's a way to sort of cover, the language or wordsmith it in such a way that we'll be able to be responsive to some of the things that you're all raising here today.
And Chief Kamalo, so I'm understanding you correctly. You're saying on the back end. So after the draft goes out, you're saying continuing that analysis and the work to incorporate the intentions and flesh out the language. Is that your suggestion?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. So the suggestion thank you, Attorney Gooden. He's already put it in the chat, is to sort of have the language similar to what Attorney Gooden just put in the chat just now.
Okay. Thank you,
Mhm.
Attorney Good, and I'll read this out loud. So you said a person or entity having direct control, or a person or entity having indirect control in an existing marijuana establishment license that is not a social equity program participant or economic empowerment priority applicant shall not be eligible to apply for a marijuana microbusiness license. Commissioner Roy?
It might be too overly prescriptive. And so, for instance, in Springfield, 6 bricks, okay. So this, based on this language, she wouldn't be able to apply for a micro business. So should we add DBE? Because now you're saying she can't, she's not SCP, she's not EEA. So she wants to get a micro, but she can't do it now.
Commissioner Roy, who's that directed to? Just generally.
Board, so
Yeah.
I think we know who I'm talking about, Peyton, a great business person,
Mhm.
and based on this, she couldn't apply to be micro.
I mean,
Commissioner Camargo?
yeah, I mean, I know we're using her as an example, so I just want to say we're using her as an example.
Yes.
I know Noam has her hand up as well. I kind of want to hear what Noam has to say, and then I'll make my comment.
Okay. Chief Kamala?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, but we also have to keep in mind, going back to the definition of micro business, that's
Mhm.
where the nexus is. So if it is a situation where looking at the definition of micro business, it does not include DBEs, then there will be that exclusion. So I just wanted us to sort of keep that in mind. So I think Attorney Baker and Attorney Gooden, we can sort of look into that as well to see, and if it is included in the definition of a micro business in terms of the DBE, then I don't see an issue with us also having to incorporate it in here or include it in here. But I think Commissioner Roy, especially for our change of ownership applications and investigations and things like that, it is very important for us to sort of use this alternative language and be prescriptive, because one of the things that has always seemed to be an issue when it comes to our financial investigations, sometimes they say we were not as prescriptive or it wasn't very clear. And I think the alternative language that has been proposed here, it is sort of important for us to be detailed and thorough in terms of what do we mean here as far as this is concerned. And then also we need to sort of tie it back, because looking back to why we're even here, to the petition language that we received as well. And I think this answers that. That's what I'm also tying it to. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Actually, that's very, very helpful. Thank you. Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, I'm a little bit, I would want to flush it out a little bit more, just because if we do, you said, we're using Peyton as an example. What's her category?
I'm assuming DBE.
DBE. And that's why?
I'm assuming DBE.
Under what?
Woman owned. I mean,
I want,
If,
go ahead, Commissioner Carr. I'm gonna pull this, you probably sent me.
Okay.
To kind of pull this back a little bit, because I think there's more to flesh out. I think that there's more to flesh out that won't happen today in this conversation. But maybe this is sufficient to have as a placeholder for the time being while it's being fleshed out.
yes, and the only thing is that if we go down the DBE section or whatever, that opens a whole other, that's a whole other universe across our licenses. That's a larger, conversation. And the thing is, I think Commissioner Stebbins, we've talked about this in terms of folks getting their designation, right? So a lot of folks we may assume that this person's, or that person or that business, but you'll be surprised how many of these businesses don't have the actual certification, from the state and everything else. And I know we've been working on that, but to me, I'm not, I think for now, I think exactly what you said, Acting Chair Concepcion, but for me, this is a whole other conversation and a whole other universe.
I also like and appreciate Chief Kamalo for bringing us back to the original petition and then also bringing us back to the original intentions behind the micro business license itself. So I think all of that is a part of the conversation moving forward. But we do need to land somewhere today while that work can still continue to happen. I guess Commissioner Roy, are you comfortable with the language that's proposed by Tim just for as placeholder language?
Yes, and then we can get public input, right? We might not, there's unintended consequences, maybe we're not even thinking
That's
about
right.
today, right? So we'll get that and then we can revisit this.
And let's just make sure that this is, highlighted when we go forward. So, is there consensus to incorporate this into the draft? So Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, so the language that we're talking about, let me just go back to it.
It's the last thing, it's with Tim, I'll say it out loud. So a person or entity having direct control or a person or entity having indirect control in an existing marijuana establishment license that is not a social equity program participant or economic empowerment priority applicant should not be eligible to apply for a marijuana micro business license.
Okay.
Okay. Attorney Baker, tell me if you were able to capture that or if you need anything restated or re-entered into the chat.
Madam Chair, thank you. Were there any additional amendments, I'm sorry, outside of what Tim had recently put in the chat?
No.
Okay, then we have it accurately captured then.
Okay. So that is the second pen. Attorney Baker, where is the next pen?
Page 86,
Oh, it is.
10513A9.
Okay. This was Commissioner Stebbins or Attorney Grant. I don't know who wants to offer the amendment here. Or Attorney Baker. So you guys let me know who to direct this to, because it was to expand this language a little bit more to incorporate the counting under 9 on page 86. Okay, Attorney.
Language.
Okay, Attorney Baker.
I believe.
So I'll read what we have so far. It's number 9, when videotaping the weighing, counting, inventorying, and accounting of marijuana products before transportation or after receipt, the video shall show each product being weighed, the weight, and the manifest. And I believe Commissioner Stebbins' comment there was that latter language, product being weighed, the weight, and the manifest, did not also home in and incorporate the new counting element. Attorney Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the question is, what language should be added towards the end of the sentence in order to adequately capture that?
Yeah, I have a proposal if you don't have one.
Yes,
I
please,
don't think
go
it's too lengthy. So it would read, when videotaping the weighing, counting, inventorying, and accounting of marijuana products before transportation or after receipt, the video shall show each product being weighed, counted, the weight, the count, and the manifest. And I can repeat that again if you need me to.
Yes, please, one more time, Madam Chair.
So I'll just start from, I'll do the entire thing. When videotaping and weighing, counting, inventorying, and accounting of marijuana products before transportation or after receipt, the video shall show each product being weighed, counted, the weight, the count, and the manifest. So that would include the phrase counted after the term weighed, and the phrase the count after the phrase the weight. And I'll ask Commissioner Stebbins, did that address the concern you had there?
It does. I guess my question would be to Attorney Gooden's example. I'm taking delivery of a couple of cases of beverage. I'm going to count those. I'm not going to weigh those. So is it kind of a or the weight, the count?
Attorney Gooden?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Acting Chair. And I think one thing that we might be able to do is we could potentially group weighed and the weight with counting and the count, so that those are, excuse me, so we're kind of distinguishing it's either being weighed or it's being counted. So I'm typing out some potential language in here. I just want to reread it to make sure that it's coherent.
Okay.
But
Oh, and thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I see what you're saying. Commissioner Roy?
Commissioner Stebbins, you don't want inventorying on the latter half?
Commissioner Roy, can I ask you, are you asking that be included?
No, I'm asking if
Suggestion?
you purposefully didn't want it, or should we add it?
Commissioner Stebbins?
I mean, we can. My only concern was if they're doing one thing and not another, do we want to have and for all of those or, but I might be able to offer another solution.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Gooden. Do you mind reading that out loud?
yeah, of course. So when videotaping the weighing, counting, inventorying, and accounting of marijuana products before transportation or after receipt, the video shall show each product being weighed and the weight, or in the alternative being counted and the count and the manifest.
Thank you, Attorney Gooden. Commissioner Roy?
This might be a question for Chief Kamalo or EC Gooden, but can you explain, I think I know the answer, the difference between counting and inventory?
Chief Kamalo?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Roy, for asking that question. Basically, the way inventorying, it refers to the process of physically counting and recording the quantity and condition of products or goods and things of that nature, right, at a certain point in time. But then now with accounting, then I think the biggest distinction, typically what happens, it involves like a systemic recording, analyzing and reporting of a product or financial transactions or economic events and things of that nature. That's the definition for accounting. So I think in this instance, and then I'll have Attorney Gooden or Attorney Baker sort of jump in, the way that they, when this was written is because, licensees are required to do a monthly inventory check, for per regulations, right? That's what we have in there. So that talks to the accounting of their inventory. And then, some of them, there's a form that they have to, complete daily and weekly, as far as accounting is concerned, so Attorney Gooden or Attorney Baker, if I could also have you jump in, but that's the distinction there. So in other words, the weighing or counting will be how they conduct their inventory, when it comes to the way that they look into their inventory. And the accounting part of it then goes into recording the inventory into a sort of like some sort of a ledger or something of that nature.
Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, I don't think that was my question, Chief. My question was more not accounting. It was differentiating between counting and inventorying. And is inventorying
is anything of this metric specific? Like, in other words, when you say inventorying them, is it entering them into metrics? So it wasn't the word accounting, it was counting. So the difference between counting and inventorying, and is any of that mean entering it into metric? And in counting and inventorying is listed at the top, why is it listed at the bottom, like the end the sentence?
May I, Chair Consumption?
Yes, please.
This, yeah, okay, thank you for clarifying your question. Commissioner Roy, this has absolutely nothing to do with metric, you know,
Okay.
Absolutely nothing to do with that. This has more to do with their real-time inventory. It is required to be up to date in metric, both physically and also, you know, virtually as well. But this has nothing to do with that. This is more about the steps that they have to take, because we have to tie it back. Looking at how we got there, we have to tie it back to the fact that they were now being given the option to do things in a digital form. So we were trying to find a way in terms of how do we make this efficient, and secondly, how do we remove the triplicate aspect of it so that they don't have to always, because that's where that language related to triplicate, that's why we had to remove it, because we're trying to ensure that when it comes to that regulatory language, it's really speaking to the other changes that we made above. So I can also have, I think at this time, it would also be helpful to sort of have the detailed process of how this works from our, you know, acting director of investigation, Catherine, if she's available. I think that would be helpful because that will also help answer the question. So if, oh yeah, there she is.
Everyone, how are you?
Director Binkowski, hello again.
Hello. Yeah, so to give some color, as Chief Kamala said, under our regulations, as we all know, licensees are required to maintain real-time inventory. That has to do with both their physical inventory on site, and that should be reflective in metric, the commission seed to sale system of record as well. In our regulations, they are required to do a full monthly inventory, and they're also required to do a full annual inventory. We have some requirements in our regulations, what information is needed in that inventory. So the staff member that conducted that inventory needs to be recorded. If there were variances found, that needs to be recorded, things of that nature. But most of our licensees also decide to do inventorying of their inventory. Sorry for the duplicate words. More often than monthly. A lot of them do weekly cycle counts, daily cycle counts, monthly and even daily full checks of their inventory. Our regulations that we're looking at right now, we added in the counting because my understanding is when the weighing was put into our regulations, this was really based on flower products, which are weight-based. Adding in the counting, as Chief mentioned earlier, is being responsive to some of the feedback my team has received in the field in terms of the diverse set of product types that we now have. Counting is actually more effective and more efficient for more unit-based products versus weighing a tote and trying to determine if there's discrepancy there. Why inventorying and accounting, and anyone from legal or enforcement counsel, please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe inventorying and accounting were existing in the regulatory language. To my opinion of the difference between those, inventorying is the business of the licensee conducting their inventory, which is also accounting for the inventory. So I do find those two words to be duplicative, but my understanding is we've only added the word counting here just to add in that option that they can weigh or count when they're doing that inventorying. But Tim or Attorney Gooden or Attorney Baker, if I'm mistaken.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you. Attorney Gooden.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. Acting Director Binkowski is correct that we just added the word counting in there. I have some, just to the specific question about what is the difference between inventory, counting, accounting. I will note that none of those are defined terms in our regulations. We would have to go based on using clues.
Wait, I'm sorry. Commissioner Roy's question was counting and inventory.
Oh, excuse me. That I also, I am lumping in accounting there as well. So just counting versus inventorying. Neither of those are defined. Inventorying may relate to, which I am tripping up over inventory as a gerund with the ing on the end there. That's a little odd. But it could more so relate to kind of like an actual taking inventory of all of the products there, as opposed to a count of one product type that is delivered from one place to another. So that could be the difference and kind of the application of this regulatory requirement with our investigation staff too, and making sure that those are accurate. I have some potential alternative language for this section as well, if the board would like to consider that, that I'll put in the chat.
Council Gooden, so you're saying in addition to the language you've already included, I'm sorry, what is the?
Yeah, excuse me, sorry, to clarify, yes, this would be in the alternative to the language that I've already provided in here, just to potentially tighten up or make the language a little more simple here, potentially. But this would be, if I may, when videotaping the weighing, counting, inventorying, and accounting of marijuana products before transportation or after receipt, the video shall show the utilized process, the final weight or count, and the manifest.
And when you say the utilized process, what do you mean? Break that in a little bit, because it's a different.
Of course. Yes. And so this is really just essentially attempting to say, if you are weighing it, you must show the weighing. If you are counting it, you must show the product being counted. And I would definitely defer to Chief Kamala or Acting Director Binkowski, the including or making sure that we're saying the final weight or count being visible on the videotape is also important for compliance purposes, just so that we are able to confirm that the weight when it left the originating license, then that matches with the weight at the receiving license. But that is just alternative language in lieu of the initially proposed alternative language. So just attempting to provide some options for the commission as you're considering this.
Let's pause there, because I want us to revisit the original language that you have here and gather some thoughts and opinions from the commission. Commissioner Camargo?
Yes, Tim, I think you explained it better than we have in writing. So I think trying to simplify it, and, always being mindful that not everybody has attorneys and consultants to read through these regs. I think we can go back and see what you said, but I think it was very simple and comprehensive.
And Commissioner Camargo, were you in agreement with that language? So when videotaping the weighing, counting, inventorying, and accounting of marijuana products before transportation or after receipt, the video shall show each product being weighed in the weight, or in the alternative being counted in the count in the manifest. That's your preference, and there's no added comment or changes to that.
Yes and no. I think this last sentence at 319, the one that you just read, to me, that I think it needs to be a little bit more simple.
Oh, I was reading 310.
310. Okay, hold on, sorry.
So the one I just read through was the first suggestion. That's what I wanted to go through first.
Okay, I see.
Not conflating the two.
I see. Yeah, I think I'm
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Acting Chair.
Actually, hold on, just because I want to go down the line. I need to make sure I'm kind of figuring out where the commission is. Commissioner Roy.
Well, I don't know where it's.
Yes.
19 or 310.
Thank you. May I?
Oh, I thought I understood you saying 310 was your preference, but go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I think I'm at the 310. I'm just gonna keep reading it one more time to just make sure that it's, simple to understand of the actual action that we're trying to get to. Because when you said it verbally, when you said the second one, when you made the new definition of the second one verbally, that made more sense to me. Right now, 310 makes sense to me. 319 doesn't make sense to me. So, but that's where I'm at.
Okay. Commissioner Roy.
Tim, you did have something that might help me land somewhere, I think.
Attorney Gooden.
Yeah, Madam Acting Chair, thank you. So Commissioner Roy,
I was going to propose another option. I don't want to overcomplicate it, but in light of Commissioner Camargo's comments, this is really just a revision of the 319 version to explain what the utilized process is. So rather than saying utilized process, it would say the product being weighed or counted, the final weight or count, and the manifest. So if I can edit that post, or I can post it as a third. I don't want to overcomplicate it by giving you a full.
Go ahead and edit that post. I like that because when I read the 310, I agree with Commissioner Camargo having a more simplified, very clear cut understanding. But I also saw where we said in the alternative and the manifest, like I could see that being read incorrectly.
Yes, I
So,
could- yeah.
okay.
Yep.
So let's give you a moment to put it in the chat, and then I'll do another temperature check. And I'll start with Commissioner Stebbins for the next round. Okay. Thank you, Tim. Commissioner Stebbins, and I'll read this out loud too, so we know everyone we're looking at. It's the very last thing here in the chat. Thank you so much, Tim. It says, when videotaping and the weighing, counting, inventorying, and accounting of marijuana products before transportation or after receipt, the video shall show the product being weighed or counted, the final weight or count in the manifest. Commissioner Stebbins, what are your thoughts? Are you in agreement with this language? Do you have any concerns?
I kind of like the more simplistic language, but this is, are we worried about leaving out the videoing the inventorying process and any accounting process?
I just got a little confused. Commissioner Stebbins, what do you mean?
So in the new language, it's saying when videotaping the weighing, counting, inventorying, and accounting of marijuana products before transportation or after receipt, the video shall show the product being weighed or counted, the final weight or count, and the manifest. So we're excluding showing us you inventorying or accounting. Video is only going to show the weighing and the counting, but not the other two processes.
So you're suggesting include the original. All right, let me go back. The Ray 9 reads currently, when videotaping the weighing, counting, inventorying, and the accounting of marijuana products before transportation or after receipt, the video shall show each product being weighed, the weight, and the manifest. The edit that Tim has is when videotaping the weighing, counting, inventorying, and accounting of marijuana products before transportation or after receipt, the video shall show the product being weighed or counted, the final weight or count, and the manifest. The underlying language is those are the changes. I think I am now confused because what you're saying is also including additional language. So everything else before that was already incorporated under 9.
No.
Commissioner Roy?
I agree with Commissioner Stebbins. I'll tell you why. Because
Okay.
Tim, when you said, or Attorney Gooden, I'm sorry, when you gave the example, let's say you have 100 pre-rolls that come in. Okay, so you count the 100 pre-rolls, and you said the inventory, that's the counting. The inventory is in the big picture. Where does that 100 pre-rolls fit in with my whole universe of products? So we're taking that to account when someone is before. So point A, we're taking all of that into account. It's coming out of somebody's inventory, the 100 pre-rolls. But why aren't we taking into account where it ends up, that it's going, 100 pre-rolls are going into somebody's inventory? Why do we care that it's coming out when it's leaving, but we don't care when it's showing up at point B? We don't care that it's going into somebody's inventory, but we care when it's coming out of somebody's inventory.
My goodness.
Wow.
Maybe I need a restroom break.
That's why I think we should add those two words.
Okay, I have to wrap my mind around with. Okay, Attorney Gooden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, this is digging into the complexities of the regulations here. This is so I believe what might be helpful to think about this as is that the weighing or the counting, and this is, I'm going to credit Acting Director Binkowski here for kind of explaining this on the side to me as well. The weighing or the counting is how the licensee is conducting their inventory or accounting. And if we look at provision 8 or paragraph 8 here, that does speak to within 8 hours after arrival at the destination ME, the destination ME shall reweigh or recount inventory and account for on video all marijuana products being transported. So the weighing or counting, which also, I mean, I think we should also remember that there could be a delivery or a transfer from one marijuana establishment to another marijuana establishment. That transfer may include products that it's more appropriate to weigh those products. It may also, in addition to that, include products that are more appropriate to be counted. So the inventory would be the total weight, the total count of all of the products. But the weighing or the counting are the two different ways that they could go about taking that inventory or accounting for all of the products there. So I definitely agree that kind of outlining each one of these as we're all experiencing right now could send you down a rabbit hole and become confusing quickly. But I believe that is a reasonable way of looking at this, is that this allows for weighing or counting, two different processes that could be utilized to take the inventory of whatever product is being transferred from one establishment to another establishment. And I would definitely invite Acting Director Binkowski to clarify anything if I misspoke in reiterating this.
Director Binkowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I think Attorney Gooden summed it up well. This area of the regulations in terms of before or after, so they need to conduct this inventory of what is being transported to another ME or MTC prior to it leaving the originating licensee. And this is when that also, whether they're weighing or counting, it needs to be under full camera view. We need to see the agents handling it. Similarly, when it's in the wholesale vehicle, I'll use that as an example, that's also under camera view. And when it's received by that receiving entity, that marijuana would be kept under camera view the whole time. When it's after the delivery is received, confirmed, that being brought into the overall inventory of the licensee would also be captured under camera view. This particular section of the regulations is specific to that delivery and receipt of delivery, not particularly the inventory that they're doing in their vault overall. This is when they're receiving product or transporting product out of their facility.
Thank you, Catherine. Commissioner Roy?
It doesn't flow in other words, could we flip 9 and 8? So would it make more sense?
I guess, Commissioner Roy, what is the issue or concern that you want to rectify by doing that? Like, I gotta understand.
So, okay, so 7 is prior to leaving the ME. The purpose of transporting marijuana products, the originating ME shall weigh or count inventory on video and account for on video all marijuana products to be transported. So it just flows better. So when videotaping, if we put 9 next, when videotaping the weighing, counting inventory and accounting of marijuana products before transportation or after receipt, the video can show each product being weighed, the weight in the manifest. And we haven't landed on how we're going to finish that. And then if you put the 8 after that, it's then, okay, now I got it. Now I have 8 hours. Within 8 hours after the arrival.
All right, let me take a step back. We need to first rectify 9.
I know.
Let's first rectify where we are at 9. Director Binkowski gave us a breakdown on why the focus here is on the weight and the count and the manifest and not on accounting and inventorying. With that being said, Attorney Gooden offered the language, when videotaping the weighing, counting, inventorying, and accounting of marijuana products before transportation, or after receipt, the video shall show the product being weighed or counted, the final weight or count in the manifest. Are we in agreement for that language? I believe like the original concern was making sure that the latter portion of this took in counting, that we're talking about that new element now of not just weight, but also count and counting.
Chief Kamala also has.
I want to ask about this suggestion though. So what are there any concerns on that language? Commissioner Stebbins, I'll ask you because you originally flagged this. Do you have concerns or comments with that language?
After hearing Acting Director Pinkowski, I'm comfortable with what Attorney Gooden proposed at 319.
Okay. Commissioner Camargo, do you have any concerns with the language at 319 that was provided by Attorney Gooden?
Yes
Okay.
and no, but the yes part is the product being weighed or counted, the final weight or count, and the manifest.
And tell us what's the no.
The no is that I'm looking at Chief Kamalo's version. It says the actual final weight or count. So I'm curious if that's even more clear, because it says the actual final weight or count. It's just less clunkier, I guess. The product being weighed or counted, the final weight or count. And then Kamalo's is the actual final weight or count.
See, I have my own, I would like the video to show the actual counting and weighing and.
Oh, the product,
Yes, showing
Oh, I see.
the product being weighed.
Yeah, the actual practical, I see.
But tell me what you're,
No, now that I hear what you're saying, I wasn't thinking of the actual weighing. I'm thinking of the language. So in Tim's, let me just, for myself, the product being weighed, okay, that's an action, or counted. The final weight or count is the outcome. And then and looking at Kamalo's, Chief Kamalo's, shall reflect that actual final weight or count. So for me, I'm okay now. I can go back to 319 because it just provides a little bit more, I guess, compliance too on the process. So.
okay, Commissioner Roy.
I agree with Commissioner Camargo. The only friendly suggestion I would say is if there's a reason why Chief Kamala wants the word actual, we could put it into Tim's. The product being weighed or counted and the actual final weight or count. Like you want to see the process.
The suggestion that Tim has included includes the product, the actual process of it being weighed and counted.
Yes,
It
and I agree with
includes
that.
the final weight and count and the manifest. Are you saying incorporate the term actual?
Yeah,
So
is there,
say
I
the
guess I would
actual-
ask Chief Kamala why she wanted actual.
Chief Kamala?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Roy. Yes, the reason why I wanted the term actual to be included there to reflect the, everything that's been done. That's part of compliance, because so that when we are looking at, let's say there's a inventory discrepancy investigation or something of that nature, we can be able to now then look back to that video to say, okay, this substantiates what they articulated as the reason for the inventory discrepancy, or this doesn't. So which is why I think it's key. And then it's going back to what Commissioner Camargo was saying in terms of making sure that these regulations are digestible, right, and not too convoluted, and it's much more clearer that way. And that's basically what I was trying to do with that language. That way it's clear.
Sorry, Chief, let me ask you a question though, because in Attorney Gooden's language, it has the phrase, the final weight or count. Does the phrase actual, what's the impact of that phrase actual?
Right. So thank you, Madam Chair. The phraseology to say actual for me, well, let me not say personally. Basically, the way that I see it is that I've seen in most cases that if it's a situation where we're dealing with an inventory discrepancy matter, which we've dealt with in the past and even now, they can argue that at the time when we did this, this is what it was, right? But if we have it in the regulations where we're clear that they're now saying, or it's on record based on our regulations, that this was the actual weight, this is in fact it. I think that's what I'm relying on. That they're basically, if they're saying it's 20, it is in fact 20. You know, if they're saying it's 18, it's in fact 18. That's how I want, that's why there's a preference to have the weight, you know, actual, because it needs to be real-time inventory. That's what I'm tying it. That's why I'm tying it to the weight actual, to make sure that it's real-time inventory at all times. Whether you're counting, whether you're weighing, whether, you know, whatever method you choose to use, we want to make sure that it's real-time inventory in the sense that the final number is actually what you say it is on record.
Chief Kamala, I'll admit I'm still a little confused though. So we're saying that the phrase "the final weight or count" can be, there are discrepancies involved in that. You're saying that that doesn't always reflect the real final numbers.
Well, that's not really what I'm saying, but what I'm saying, Madam Chair, is that I think the key thing is going back to the initial question that Commissioner Stebbins, how we even got here. It is about that final weight, right?
Right.
So let's tie it to that. It is about that final weight. So if we're looking at the final weight, going back to what Commissioner Camargo was saying in terms of making it much more clear, much more so that it's clear for the, you know, for the licensees, I just feel like it's much more, there's more clarity if we are clear with them and saying, we want you to articulate the actual weight and count and manifest in your records.
Okay, I'll admit this is challenging my mind, just because and I'll ask the other lawyers here. It's just like I don't really know if that adds clarity or if it creates more uncertainty by having that phrase. I feel like the way that I'm reading this, that would leave some room for interpretation. So I'm Commissioner Camargo.
Well, I was gonna say, Madam Chair, Debbie has her hand. I'm curious to see what the ED has to say, but then I'll comment afterwards. Because I was just gonna say, I understand what you're saying, because I was almost thinking if we just add the word actual to Tim's, but then I hear what you're saying, and then I'm curious to see what Debbie's
I'm
gonna say.
thinking about this as a legal document.
I know.
And I'm thinking about the room for misinterpretation.
I get it. That's why, yeah, I
And
get it.
maybe like, I'll ask Debbie to give her opinion, but Attorney Gooden, Attorney Baker, like I want to hear your opinions too here, because
Get it.
we need to be very direct and plain in the way that we're
Yep,
doing this. Madam Acting Executive Director.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm wondering if Chief Kamalo is referencing the actual recording of the weight and count
That's how
on the video. It's documenting what that, if it's 10 grams, 2 pounds, whatever the case may be, it's just recording or documenting the final weight. So and I can see the value of having that on video. And to the chief's point, it's like, okay, I'm weighing this bag or this box and it's 2 pounds. That's an actual weight that's being reported. So that weight needs to be reported for her to reconcile if there's an issue that pops up in the future. So that's my interpretation of what she's trying to get at.
I hear that, but I also think that that is captured. So the video showing the weighing and the counting, it's also showing the video, the final weight and count in the manifest. Like I believe that's captured, but I hear what you're saying.
Is it visual though? I mean, is that amount visual?
But that's what it's saying. So there's a requirement for a video showing that.
So the video can weigh it, but if you don't have numbers on the video that says that box weighs 2 pounds.
But the requirement here is that the video shall show not only the product being weighed or counted, the video shall show the final weight or count. the video shall also, you can break it down. There's 3 different components here. The video shows if the product being weighed or counted, the video shows the final weight or count, and the video shows the manifest. Attorney Gooden, Attorney Baker, I just want to hear some more thoughts and perspective on this, and really the phrase actual. I feel like that's something that I think we're trying to rectify.
Yeah, Madam Acting Chair, thank you. So I believe, just first off prefacing this, I think Chief Kamalo is coming at this from the practical experience of checking in on licensees and actually conducting compliance checks, and perhaps there being some pushback in terms of the final weight versus the actual final weight, et cetera. I'm looking also throughout our regulations to see where we use the term actual. So I know it comes into play in certain areas where we're talking about an actual or apparent thing. So for example, in the ceases to operate definition, we talk about we may determine a marijuana establishment has ceased to operate based on actual or apparent termination of operations. Also, we talk about, in like the community impact fee definition, we talk about actual costs imposed on a host community. So really just kind of we're actively problem solving here. So kind of I'm looking to see if there are other areas in our regulations where we may use actual in a similar manner. Where this might be a compliance consideration, particularly for our investigations team. I think I would defer to Chief Kamalo's expertise here in terms of if there has been an issue with that. I definitely see your point though, Madam Acting Chair, in terms of is really what you're asking is the term actual here necessary, or is it fine without the word? Does actual cause potential confusion here? I think either one could be fine. I'm not sure if actual would necessarily cause confusion, but I do want to be cognizant of the compliance team's perspective in terms of whether this would make those checks easier or more efficient for them in their communications with licensees. So I don't want to discount that necessarily.
And Chief Kamalo, your preference is to include, if we were to, I'm looking at Tim's language from 319. So if it were to read, when videotaping the weighing, counting, inventorying, and accounting of marijuana products before transportation or after receipt, the video shall show the product being weighed or counted, the actual final weight or count, and the manifest. Is that sufficient? Does that capture everything that you and your team have seen as a concern?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that would suffice, because again, it comes down to confirmatory. That's when compliance, if we had to have a compliance matter related to inventory discrepancies, we want to be able to say, based on our regulatory, let's say there's a dispute, there's an issue in dispute or a material issue in dispute related to that. We want to be able to tie it to our regulations and say, our regulations were very clear that you need to account for or record the actual final weight. And based on what we're reviewing, this is what it's revealing and all that. That's why that word actual, plays a part in this. I know it can be interchangeable between actual and final, but I think would be really helpful, in terms of while we're working on this to have that word and say, to say weighed or counted, the actual final weight, right? The actual final weight, that when you got to that point, what did you, what was on the scale? Was it 15? Was it 12? And then also, right, that's what this is about. Confirmatory, that's why I think it is important for us to add the word actual into this regulatory change.
Chief, I'm going to defer to you on this and agree to that based on you and the team's experience with this. Let me ask that now. With that change, kind of raise your hand if you see an issue with that language. I just want to, I know I'm mindful of this, but you have a question on the language? Commissioner Roy?
I do.
You do, okay, Commissioner Wright?
Yeah, and I do appreciate that, but the language on, and we're looking at Chief Kamala's language, right?
No, it would be Tim's language with the only change is the actual will come in front of final. So look at the underlying words, the product being weighed or counted, the actual final weight or count in the manifest.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Are we in consensus? We're good with that, Commissioner Camargo?
Yes.
Okay, Attorney Baker, I know we just had a few different conversations. Are you able to capture that? Attorney Baker?
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
Got lost between the actual and the weight.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Ivania. I capture it.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ivania.
You're welcome.
All right, I think, so Ivania, maybe you can tell me, I think that was the last pin that we had under the adult use.
Yes,
Okay,
I have a question.
correct. That is the last one.
all right, and I see Mike's having technical difficulties. Commissioner Roy?
I just wondering if we should flip 8 and 9. Just because chronological order of how it happens, how it would occur.
Chief Kamalo, do you mind rejoining us? I think it'll be helpful to get your perspective on this. And I already changed my page. What page is 86? Right?
Yeah, 86.
Okay, Chief Kamalo, so Commissioner Roy was asking if it makes sense to move the numbers. So have 9 and 8 replace, like
Flip 8 and 9, just because in the chronological series of events on how this all occurs, technically 8 could happen. You have an 8-hour window. So I just didn't know if it made sense to flip them. Maybe it doesn't. I was just throwing it out there.
A manual.
Yeah.
Chief, and I see Attorney Gooden also has an opinion here. I don't know if you want me to defer to him or if you wanted to offer your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's fine. I think what Commissioner Roy is suggesting, I don't see any issue with it, but again, let's see what Attorney Gooden has to say, but I'm not seeing an issue with it. As a matter of fact, I think it reads better that way.
Okay. Attorney Gooden?
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. And I'm actually going to disagree a little bit. So for so as I'm looking at this, I see 7 as to say prior to leaving. So this being the originating entity, this is what you need to do. For 8 saying when you arrive, this is what you need to do. And then 9 is really speaking to both 7 and 8. It's so both 7 and 8 say you have to weigh, count, inventory, and account for on video all marijuana products. Both of them have that exact same requirement. 7 is just for when you are leaving, and 8 is for when you are arriving. 9 is explaining that when you are videotaping, either before transportation or after receipt, this is what the video must show. That's how I'm reading that, but I definitely understand I think personally how 7, 8, and 9, or in my view, these could potentially be consolidated in another way, but I know that that is kind of getting outside of the scope here. I would just say for our purposes right now, I don't think we need to move the order.
So Attorney Gooden, 7 and 8 are just spelling out that there's this requirement for videotaping. 9 is breaking down what that videotaping encompasses.
Exactly. It essentially modifies 7 and 8 or explains 7 and 8.
Okay. Commissioner Roy?
I just looked at it a little differently, like a sandwich, like, so you're saying prior to leaving, okay? And then we go to when you have 8 hours after it arrives, but the middle one says is the middle of the sandwich. It counts for both prior to leaving and when you leaving and receiving. And then so I was looking at it bridges them. It bridges the leaving and the receiving. That's the bridge. And then you have 8 hours. That's how I was looking at it.
Commissioner, are you okay with just keeping that order now after hearing Attorney Gooden's explanation?
If that's what the board, if that's what the board wants, I just think it reads a little better, like Chief Kamal said, it just reads a little better the other way, but it's fine, whatever it's for.
I don't think, I mean, I understand what Attorney Gooden, the way that you've laid that out. I also don't, I don't know if there's been any confusion though from the industry, the way that it's already lined up, so Attorney Gooden, I can see you're thinking, so what is your comment?
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I don't believe that there's been any confusion from the industry. I would definitely have to defer to Chief Kamalo and Acting Director Binkowski if there has been. I understand, Commissioner Roy, I understand your point here as well in terms of how that could be a bridge. In any event, I don't think there's not a substantive difference in terms of the requirement isn't going to change if we shift to the order of them. So there's that consideration as well. If we wanted to swap the order of them, it's not going to make a difference with regard to what our licensees are required to do when either transporting marijuana products away from their establishment or receiving those products.
Commissioner.
Yeah, and I agree with there's no substantive changes, but in the past, we've rearranged things, just like the last iteration of regs we just rearranged things so they flow better. So that was kind of my thought behind that.
Okay. All right, my recommendation is not to change the order. Are there any other edits, comments? Ivania, can you, I think I already asked this, but that was the final pen. I just want to confirm that there's no additional pens that we haven't gone over yet.
No, that is correct. That was the last one.
All right,
That's the final one.
so that concludes this section. I actually I'm gonna seek a motion for the adult use regs now, so we can go on to the medical use. So I now seek a motion to approve the draft regulations of 935 CMR 500 as amended and direct the legal department to make ministerial changes and take all necessary steps to file the regulations with the Secretary of the Commonwealth. Wait a minute. That motion, that is not the direction we're taking right now. Hold on.
I think that's it.
We skipped a couple steps because we want to send this out for public comment.
No, you still have to put it on the Secretary of State's first.
Yeah, it
We
starts
still
the
have to go there
process.
first.
Okay,
The process.
I might have to do a lap around the building. Rain a little bit. Attorney Carter, was that motion the correct motion to make? I'll say it again. It's a motion to approve the draft regulations of 935 CMR 500 as amended and direct the legal department to make ministerial changes and take all necessary steps to file the regulations with the Secretary of the Commonwealth.
Yes, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please, Attorney Carter.
Yes, absolutely. So it is the filing of the draft, which is the beginning of the process. We know there's some notice requirements as well. But yes, filing the draft after the legal department has the ability to make ministerial edits will be our next step in the process.
Okay, thank you. I'll say it again and ask for the motion. So is there a motion to approve the draft regulations of 935 CMR 500 as amended and direct the legal department to make ministerial changes and take all necessary steps to file the regulations with the Secretary of the Commonwealth? Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 4 in favor and none opposed. We are done with the adult use draft. Okay. So that brings us to medical use. I want to make sure, I know Attorney Baker was having some technical difficulties. Oh. Let's take about a 5-minute break. Did you get?
We were all trying to figure out here who was gonna ask.
Good.
Hello, you've reached Michael Baker. Please leave a message after the beep. Thank you.
All right.
In a minute. Yep, you're good.
Okay. All right, so Attorney Baker, I just want to confirm that you're here joining us by phone. Are you here? Mike? Okay, I do not hear anything. Hi, Andrew. Are we
Madam
still
Chair.
having problems finding Attorney Baker or getting him reconnected?
As I understood it, he is on the line. But I guess there's some question about whether or not he can present.
Oh.
You can't, you can only be an audience member. You can't be a participant. Have it at any one time.
All right, so we have to do a little bit of we have to work this out. Ivania, if we continue going through the regs, and I guess my question is either Attorney Carter or Attorney Gooden kind of walk us through and reading through it. Ivania, are you able to capture the edits as we're going along?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay, all right. So, Attorney Carter, I know, you're our acting general counsel. Is your preference to read that, or would you prefer Attorney Gooden to go through and read the regs?
I'm happy to, if I may, Madam Chair, I'm happy
Yes,
to get the ball rolling with support from Councillor Gooden, and hopefully Attorney Baker will be able to join us. I think one of the things about the medical program or the medical regulations is some of the policies that were discussed in the adult use iteration, we can just shift over. So it may be less of, there may be some areas where there's less of a discussion.
Okay. All right, and in that case, Attorney Carter, can you bring us to the first amendment to the medical use regs?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I believe that the first changes it would be found on page 4, which is the amended definition of a clinical visit. As I recall, we did discuss this on the adult use side, so I believe the edit there would just be for conformity.
Okay, written. All right, I don't see any objections, any questions. Okay, thank you, Attorney Carter. We can proceed.
All right, so it will be something similar for and we will now turn to page 13, which is the definition of microbusiness. And as I understand it, it is the same as that we did on the adult use side. So I'm not sure if there's any edits there, but I will pause for the commissioners.
Okay. Any questions, comments?
So just for clarity,
Commissioner,
we're just lifting and shifting exactly the edit we landed on for 500,002. This.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Yes, Commissioner Roy, you're absolutely correct. That is what
Okay.
that we will make sure that it's uniform.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, please continue.
All right. I believe the next change will be found on page 22. And the change here is in sub 6, I believe, which adds new language striking in Massachusetts and replacing it with that allows the certifying physician to conduct a clinical visit. So let me pause there.
Attorney Carter, I think it's the additional language, but there's nothing stricken. So it would say that allows the certifying physician to conduct a clinical visit in Massachusetts and shall hold, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, my apologies.
All right, are there any comments or questions from the commission? Commissioner Camargo?
I don't know if this is correct or not, but it has nothing to do with where we're at the section, but up top, we're in the top of the page where it says 501.05. Is that like a typo?
Oh, right, instead of 005.
Yeah.
We can add another 0.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Okay. Are there
Thank
any
you.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Attorney Carter.
Oh, just thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Good catch.
I don't see any questions or comments. Attorney Carter, please continue.
Sure. So we are now at 501.007.
Oh, wait a minute. We're at 6 subsection 2D.
I'm sorry, my notes are, oh, I apologize. I skipped that section. I apologize. It adds a resident agent capable of accepting service of process in Massachusetts.
Commissioner Roy?
I noticed, thank you. I noticed we added that language. Is that a subpoena?
Attorney Gooden?
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Roy, for raising the question. This was a request from Investigations Enforcement to include this. This is essentially because the regulations are being revised to allow for telehealth. So that is that first edit in this section, and you'll notice that a very similar edit is in the next 2 subsections as well. The issue that we wanted to head off here is if a certifying physician, certifying nurse practitioner, certifying physician assistant, if they're working for an entity or if they themselves do not have a physical location in Massachusetts, if they are just able to offer telehealth services in Massachusetts, we wanted them to have a resident agent in the state that is capable of accepting service. So say there was an enforcement action or something along those lines, we want to be able to serve the person in Massachusetts. This is really more so a legal consideration to make sure that we have adequate service of process for somebody that might have an office outside of Massachusetts.
Commissioner Roy?
Okay, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but there's been brought up that there's instances of certifying physicians without a brick and mortar in Massachusetts. They've closed up shop.
Mhm.
So that goes back to the initial visit, where if a patient requests an in-person visit, someone that doesn't have a brick and mortar in Massachusetts is unable to perform that. So is the reason for this is to try to enforce to have a brick and mortar in Massachusetts because our regulations require that, or this is just strictly to be able to serve a subpoena if we need to, and they just have to have a registered agent as a resident in Massachusetts?
Attorney Gooden?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And so no, this is not trying to enforce a brick and mortar location in Massachusetts. This is trying to account for the fact that as we're changing these regulations to allow for like purely telehealth in some instances, we're just trying to recognize that there may be instances where they do not have a brick and mortar location in Massachusetts. So one example that just by way of example, say there's a doctor in Providence, Rhode Island, and they're able to conduct telehealth services in Massachusetts. Rather than trying to get somebody to serve them out of state, they would have to have a resident agent in Massachusetts in order to accept service. So I think you're picking up on something that is important to note here, that by allowing for telehealth, so the revision in 0061 says allows the certifying physician to conduct a clinical visit in Massachusetts. Clinical visit, that definition is now being edited to say that upon request of the patient via telehealth, that includes that synchronous face-to-face contact. Mhm.
Right.
So it doesn't need to be in person, but this is more of like a video conference call or something along those lines, doing telehealth that way. So there would no longer be a physical brick and mortar requirement, and we would not be interpreting these regulations to require that anymore.
So this is just a matter of hire constable or sheriff's deputy in Mass, for ease of hiring them in Massachusetts, serving someone in Massachusetts as opposed to serving someone in Utah.
Yes, and this is This is relatively common for other like foreign corporations that are registered in Massachusetts too. It's been a while since I've actually registered anybody like that, but I know I've had experience registering agents for foreign entities or foreign companies in Massachusetts too. So this would just be kind of replicating that to make sure that we don't encounter an issue. Say there is an enforcement action, we don't encounter an issue where we're unable to serve the physician or the nurse practitioner, physician assistant because we're unable to get to them.
The last question on that.
Commissioner Roy?
So if it's a one-man band physician and they live in Providence, they need to hire a registered agent that lives in Massachusetts.
They would need to hire.
That's what we're basically saying.
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct.
Okay.
Are there any additional questions or comments? Yes, please, Debbie.
So how is this different than having out-of-state providers apply for a license to practice within the state of Massachusetts, much like an attorney would?
Attorney Gooden?
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. Acting Executive Director, I want to make sure that I'm understanding your question correctly. But just as another point of reference here too, looking at the definition of certifying physician assistant, and certifying nurse practitioner, each of those specify that they have to be a Massachusetts licensed nurse practitioner or physician or physician assistant. So that would cover kind of the Massachusetts licensure aspect of it. But I do think you're right that it is somewhat similar in that sense that it would allow for an out-of-state physician, so long as they are licensed to practice in Massachusetts and provide care in Massachusetts, to also provide telehealth services for Massachusetts residents from wherever they are exactly.
Are there any additional questions or comments? Okay, Attorney Carter, we can proceed to the next edit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I am in the right place, and hopefully I am, I believe we are now turning to 501.007.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Sub 1 is the same amendment that we just discussed above as it relates to the certifying CMP to conduct a clinical visit, and I will pause there.
Okay, you can continue.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So now we are going to 2E. And we have inserted language here, and I will read the provision. An attestation by the supervising physician for the CMP that the CMP is certifying patients for medical use of marijuana pursuant to the mutually agreed upon guidelines between the CMP and physician supervising the CMP's prescriptive practices. And here is the inserted new language, or an attestation by the CMP and supporting documentation that demonstrates the CMP complies with independent prescribing practice requirements pursuant to 244 CMR 4.07.
Commissioner Roy?
I'd just like to take a moment and recognize this moment, if we may. So for a long time, and we've heard from many nurse practitioners, I have a lot of folks, I always say we have almost 100,000 patients and just over 400 providers, and it's, we'd like more providers. So I just want to pause, recognize this moment that the nurse practitioners will no longer have to be under the umbrella of the supervising physician, but via the language of an attestation by the certified nurse practitioner supporting documentation that demonstrates the CNP complies with independent prescriptive practices requirements pursuant to 244. So I just want to recognize this moment that it is opening opportunities for any nurse practitioners listening out there, spread the word to fellow nurse practitioners that you will be able to prescribe independently.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Thank you for highlighting that. Thank you. Are there any additional comments, questions? Okay. Attorney Carter, please continue.
Thank you so much. So now we are at 2F, which is similar to what we discussed in .006, which speaks to the resident agent capable of accepting service of process in Massachusetts.
I see no questions or comments. Please continue.
All right, very good. And then I would just highlight for the board that 3 and 4 were renumbered, but that's a technical amendment to keep them consistent. So now we will move on to 501.008, which would be the registration of physician's assistants. If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
All right, so if we look at sub 1, it reads a certifying physician assistant who wishes to issue a written certification for a qualifying patient shall have at least one established place of practice that, and the language inserted was that allows certifying physician's assistants to conduct a clinical visit in Massachusetts. So that is the language that has been added. May I continue, Madam Chair?
I might have a question myself. I'm just rereading it to myself. I'm just
Take your time, please.
So the impact here is we're saying if there's an established place of practice, it must allow clinical visits. I'm thinking through the impact of the language.
Yes, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
As my understanding is, it's to bring consistency amongst the providers. So I believe the amendment in sub 1 is the same as the amendment in sub 1 of .007.
It is. It is. That just raises my question on both. So it reads, a certifying physician assistant who wishes to issue a written certification for a qualifying patient shall have at least one established place of practice that allows the certifying physician assistants to conduct a clinical visit in Massachusetts and shall hold blank, blank, blank.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to raise your hand. So I was like, I hope, Attorney Gooden, please.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I think, so here, as we were discussing this, this revision amongst the staff, I think the interpretation here is that, so established place of practice is not a defined term. Here, we're saying that they need to have an established place of practice that allows them to conduct a clinical visit. So this could be a physical brick and mortar location where they can conduct an in-person clinical visit, or it could be a virtual place of practice where they're able to conduct that clinical visit via telehealth means or through like a video conference as well. There does need to be that face-to-face connection, and they do need to still establish a bona fide patient healthcare relationship. That is not just a regulatory requirement, that is a statutory requirement. So I would say that any, I would just want to make a note while we're here and looking at these, that any certifying physician, certifying nurse practitioner, certifying physician assistant, it's critical that they are establishing that bona fide patient healthcare relationship. And I think the regulations and the statute both provide a description of what a bona fide patient healthcare relationship must entail too. So this is, if we're talking about just the established place of practice, though, I think it could be physical or virtual.
Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, I don't have any additional questions. All right, Attorney Carter, we can proceed.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. And I do apologize, it's a little clunky because I am looking at two screens. Moving on, I would flag just for the board's awareness that there was no change to 2E. That was language that was draft language but was not incorporated.
Okay.
And I believe Attorney Baker spoke on some of those edits earlier. So I would move on to sub F, which is the same as the previous section, which allows for or requires a resident agent capable of accepting service of process in Massachusetts.
Okay. All right, please continue.
All right, Madam Chair. If there are no edits in that section, then I will move on to page 27, which is 501.010, written certification of a debilitating medical condition for a qualifying patient.
We are with you. Please continue.
Yes, 1 second, please. So if we scroll down to sub 8A, and let me read it. A clinical visit may occur in person or by telehealth means, provided that the clinical visit for issuing an initial certificate of registration must be completed in person, and the inserted language is or upon written request of the patient via telehealth visit that includes a synchronistic face-to-face encounter between the certifying healthcare provider and the patient.
So Attorney Carter, this is similar language that we had in the adult use regs, and I will flag what Commissioner Stebbins flagged in that case, striking the phrase written, striking that word, allowing the remaining language to stay the same. So it would read, a clinical visit may occur in person or by telehealth means, provided that a clinical visit for issuing an initial certificate of registration must be conducted in person or upon request of the patient via a telehealth visit that includes a synchronous face-to-face encounter between certifying healthcare provider and patient.
Yes, Madam Chair, and I will ask Avania to make sure that we captured the removal of the word written.
Thank you. And it's the same, just taking the same language that we have under the adult use regs. Hold on, we have a question or comment from Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. And for the term synchronous, so I've served on college boards where you talk about synchronous and asynchronous learning. So technically synchronous means at the same place at the same time. Okay. So I don't know if we need to incorporate a definition of what synchronous, because technically it just means like, so I'm going to meet my doctor every third month, the second Tuesday in the month at noon. So I don't know if that's the right application of the word, or if we need to define the word synchronous so we all have the exact same understanding of what that means. Just looked it up.
If I may, Commissioner Roy or Madam
Yep.
Chair.
Yes, please.
Yes, as I understand it, I believe this language was pulled from potentially the Board of Registration of Medicine. I do think if the commissioners wish to contemplate using another word, I certainly think we could use that. But it's my recollection that it may have come from there.
Commissioner Roy?
May I ask, do they have a definition we can lift and shift of synchronous? The Board of Medicine. Like synchronous telehealth happens in live real-time setting.
Commissioner Roy, can I ask you, you think that this will cause some confusion?
Could.
I think I'm asking you to kind of expand.
Sure. So I'm a provider and I interpret synchronous as I meet with my patients once a year. Technically the same time, same place, synchronous. So I meet with my patients every January 3rd. I guess I just don't want to leave it open to interpretation, and I'm just wondering if we should just put like synchronous telehealth happens in live real-time settings where patients interacts with the provider, usually via phone or video. Like, do we need to just incorporate a definition of synchronous?
I think that my only thought is making sure that whatever change we have here is also reflected in the adult use regs.
Just ratify.
Yeah,
Well, we have public comment period.
yeah, but I hear what you're saying. It's like it just removing any sort of, you know,
Misinterpretation of it.
I think I don't, so I was just trying, because I'm not a medical or a health professional. I just don't know if that is a term that is vague or is subject to, you know, different interpretations. So I just don't, I'm trying to gather that from what you're saying.
If I may.
Yes, please, Attorney Carter.
Sure, absolutely. So when we think about interpreting regulations, when the regulations are undefined, we use their ordinary and customary meaning, right? So essentially, the dictionary definition. Synchronistic, which is happening or existing at the same time, simultaneous. So if the commissioners feel like that's sufficient, we could leave it at that. Or during the public comment period, I think we could also welcome feedback from providers if there's a preferred sort of term of art that they prefer as it relates to telehealth.
Commissioner Roy, what is your preference?
Attorney Gooden, could you explain the link you just put in and how that could be helpful for us to land on a spot?
Attorney Gooden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Commissioner, and this may be the same page that you were looking at, but I just linked a page from telehealth, hhs.gov, United States Health and Human Services. And this is speaking about synchronous telehealth, and the highlighted, at least it's highlighted on my screen, this first sentence is kind of verbatim what you just reiterated, Commissioner Roy. So there may be an advantage to defining synchronous telehealth in here. I do think that just given the language that is included in the draft currently, this would potentially or could potentially require additional edits in other subsections. But I think if this helps to clarify what we mean by synchronous telehealth, we could potentially incorporate this, or to Chief Carter's point, we could also potentially just leave the language as is, solicit feedback from the industry, as well as certifying physicians or certifying healthcare providers, to let them weigh in on whether it's clear as is, or if a change would be preferable to help define that relationship.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. I would say that we should definitely open this up to the public for input and can go from there. I mean, we usually hear the medical community is very active. As we know, we had a letter today that Commissioner Stebbins alluded to. So I'd be curious what their thoughts are.
So is I want to make sure we're clear. Is your recommendation to keep the language currently, but also solicit that feedback and get a better understanding? Is that what you're suggesting?
Or do we do like we did with the delivery? Do we have to insert something to get the like delivery we did with the two drivers, one driver up to 5,000, 5 to 10? Do we need to insert something to solicit that feedback? I'm asking, I guess I'm asking that to you.
It's a little bit different here, like, because right now you're saying if there's any ambiguity in the term versus having a limitation on the product and amounts. So I think the real question is this really an ambiguous term in the health profession? And so that's a little bit different. I guess, Commissioner Roy, that is my question. My question is even reading this, it says synchronous care is the most common form of real-time virtual direct-to-patient appointment. So if that's the most common, it seems like there's a commonality and a common understanding of the phrase. So I don't, I think I'm still trying to figure out if additional language is needed with the information that's been provided so far?
So the analogy is apples. In other words, I wasn't doing apples to apples. I was just saying we put language in to solicit feedback. So I'm wondering if we need to put language in. To solicit feedback.
Oh, I see. I hear Michael Baker.
So, you know, it's up to the board, and I'm sure based on this conversation today, we will get automatic feedback, so that's fine too.
But Commissioner Roy, what is your preference? I just want to figure out where you're landing on this.
So my preference is to put a pin in it, and to not a pin necessarily for today, but for the public hearing aspect.
Put a pen, and when you say put a pen, you mean do not change, not to change.
Well, I want to hear what I want to hear what my fellow commissioners feel too.
I just need to make sure I understand this because we're gonna have to go around, but.
So I would ultimately, I would prefer to define it, but if the board,
Okay.
four of us say, no, it's fine, it's unambiguous, then that's the direction we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Camargo?
Thank you. I would say define it, put it in as a definition. This is, I mean, I think everyone's used to telehealth after COVID, but I think being very prescriptive of what exactly it is, not just for the medical professionals, but for the patients that don't use this word every day. I mean, I Googled it myself quickly, right, to see what it really meant. So I would say it's not going to hurt us to add a definition. I would add the definition. I don't think we need public comment on this. Our regs are supposed to be like a manual. This is a great definition to add. That's my opinion.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins?
I think we could, if we added, I'm looking at the definition from HHS, if we added on to the end of it, if we said, picking up on the red line part, or upon request from the patient via a telehealth visit that includes a synchronous face-to-face encounter between the certifying healthcare provider and patient that happens in live, real-time settings where the patient interacts with the provider, usually via phone or video. If we added that to it, would that?
Commissioner Roy?
Or we could hyperlink synchronous to this definition. Is that easier? Did we hyperlink the definition? And
Attorney Gooden?
Yeah, thank you. You can probably see me processing on my face. That's I am, thank you, Madam Acting Chair. Commissioner Roy, I would need to go back into the regulations manual that the Secretary of the Commonwealth publishes. I'm not sure if we would, if they allow kind of a hyperlink on the specific word. In the definition, we provide the hyperlink as an external reference. And sometimes there are issues with adding those hyperlinks too. If the link dies, for example, or is broken later on, then that is, yeah, exactly. Another thing just for consideration is that I believe Borum, so our local Board of Registration of Medicine, and thank you, Acting Executive Director, for pointing this out. They also have a definition of telehealth that it talks about synchronous or asynchronous means too. So we could potentially look at an in-state agency if we wanted to craft a definition as well. And one option the board has, I know you're aware of this, but just as a reminder, that you could direct staff to include a definition of synchronous telehealth, and we could add that before it is released for public comment. But if the board wants to be involved with the specific crafting of that definition, I believe that I'll defer to Acting General Counsel Carter in this respect if that needs to be incorporated before we leave today, unless you want to delegate that.
Attorney Carter?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. From my perspective, I would defer to the wisdom of the board. If you all wish to incorporate a definition, I think that that's certainly something we could contemplate. To sort of Commissioner Roy's earlier point, this section does include language about telehealth. So I do think, based on public comment in the future, I do think we do have some latitude if we want to insert a definition for additional clarity, depending on the feedback that we get. I think, I do think we have that space to do that. But ultimately, if the commission wishes to incorporate a definition today, that's certainly within your discretion.
Commissioner Roy, I'll ask you, is your preference, so there's defining it, there's also the suggestion that Commissioner Stebbins offered. Tell me where you're leaning, what you're thinking.
I'm leaning towards Tim having us delegate to the staff to have it break and make a definition or research a definition. And then when we come back as a board, we can, if we're not happy or satisfied with it, we can tailor it then. But this way they have time to research it, to research in state agencies. We right here, we have, who is this, NIH, or who is this one for? Okay,
HHS.
yes, for HHS, so that will have time to look at different health agencies and they can put in a definition, we can get public comment on it, and we can come back as a board to decide if we're happy with it.
So I have to make sure I understand you correctly. You want to define it and have it defined.
I want to direct the staff to define it.
Right.
Yes.
So now Attorney Carter, we need to understand what, just making sure that we can do that. We can vote on these regs and with also giving staff the directive to go forward and define it. I just need to get the clear from you to make sure that we have that ability. Attorney Carter?
Yes, if I may, Madam Chair, and I would welcome Attorney Baker's perspective on this as well. So I think in this instance, perhaps we would want a specific motion from the commissioners to direct the staff to insert a definition in this instance, because when we think about the sort of broad motion language that was approved for 500, for example, that was limited to ministerial edits or sort of non-substantive changes. So Mike, I would welcome your perspective on this. I think perhaps a specific motion directing the staff to insert it, and then we have a more general motion related to ministerial changes later. I think that probably would accomplish what we are attempting to do here. But I'm also thinking off the top of my head, so would welcome feedback.
Okay, hold on, Attorney Baker, and I'm glad that you're back with us and able to join again. Commissioner Camargo?
Thank you.
I just want to go back to Commissioner Stebbins' recommendation, because I think, Commissioner Roy, I hear what you're saying. I think it needs to be defined. And I said what I said earlier, but I don't see why we can't just add the portion that Commissioner Stebbins mentioned into this section right here and send it out possibly like that as well. But if we could simplify it and do it now, and it's right in front of us in terms of this great definition, I don't see why we can't add it to the end of the sentence like Commissioner Stebbins was talking about.
Commissioner Stebbins, do you mind restating, just stating again your suggestion?
Sure. Yeah, it's just picking up, I'm just going to read the red line portion, but it says, or upon request of the patient via a telehealth visit that includes a synchronous face-to-face encounter between the certifying healthcare provider and patient that happens in live, real-time settings where the patient interacts with the provider, usually via phone or video.
I'm okay with that approach. The only thing I'll throw out there is that that's HHS and BORM, the Board of Registration of Medicine in Massachusetts, has a different definition. So, so I'm just saying that we're taking a national definition versus a Massachusetts one, and I don't know if we should not explore and let the staff research and bring us back that.
I wonder, you mentioned one of your earlier questions was around like placeholder language. And now I'm understanding that a little bit more. We could have this language and then gather that information as well while that language is there. What do you think of that?
I'm okay, as long as we can revisit it.
Yeah.
Let maybe Director Giancola's team can help research.
But it would also allow us to get more input from the medical community too.
Mhm.
So with that being said, I just want to make sure there's consensus with the inclusion of the language that Commissioner Stebbins has suggested. Are we okay with including that and then moving forward?
Oh, how Tim just put it.
Hold on 1 second, Debbie. Sorry, hold on. Tim, where are you proposing this be? I'm sorry, I gotta understand, you giving us a definition, kind of fold it into what's happening now. Where would this appear? What is your suggestion? What are you asking that we do with this?
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. This is just the definition of telehealth it's contained in the section of the general laws that I indicated. So Chapter 112, Section 5O. It is also contained in a number of other locations. It looks like 11 other locations in the general laws. I do think this definition would need to be adapted as well in order to, because this is speaking about synchronous as well as asynchronous telehealth. So that would need to be adapted. Just wanted to provide that as that is kind of the more local Massachusetts definition from what I'm finding in real time right now.
Debbie, please.
Thank you. So I think this is a great discussion, and coming from the healthcare background, this has to do with the access to, good care. So I think it's important to get that definition so people know what their patient rights are.
Yeah. Okay, I'm thinking through. Commissioner Royal, I'll ask you, since you've raised this. Are you comfortable proceeding with the suggested language from Commissioner Stebbins? Did you want to incorporate this? Just tell me what you're thinking.
I think acting AED is right. This is about patients' rights, so they know their rights. So I just want to make sure we're thorough and thoughtful in however we get there as a board. My first choice would be to direct the staff to research it and bring us back what they think, but.
I think if we direct the staff to research it and bring it back to us, at what point is it brought? Like, when are we doing this when we're after public comment? When, I guess I'm trying to wrap my mind around the logistics once we give the directive. I don't believe we then have the opportunity to opine after the directive was given, because it would be released for open comment with whatever the staff has drafted. So I'm just thinking through what it looks like. And maybe that's fine, and we can still just get public comment and on whatever is gathered by the team.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Commissioner, what's your preference?
Well, I was thinking you're right, those are great questions. How logistically, if they did that, they could do 2-on-2s, so we could, before it goes for public comment.
Attorney Carter?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I completely agree with the discussion around patient rights and how important that is. And the other thing that when we're thinking about sort of timing, I think it would be probably advisable to direct the staff to insert something before they're promulgated. I also think, though, in the alternative, So I mean, the phrase synchronistic face-to-face encounter is included in the regulations. So if we get public comment or the commissioners look at that language and say to themselves, I think a definition explaining this term is important, we do have the space to do that. So I do think we have the ability to revisit this if especially if we get public comment that says we want you to further flesh out what that actually looks like. So just putting that on the table as an option as well.
Thank you, Attorney Carter. I'll go down the line of commissioners. Commissioner Stebbins, just tell me the direction you're leaning in.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the notion we want to make this as clear as possible so that the patient has a clear understanding of what to expect using a telehealth process. I see reasoning behind kind of keeping it, aligned with what the state definition is. And maybe it's just figuring out a way to take the state definition language and plop it into this section. But I'm also being mindful about process and when we might have the opportunity to opine on any new definition or anything else that we insert.
Commissioner Camargo.
I'll just go back to the few words that Commissioner Stebbins used from the HHA website. I know it is not Massachusetts, but I think that the wording that he used, or that's here, it's not Commissioner Stebbins' words, but it's here, in live real-time settings where the patient interacts with a provider, usually via phone or video. I think for now, that's a good placeholder to send out. It gives a little bit more information to the reader as of now. And then we also direct the staff to do a quick, wordsmithing of a definition with Massachusetts and anything else, and then insert it, possibly after the public comment. That's my recommendation. I think it sounds like we're all on the same page. I don't know if we're making it too complicated, but it's, the definitions are here. The Massachusetts one that that Tim put in here kind of goes into, some other stuff, audio only telephone, online adaptive interviews, there's a lot there. So I don't know if, keeping it simple and allowing the reader, both the patient and the medical provider, to understand the basic of what it is. I would say let's put a placeholder in there, send it out for public comment and work on it and direct the staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Roy.
I'm okay with that, as long as we revisit it. Folks have patients, providers can opine through public comment. I'm okay with that.
Okay. Attorney Baker, and were you able to capture the language that was provided by Commissioner Stebbins? I should actually, Ivania, I know that you were capturing some things also, so I just want to make sure the legal team was able to get the language that was, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. No, I was not. Would you mind sending that, putting that in the chat?
Sure.
I just did.
Great, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
this is, thank you, Commissioner Camargo. So this would come on the tail end. Commissioner Stebbins, do you mind reading it and it's from, so the amended language, including your suggested language?
Yeah, the red line version, the red line portion of 8A, where it says, or upon request of the patient via a telehealth visit that includes a synchronous face-to-face encounter between the certifying healthcare provider and patient, that happens in live, real-time settings where the patient interacts with the provider, usually via phone or video.
Ivania, were you able to capture that?
Yes, great.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Roy?
So does that satisfy this component and in the glossary, in the section, the definition? So there was like two asks, I guess.
And Commissioner Roy, are you saying a definition for telehealth or definition for what?
Synchronous visit.
So this was in lieu of that definition, at least for the time being.
So-
That was the original question, was around defining it versus the placeholder language. And the suggestion was to include the definition within this section.
So, but I guess my original ask was to include it in 501-002. In the definitions.
Oh, add that on the clinical visit definition?
Commissioner Roy, sorry, Commissioner Stebbins, say the question one more time.
Sure. I think it'd be helpful if we went back to 501-002, the definition of clinical visit, and add that language on to the end after patient of the red line version, back on page 4.
Commissioner Camargo?
But I think but aren't we also saying, or Commissioner Roy, that we would allow staff to look at the Massachusetts definition a little further? So I think you just said it earlier, we're kind of going in the same, we're on the hamster wheel right now. So I think what we were just saying earlier was adding that portion to what Commissioner Stebbins just read, sending that out for public comment, and then allowing the staff later on to not quickly, but look at Massachusetts definition, look at HHA's definition, and then insert a definition for that in the definition section. I think that's where we landed.
But I think to Commissioner Roy's point, are you asked, because it does make sense to state the same thing that we're stating.
Sure.
Is that what you're suggesting is
I
having?
think it needs to be in two places.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
And also the definition though, right, Commissioner?
That's what I mean by the two
Yeah.
places.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
Right.
Yes. But so including that language
Just
under
three things.
clinical visit,
Yeah.
the suggest as a placeholder.
Mhm.
Okay. So I'll say it out loud. So
Yeah.
we're looking at 501-002 under the definition of clinical visit,
Mhm.
adding the suggested language from Commissioner Stebbins to the end of that amendment. And I'm looking at the screen, but I need to just confirm with the legal team that you guys were able to take a note of that change.
And that would be for 8A, correct?
That's one place, 8A, but also on page 4, under the definition of clinical visit. The same change, and also this is a good catch as well, because it also includes that phrase written request. So we should also eliminate the term written. But this language should mirror the language under 8A.
Okay,
Commissioner
okay,
Roy?
yes.
Does
Okay.
this mean we're not directing staff to come up with a definition?
That means they can still do the work, but we're not doing that. We're not attaching it to the approval of the draft. So they can still look into it, do the work. We'll have this as a placeholder in the meantime.
Is that what
Yes.
you were thinking? The answer is yes.
Okay.
To your question.
Thank you.
No problem.
It's crazy.
No, I think,
Because we're just, Madam Chair.
yes, please, Commissioner Camargo.
So Commissioner Roy and I are just talking to ourselves without talking,
Yeah.
looking at each other here,
Yeah.
and we just want to be on the same page. So we added the language to the first section. Now we added it to the second language. We can approve this today.
Yeah.
Send it out for public comment.
Right, still do the work.
Let our team do the work.
Come back to.
After the public comment, they'll come back, they'll put it, and then we'll look at it. Because I think for you and I think everybody else, we're on the same page where it may be nice to have an actual definition of it there. But you have brought up the Massachusetts and HHS, so let them combine it. Let's wait 45 days and then put it in there.
And the other element is making sure we're mirroring this in the adult use.
Correct.
regs also, so that has to also be folded in.
Right.
Okay, Attorney Baker, are you with us?
I am, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, so I'll tell you where we are. We just passed page 27. What was that, 501-010-8A?
So I believe unless Attorney Gooden has another amendment elsewhere, that the next one is on page 78.
Wow. Oh, that's a big jump. Big jump. Wasn't that bigger?
Okay.
Oh, gosh. Can't- Ditto from 500 and move on.
All right,
Um,
Attorney Baker, walk us through it.
Looks really.
13.
You're really familiar.
So my draft has now changed because we've implemented some language, but these are under 13A, 7, 8, and 9. These are similar as the adult use amendments. So if we can mirror those and keep moving, if that's okay.
I think that makes the most sense. I'm looking around just to make sure we're in agreement. Yes, that's okay.
And similar with below under B1, we have a similar amended as adult use. So I believe we can mirror those as well.
Yes, that's on page 79B, reporting requirements, B1.
Yep.
Oh, I see.
All right, Attorney Baker, please proceed.
Okay, the next one I have is down on subsection F for manifests. I believe that will be page 80 for you.
Yes.
All right, and it so again, this one is the same as the amendment from adult use.
Okay. I don't see any questions. Okay, please continue.
And once again, under F3I, again, this is the same amendment as adult use.
Eco.
All right, continuing, getting repetitive. I believe this is also the same as adult use for 4A and B.
Right.
And the last one that I have would be 105-18A2.
Well, wait a minute, what page?
So because we've implemented language onto this draft, it's slightly altered now from yours.
Okay.
I had 83, but it might be the one prior.
Okay, I
It's
think it is
under-
83.
Okay, so it's 18 for me.
Yes.
Requirements on the expiration. And again, it's 18A2, weigh or count inventory of all unused marijuana in all stages of cultivation and all MIPs in a stage of production, and create and maintain a written record of all such items.
Okay. Michael, we can continue.
Okay, sure. So I'm seeing now the next amendment is under 501-110 B and C.
Okay, hold on right there. Commissioner Roy has a question. Commissioner Roy?
Yes, thank you. So my question is on B. The agent or agents shall remain inside the vehicle at all times that the vehicle contains marijuana or marijuana products unless completing a certified patient delivery.
Hold on, Commissioner Roy. I just want to let him read it first. So you're on 89 right now. You're in B and C.
Did I jump ahead?
No, he just hasn't read it.
Oh,
So, Attorney Baker, can you read this amendment?
Sure. So B reads, an MTC transporting marijuana and marijuana products for home delivery shall ensure that all vehicles used for deliveries are staffed with a minimum of one MTC agent. The agent or agents shall remain inside the vehicle at all times that the vehicle contains marijuana or marijuana products unless completing a home delivery.
Commissioner Roy?
so we switched on the adult side from home to consumer. And I'm wondering if we need to strike home and broaden it to, like, if my mother's at my house and she needs it, so that's not technically. Do we need to broaden that to say patient delivery? I'm just throwing it out there.
Attorney Baker?
That would be my preference. I can with the legal department go through and ensure that for adult use it's consumer and for throughout the entirety of the document, and then also for under the medical that it's patient delivery instead of home for each.
Let me just make sure there's consensus. I'm in agreement with you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Camargo. Okay, all good. All right.
Chair.
Attorney Good.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. Just a consideration. I'm blanking on the specific term, but the essentially caretakers for qualifying patients as well would just raising for the board's consideration, would you want them to be able to receive deliveries on behalf of the patients as well?
Is that not provided for already?
Yeah.
The personal caregiver is the specific term. So patients and personal caregivers. But
Tell me what you're saying, instead of just saying patient delivery, the recommendation is patient caregiver delivery. I guess I'm trying to understand what you're suggesting.
Yes, thank you, Madam Acting Chair. This is I'm really just raising this because this is a live time edit here. I just want to raise that if we just said patients, and definitely I would ask my friends in the legal department to step into if they have a different understanding of this, but I just don't want to exclude personal caregivers if that would create some sort of issue with regard to patient access. For example, if the patient wasn't capable of receiving the delivery on their own, I was just raising so there isn't confusion about whether or not the personal caregiver could receive on behalf of the registered qualifying patient. It may not be an issue. I just don't want that to be missed as we're considering that edit.
Attorney Baker, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. If the Enforcement Council thinks that that's the wise choice, I wouldn't disagree, and I'm happy to change it to patient and caregiver delivery as opposed to just patient to be more inclusive.
Commissioner,
I don't think we need it. I think they're both a patient delivery.
it's for the patient.
For the patient. Yeah, I don't think we need it.
I think I agree with you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Camargo, do you have any thoughts on this? Commissioner Stebbins?
No, I mean, I think what we're getting at is delivery on behalf of the patient, whether the patient receives it or a patient caregiver receives it. It's all on behalf of that individual.
Commissioner Camargo?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so we'll maintain the edit to be patient delivery. Okay, Attorney Baker, we can move on to the next section.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry,
Enforcement-
Attorney Baker, I
Mhm.
just want to make sure that the Commissioner Roy's edit is captured throughout this document. So if there are any references to home delivery, I think you said this, but I just want to confirm that it will be amended to refer to patient delivery throughout.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. That would be my intent, and again, to reflect also consumer delivery for adult use.
Okay.
I will ensure that both are reflected throughout all of the regulations.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I will stop cutting you off now. Attorney Baker, please continue.
All right, so the next one that I see is under home delivery, which will amend 501.145.
101.
Thank you.
It's on page 101. Yeah.
Okay.
No, so that'll say patient delivery now.
So again, this is a similar amendment from adult use, which we had discussed prior. If you like, I can read it.
Yes, just read it. So.
Sure. So G reads, all deliveries shall be completed between 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. local time. A host community may set alternative delivery hours by municipal ordinance or bylaw, provided, however, that a municipality shall not set an earlier time to begin deliveries, nor set a later time to complete deliveries.
Thank you, Attorney Baker. I'll pause to see if there are any comments, questions. Okay, you can continue.
Excuse me for 1 second. Just want to make a note.
You're so happy.
And the next one that I see is on page 110 for me.
109. 109.
501.80. I think we might be getting into these enforcement.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, Mike, say that one more time.
No, sorry, Madam Chair, just said, I believe that these are the amendments that Tim brought up in adult use that might be mirrored here in
Okay.
in the medical section. And those are the ones that I have remaining left in medical. So five.
Okay. The untruthful, okay.
There's some before.
Well, the part of HCA's,
109, what?
yeah, the host community agreement part. Page 109.
So the amendment is a different site, as Tim had suggested before. So it would read, an MTC's request for equitable relief must identify facts, information, and any documentation to support why an MTC should be considered for equitable remedies. An MTC shall ensure that the request for equitable relief includes a host community's notice under 935 CMR 501.183C5.
Okay.
109.
Okay, all right. All right, I don't hear any questions. Attorney Baker, please continue.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next one that I have, and Tim, Enforcement Counsel, Gooden, please feel free to jump in with any other amendments from your team.
I think I see 114D. It looks like it's just a citation adjustment. Attorney Gooden.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Acting Chair. And I actually have a question. I don't know if this is just kind of a transcription or typo in here. Attorney Baker, on page 114, subsection D at the top, It says host communities must adopt local rules or bylaws to comply with 935 CMR 501.183, open parentheses 3, and then it looks like the closed parenthesis was deleted and then 263 is added in there. I'm not entirely sure what that reference is. That looks like just a typo to me. But also, just continuing along with this, there were 2 additional edits in here, striking subsection D in this section because it is just a reference to, that is a reference to this section here. Really, it should be referring to this entire subdivision of the regulations.
So my question is, what does it say right now? Because I'll just stop there. Attorney Baker, do you have a response, any added context to what it should read?
Hold on one second, Madam Chair, sorry.
Okay.
It's in the chat.
It's in the chat,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm supposed to read.
Oh, so it looks like this was an existing error.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
I see.
So again, I just going back to Enforcement Counsel Gooden's comment, they were too specific with the existing site to include just D, again, the one that we're on right now. Whereas I believe it would be better suited to just cite to 181.3.
Attorney Baker, I think that makes sense. For the first citation, to comply with 935 CMR 501.181, is it supposed to read subsection 3 and that's it? Or like there's that 263 number that follows.
Yes, I believe that was a typo.
Okay.
But I don't believe that though is existing, but I do know that the D was existing before under our regulations, so this is a more proper site. I would concur with Enforcement Counsel.
So it should read 935 CMR 501.181 subsection 3 on or before May 1st, 2024. Okay.
Yes.
Didn't that say March,
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
March 1st?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please, Attorney Baker.
March was the deadline for our licensees, whereas May, I believe, was the vote taken for municipal compliance
Attorney
or
Good.
the equity standards, excuse me.
Attorney. Okay, say that one more time, Attorney Baker.
So if I recall from last year, the conversation was twofold for 2 different votes. One was pertaining to requirements for our licensees, which was in March, whereas the alternative was requirements for municipalities and how to comply with our local equity standards. And so I believe that May 1st is accurate based on your vote from last year.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Are you good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Acting Chair. That's correct. I agree with Attorney Baker. So these are the municipal equity requirements. The March 1st date was relative to HCA's. So these are 2 different requirements and the 2 different dates are on there. Originally as well, so this 263 typo that is in the edited version, just for edification of the board. In the existing regulation right now, it is again a cross-reference to itself. So what it says is host communities must adopt local rules or bylaws to comply with 935 CMR 501.181 3D on or before May 1st, 2024.
Okay.
So these are just all internal references to the same division. So it's just referring to itself, which is not accurate. This is the entire subsection 3 contains municipal equity requirements that the host communities must come into compliance with. So this is just striking that specific reference.
Thank you, Tim. Mike, you and the team have that edit for that first citation, right? So you have the 501.1813.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have it.
Okay.
All of D is adequately reflected from the amendments you made.
Okay, all right, so we can continue.
All right, thank you. So I'll defer to Enforcement Council if there are any other technical amendments that you would raise under adult use that would be reflected here. You had 802 and 803 before. I'm looking for those amendments in the medical side.
All right, Attorney Gooden, can you walk us through the remaining edits?
Yes, thank you, Madam Acting Chair. And so unlike the adult use regulations, there's only one typo in the suitability tables in the medical side of things. Although I am seeing a formatting error as I'm looking at the PDF version, and actually right on here. So maybe this is something we can correct Attorney Baker as well at this time. So this is on page 141. This is similar to on the adult use side. We are striking the words false or misleading and just making this consistent with the other suitability tables to say submission of untruthful information to the commission. And then the formatting error that I'm noticing, which I imagine this is kind of a part of the promulgation process where this arose. We include the headings, time period, precipitating issue, and results before the last row. That is not necessary here if this is on the same page.
Wait, I think I see it. I might not. You're saying that the headers.
Yes, that's correct, Madam Acting Chair. So at the top, it has those, and then it also, the headers appear in the, right before the last row. I imagine that in one version that was bumped onto the next page. Here it was pushed back up, and so it just created that formatting issue.
I don't see any questions.
Picking.
And I believe that brings us to the end of our medical use regs. Before I ask for a motion, are there any additional comments, edits, adjustments from members of the commission?
If you have any pens here, I have 3 stickies.
You have 3 pens?
Well, just that we're gonna put a placeholder on the definition of synchronous. Staff will still do its due diligence on researching terms. Next one was, again, this relates to synchronous on page 27, that 501010. We've added placeholder language. Again, staff will continue to research for the most robust or thoughtful definition of synchronous. And then
Madam Acting Chair.
Hold on 1 second.
that's it.
Okay, and you know what, I think it makes sense, so I'll ask for 2 things. One being a motion to adopt this draft, but I think it makes sense to also do a motion for staff to do that work. And Attorney Gooden, I'll ask you, while I'm asking for the motion, do you mind kind of giving a little draft of motion language to direct staff to around the definition for synchronous?
Sure, I can attempt to put that together, and if I could ask Acting General Counsel Carter if he has any thoughts on motion language for that definition as well, just we can collaborate on that.
Okay.
I just wanted to raise as well, Madam Acting Chair, for your consideration, Commissioner Roy, for your consideration as well. I did add some potential language that might speak to what you're getting at here. So one option we could do as well is in the definition of clinical visit, after the phrase synchronous face-to-face encounter, we can add just a clause in there to say which must be conducted live via video between the certifying healthcare provider and patient. And then we're going to incorporate some elements of the HHS definition without having to create a brand new definition and include that in the regulations. So this could, just for consideration there.
And this language is an edit from what we agreed on, where, is this a revision to the most recent language that's been incorporated by the legal team?
Madam Acting Chair, this is a revision to, yes, to the language that is contained in this draft. So it would revise the definition of clinical visit, and it just includes that additional language.
Hold on, just because the language that's in the draft is not the most recent language. So we agreed to recently that incorporated Commissioner Stebbins' suggestion. I just want to make sure we're getting the whole picture. Can I ask a member of the legal team, can you drop what we have right now into the chat? Yes, Commissioner Margot.
I think, Tim, I don't want to speak for you, but I think also that this is so that we don't create a separate definition and don't have to go back. So I think, right? Yeah. I want to speak for you.
So it's in lieu of doing a motion designating, asking staff to go and do the work. Okay.
Yes, this might be an alternative that we can consider for that. And I believe Chief Kamalo, actually, she pinged me just to say that she agrees with this proposed language for, from the compliance end of things.
Thank you, Tim. All right, I just want to make sure, I just want to see what we agreed to, so we all have the same understanding of what's there and then being able to compare it. Commissioner Roy?
My only concern is it doesn't have phone. And I know we're gonna get this, some people might have a flip phone and they don't have video capability on their phone. So I don't know if we can have phone.
Yeah, Madam Acting Chair, Commissioner Roy, yeah, I was thinking about that. It's because it says face-to-face. If we wanted to just say a synchronous visit, that could be conducted live via telephone or video, that could be something that the board would consider. That does change that face-to-face element of things. And so I don't know if that would be, that's more of a policy consideration. And we could always see how the public wants to reacts to this and use that public feedback to inform the commission's determination here.
I see Attorney Carter. I see you joined. I'm wondering if you joined because you have an additional comment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I was just seeking a little clarity from the commission as it relates to whether or not, because I know there was some discussion about two motions. So are we anticipating that the staff will insert a definition prior to promulgation, or is this work that will occur later? I'm trying to get an understanding of the timeline.
My suggestion is for the work to happen while the public comment period is ongoing. But I'm going to defer to Commissioner Roy. I think this is something that, you're not sponsoring the issue because it's not really.
No,
I hear what you're thinking,
yeah.
so we're able to answer.
So I think that we have to, and I think Debbie's right, that we have to be clear and thoughtful in so patients know their rights. And I think that we are excluding medical patients that might not have access, elderly, that, folks that don't have access to a laptop or iPad or computer and just maybe have a, landline or a flip phone. And how are we, being inclusive of those folks? So I don't know if there's a way to bake in phone somewhere, but I think I'm just going to say I'm advocating for patients' rights here, and I think somewhere along the line we have to put in phone.
Wait, Commissioner Roy, but the question from Attorney Carter was around the motion and what we're directing staff to do.
Right.
So are we directing them? What I was thinking is we approve this draft, we have that placeholder language, but we also motion for the staff to complete that work, to look into the definition and making sure that it incorporates your concerns. And Attorney Carter, your question was whether or not we were making the motion to direct staff to come up with a language, incorporate it into the draft regulations prior to going out to public comment versus doing the work after the draft is released for public comment. Am I understanding your question correctly, Attorney Carter?
Yes, that's exactly correct, Madam Chair. And I would say, you know, I'm happy to commit on behalf of the legal department to look into this if we do want to create a definition that we can use maybe in consultation with the public feedback that we get, depending on what it looks like. But I just want an understanding of sort of the expectations.
Yeah.
Are we moving forward with a definition? Are we moving forward without a definition and we're going to revisit it after the public comment period? Just trying to have an understanding of the expectations.
So my recommendation was to continue forward with the placeholder language, but in the meantime, having staff complete the work and then being able to incorporate it into that final draft. But Commissioner Roy, what's your thoughts? What do you
I
think?
think the purpose of public comment is, that's the purpose, to give them, like, we're not giving them everything for them to publicly comment on. So we're denying them. I just feel that we should, before it goes out to public comment, we should let the staff do its work, get it in there, meet with us either individually or in twos, because you're not really giving the public a fair chance to comment on it.
But then, so they would, again, this is a process question.
Yeah.
This is a process question now. So it sounds like you want the staff to develop, to do the work, look into the definitions, incorporate that into the draft, then reach out to commissioners for approval,
Feedback?
Can I explain why?
I think I'm still hung up on sort of and let's say we don't all agree.
Right.
Right, so I'm just trying to think through how this actually operates.
So Tim, Attorney Gooden made a good point. So if we remove the face-to-face component, it reverberates in different areas. So
Commissioner Wright, I understand the concerns. I
Yeah.
understand your reasoning. I'm just saying.
Process
Yeah,
wise.
process wise, that's why I'm
you
getting.
worry it'll take longer, we're gonna hang it up.
I just don't know if because we're not approving it as a commission then. And then if there's no agreement in terms, I'm just thinking through that.
I hear you.
Commissioner Camargo?
I'm a little, there's a lot going on with this one section here, so I want to understand if I'm hearing us correctly. So we had agreed, and I know that Andrew was trying to come up with a motion, so we had agreed that there was that one edit that we added, Commissioner Stebbins, then we went in another section and we did the same kind of edit. And then now at the end, Tim put in this language for consideration that would incorporate not having to do a definition or having work to do the staff. Or having staff to do the work because Tim just did it right now. So I think there's two things. One is that we should probably read this, and I think we did. Commissioner Roy, when I read it, I turned over to Tim and I said, well, what about, phone? Yeah, so I think the policy question here, I think it's for us to decide if we're okay with phone telehealth. So, I just went through months of dealing with medical doctors and my mom, and we did it on the phone because we could not go in person. So I understand, and I think we're all advocating for patients. So I think that we just, in terms of process and the policy question here, I think we need to divide it a little bit because Tim has come up with something that will allow us to not have to do a definition. That's one. And I think the chief said that would be okay as well, and she's on board. Well, we have to see if we're okay with that, if we agree with that, but then we have to think about the policy consideration around telephone. And Commissioner Stebbins, I remember us in the beginning when we were talking about telehealth, we were all nervous about it. Not all of us, but I think we were having the back and forth conversation. And I'm curious to your thoughts because I'm okay with phone, telehealth via phone, just because I just experienced it for so many months, as first time, even as first time visits. So, I just want to make sure that we're clear of where we're at and all the stuff that we have in front of us right now, which is a definition already, a new definition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, all right.
So that's, I don't know if that's helpful, but I just wanted to kind of, because there's a lot of things at the same time, and I think that we can actually cut through the staff time, because I think we kind of have it.
I think we got it.
Yeah, you're saying, okay.
I think we got it.
See, while I chit chat myself.
No,
Myself.
I think we're nodding to this. Yeah, thank you, Chief. I don't have any, I think that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Commissioner Simmons, are you okay with no, just put into the chat? Commissioner Camargo, are you okay?
Look at me pouring out my heart here, advocating. I'm using my mom. Like, it's real life.
Yep.
It's real life.
Language that she put in there that we had pulled.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
And it just includes phone now,
Yes.
phone or video. Okay. All right. We're good to go. We're good to go, right?
Good
to go. All right.
Good to go.
All right. I think that brings us to the end.
Yay? I said yay.
All right. All right. With that being said, now I will ask for a motion. Is there a motion to approve the draft regulations of 935 CMR 501 as amended and direct the legal department to make ministerial changes and take all necessary steps to file the regulations with the Secretary of the Commonwealth? Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. 4 in favor, none opposed. Kudos to the team. Kudos to the team.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, we have another section though. So the next item is just going through the regulatory timeline. Going to hand the floor over to our Associate General Counsel, Michael Baker, to walk us through what this regulatory timeline looks like.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a high level of our regulatory timeline going forward. Today, we were able to finish both adult use and medical use, so that's great. Comms will now send out a notification that there was draft regulations voted on. Early next month, so over the next couple of weeks, we will clean up this document based on these amendments and work with INE to review it one more time for consistency. And then also in early August, we will have to notify 2 different agencies, so the MMA and also the Department of Housing and Community Development. Although I believe that that agency's name has changed since. But if we are able to do all of that, we are able to submit these regulations for publication on August 30th, and they will be published by September 13th. And so there's some information here as to what we will have to do as well. So we'll have to file with the Regulations Division to be published written notice at least 1 week prior on agency letterhead. We'll have to submit a small business impact statement. We'll have to submit notice through newspapers. In addition, we will simultaneously have comms notify the public that the regs are available, and the public comment period will start sometime between August and September. And ultimately, we will review, track, and summarize written testimony, and we will share them in batches with the commissioners as we have before in, like, for instance, Chapter 180 batches that we had sent out. And we'll block commissioner calendars so we're all on the same page and as needed for reviewing the testimony, and we'll coordinate with commissioners to make recommended changes. And I have a second slide here as well. Thank you, Betsy. So in September, there's a couple more things we'll have to do. So September 12th, we have a public meeting scheduled right now. I'm not sure whether we want to take up these regulatory reviews during that time. or if we want to have another meeting subsequently. We also have to have a public hearing, so people will come and testify. And again, I think it's important to tell the public that, you know, we'll accept written testimony all the way through, in both informally and formally during the notice and comment period. So if the public's listening and has any comments that they'd like to submit, please send them to us even prior to the notice and comment period starting. So in addition to the public hearing, we'll have the public comment period will close sometime in September. And we'll coordinate with all the commissioners to make the recommended changes and final vote. In late September, after that's all done, we will do a quality control review. So legal, CIE, EC, and DOL will ultimately do that quality control review. And then again, we have a couple more things that are required for the Secretary of State's promulgation process. So we'll file an amended small business statement, create a clean and redline version for filing, and at least 21 days prior to the adoption of the regulation, we'll submit an electronic and paper copy to the Secretary of State's office. So I believe if that timeline holds up, we will have these promulgated before November.
Commissioner Roy?
Could we have that in, oh, okay. Do we have those slides? Do we, can commissioners have those slides or do we have them? Is it in the,
Yep, I will send them to you. I will send them to you right now, and I'll put it out for the website as well.
thank you.
Okay. Are there, Commissioner Camargo?
Yes. Can you go back one slide just so I understand the public comment? So we're thinking, of course, August is around the corner. When are we thinking, so early August, 35 days before public, when are we thinking we would release this for public comment? Like, I know we say early August, but what does that mean?
The next one says August 30th, August to be published by 9/13, where, 'cause that's where it's saying public comment period open for testimony.
So, so that's 30 day, almost, so a month, so we still have a month in between to go to public comment. Right. And I know this stuff takes time, trust me, I get it. I'm just, is that Mike Baker? I don't.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Chair, if I may. We, the notice and comment period, I believe, lasts for 35 days. So that's why we're trying to bake that into the September timeline.
But are we saying, I guess I'm confused here. So are we saying that are we thinking we are going to start the public comment period August 30th? Like at the end of August is my question?
Right, so you're asking, when does it begin?
Yeah.
When does the public comment period begin?
Is it gonna take us, Michael, I'm gonna be very straightforward here. Is it gonna take us 30 days from today to start public comment?
I think typically it does start when you submit them officially. We could do an unofficial notice and comment period beforehand, but yes, that was my impression. I can also look on the calendar and report back if there is a sooner date, but they're published every 2 weeks, so it would probably have to be done sometime
I see.
very soon. So that's why I was anticipating that would be realistic timeline.
Oh, that's helpful. So you're saying the options were either within that 2-week span or 4 weeks because of okay.
Because of their actual schedule?
Yeah, they have a schedule in which we can promulgate, and so that's why I had to pick the 30th, because it seemed, again, like the most realistic time that we'll have to digest these edits, work with other departments, and then get them into proper form.
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, no, thank you for the education. I mean, you know why I'm reacting, because I'm just like, wow, we gotta wait, 30, 40, what's today? Today's the 19th, right? So another 45 days, maybe 40 days, my math is probably off, before we even start public comment. So that's why I'm like, wow, that's a long time. And then, you know, we're gonna be back here in November to possibly vote on this. And I get it. I'm glad you're breaking this down so that we all understand how much goes into this. I was just hoping, and you know, that it was that it wasn't gonna take us too long, but now I also get the schedule of the Office of the Secretary of State. So thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, I can also reach out to the Regulations Division to see if there is a way that I can expedite the process in some way, whether we can cut down in 2 weeks by doing something simultaneously. But I did give us a little bit of buffer just in case. This document, as you can tell, is really difficult to work with, because if you change one thing, the formatting changes 40 pages above and vice versa.
Yeah.
So it did take some time for us under Chapter 180 to properly get that down. And even still, we couldn't, you saw some of the blank pages that are there throughout. It's because the Secretary of State's office does use a different, it's called WordPerfect, which kind of messes up the formatting in some ways from how we have it. So again, I just built in, you know, a week or so a cushion for us to be able to work through this.
Commissioner Camargo?
I have another question, but it's not related to this. So I'm gonna wait. So thank you. It's related to regs, but not this. So it's okay. I'll hold my question.
I think Mike asked about if you wanted him to look into expedite.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think,
Okay.
am I the only one?
No.
Commissioner Roy?
I'm sorry, Avani is asking me questions, so I'm like multitasking. We're trying to get,
Mike Baker said.
No, Mike, I think overall, it would be helpful to know if there is a possibility to expedite this. So,
Absolutely.
maybe just
I
give
can
it, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I'll report back.
Okay. Commissioner Camargo, what was your other question?
It's okay. I'm gonna withdraw my question.
All right.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions about the regulatory timeline? Attorney Baker, did you have any additional information at this time, or was this the entirety of the breakdown for what to anticipate for the timeline?
Yep, this is the extent, the 2 slides that I have here. But again, I'll reach out to the Regulations Division and see if there's any way that we can expedite the timeline here.
All right. All right. Well, thank you, Attorney Baker. Thank you to the entire legal team, our investigations and enforcement team, commissioners. Thank you. So I believe that brings us to the end of the discussion and votes component of today's meeting. The next item, new business, the chair did not anticipate at time of posting. There was one thing I wanted to bring, and this is because I wanted us to be here as a collective. I had a conversation with Commissioner Camargo about the remaining delivery questions, specifically as it relates to no downs. And Commissioner Stebbins, my suggestion to her and my suggestion to you, because of the work that you each have done on the subject, to remove myself so that the two of you can work together on the no towns component of the delivery conversation. So I'll open it up because I can open it up now because we're all here, but I think it makes sense given the work that you've done and the outreach that she's done to sort of bring the two of you together and remove myself so you guys can sort of proceed.
Yeah, I mean, happy to pitch in. You know, one of my takeaways from our last discussion, we wanted to talk to Chief Carmichael. Commissioner Camargo and I are planning to meet with him related to social consumption anyways. And then, you know, just speaking with some of the delivery folks that were here today, they have some input that they want to offer into a letter to no town. So be happy to receive that as well. But, you know, we're going to monopolize the chief's time. We can cover a couple of different topics.
It makes sense. And also, you know, we've had the public conversation now in terms of what was presented to Commissioner Camargo and myself. Mm-hmm. We haven't continued. So now all of that is public information. You guys are able to continue on without running into any
Sure,
meeting law?
sure. Makes sense.
Okay.
Yep.
Commissioner Ray?
I just have another item that not anticipated because Commissioner Camargo just had that conversation you alluded to around reciprocity. Medical reciprocity came up yesterday in our CAB subcommittee meeting. And before I would want to sponsor it on a future agenda, I need to pose a question to our staff. Is this something and they can ponder it and come back to us? Is this something we can address in regulation, or does it have to be in statute? Because I have asked this question before, and it matters because how I sponsor or my approach to it is, so we could, as a board, get an answer. Is this something, medical reciprocity, can we address it through regulation, or or is this more of a statutory fix? I don't have the answer to that.
Is this, what is the ask of the commission?
So if it's a statutory fix, then it's something we'd have to decide we want to do a legislative outreach around. That's a separate presentation. If it's a regulatory fix, then that's a separate presentation. And the ask of the staff is if we could have a clear answer on whether it's statutory or regulatory, that would determine how further research or how I would approach it moving forward. So I guess I'm just wanted, while we can all talk, I think it's something I don't want to speak for everyone, but I know Commissioner Camargo and I support medical reciprocity. And I would love for us to talk about it as a body, but I don't know which way to approach it because I don't know.
Right. And this sounds like it's a staff question.
It is a staff
question about the staff that should be in the room.
Our legal team or our government affairs team, it's an analysis that, do we have the power to fix it?
Yeah, I think I'm just thinking through sort of what is, because I think that's worth asking the legal team. And that's a conversation that doesn't have to, you don't have to engage the commission just yet. You can still do the work with the staff. I see our acting general counsel and chief staff, Andrew Carter. Do you have a response to Commissioner Roy?
Happy to work with Commissioner Roy on this. We can go through the statute together and do a little brainstorming.
Okay, is that?
Yeah, and once, thank you, Attorney Carter. And once we land on a spot, I would love to sponsor it, whoever would want to join me at a future meeting so we could talk about it.
Can you, my request is just, let's have a conversation when you are ready to have that brought up.
Definitely.
Okay. All right. With that said, our next meeting date, Commissioner Camargo?
Yes, new business not anticipated.
Oh.
I just wanted to know if, obviously not right now, but if we could think about setting up second policy meetings from now to the end of the year. I know. And I'm only thinking so that we can plan a little bit, because I think, there is a lot of other stuff that's going to be coming up. So again, we don't got to do it today, but I want us to think about it and maybe go back and look at the calendar starting in September and October and November. And if we don't use the dates, then we don't use them. But I think it's fair to say Commissioner Stebbins and I are working on social consumption, and I think we're going to need the policy time separate.
I will take that into consideration.
Okay.
We have an active executive director search.
Oh, okay.
That is now going to take, we have like weeks at a time being committed to that. So I will take that into consideration, but I also am mindful of the fact that that's an ongoing process.
Got it. Okay.
We want to also expedite that process.
Absolutely.
That's going to take,
I
know for at least, the members of that subcommittee, it's already taking chunks now because we're going to do it. We have a week in August. We'll likely have another week just to be together for days.
Yes. Thank you. And I forgot that we needed an executive director. We've been so busy today and in the regs. But I know that's taken up a lot of the time, and I know we need to speed that process up. So thank you. Definitely. I mean, we can circle back with you, but I, without saying too much right now, I know that we're definitely anticipating, some stuff, or maybe some longer meetings for us to sort of start helping you all and the public digest, you know, the work that we've been doing for a while.
I hear you, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah.
And that's helpful to also know where you guys are.
The next time we meet is not till August something.
August 8th.
August 8th.
That would be. So in 2 weeks. Okay. All right, so that now brings us to the next meeting date. Next meeting date is August 8th. We'll be here in person. So there will be remote access, but it is our regularly scheduled monthly public meeting. And with the potential of having a second meeting in August. But we'll go through that, and that agenda is currently being developed. If there are any recommendations, suggestions, things that commissioners would like to sponsor and bring to the table, just we'll have a conversation. Come and talk to me, and we'll fold that into. With that being said, that brings us to the end of today's meeting at 6:05. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I feel like we don't want to leave. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I'll do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Yes, and I have some comments when we're done, or if you allow me to make them now or later, let me know. But that's aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. 4 in favor, none opposed. Commissioner Camargo, what are your comments?
I just want to, I wrote these down throughout the day. I just want to congratulate folks, but here are the most used themes. Ready for this, Tim? Good catch, teamwork, collaboration, social consumption. Put a pin on it, or put a pin on that. And we need lunch, I'm hungry. So I just wanted to share that with you all. It was a great day.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. All right. Everyone have a great weekend. Thank you so much to the legal team. Vanya, enjoy your weekend as well. I keep on forgetting it's Friday. I think it's Thursday, but it's not. All right, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, everyone.